Hey, what's up, comrades? Hope everyone's doing well. We got a series of things we're going to do now that we finished up Les Monsters, and that is Evangelion. So, Evangelion is a anime that I watched as it came out in Japan, as my buddy and I bought pirated fan subs off the internet, like 96, 97 time frame. And so that's when it wasn't my first introduction. I watched Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon and stuff back in the day. But Asuka, who, if you know anything about Evangelion, if you don't, we're going to get to it. But Asuka is this redheaded babe. And as like little old 14-year-old me, I had a huge crush on her. She's my first anime crush. Even before, because I was kind of in, going on a rant, I was kind of into Sailor Mars as well. I've always kind of flip-flopped between like long dark-haired chicks and then feisty redheaded girls when it comes to anime. But yeah, so that's kind of where my head was at in that time frame. But at the time, it was just like, wow, this is so cool. It's like mech stuff, and I was watching, I was watching some other random stuff too, because this thing would only come out like every week or two, and then we'd have to wait to get like the VHS tapes in the mail after someone had like gotten them from Japan and then like translated them and then put the subs on the VHS. Like, what a maneuver, right? Goodness gracious. But I really haven't watched it since then. It's always had a special place in my heart. It's pretty good. If you have no idea anything that I'm talking about, like you've never seen this, and you're one of like the 100 people who watches my videos on a regular basis, then get ready for a treat. Like most of these things, I pretty much only review. I almost only exclusively review at this point in my career as a video essayist or whatever they fucking call this thing. And you don't know anything about Evangelion, I would. Oh, that what I was gonna say is, I go ahead. I would say go watch it. Originally, this got spurred on because there's a remake or like a reimagining, I would say, from the original creator of the Evangelion series, and I never really had that much interest in it because for me, a lot of this stuff, when it's like stuff's being remastered, I don't mind because you're just like upgrading the visuals or sound quality on some of this stuff. But like reimaginings or whatever, like, I've just never been that huge of a fan. Like, the most recent one that I can think of is the Final Fantasy VII thing they did. And, like, I played the first one, and I was just like, nah. I didn't like Final Fantasy VII that much in the first place. Like, out of all the Final Fantasy games, it's one of the ones I like it, like, almost the least, to be completely honest. And to be fair, I like it. And, like, I played it several times. And so I don't dislike it by any stretch of the imagination. But just when I think about going back and playing like Final Fantasy games, 7 and 10, which are the most popular, are just not my cup of tea. Like, I'm always just kind of like, eh. Like, there's something that really draws me to it. And so I played the remaster being like, oh, maybe this will be better. And and so I didn't play the second one. But I probably won't play the third one. I don't know, maybe at some point if they combine them all. The other issue with modern games, too, continuing on my rant, is that, like, I have the entire Shining series that I'm going through. If you're watching this, like, every other week I post a video about it. And all, like, 22 of those games takes up, like, 10 gigabytes of space. Now, the Final Fantasy VII Remaster is, like, 100 gigabytes. Like, what the fuck? Like, oh my gosh. Like, why? Like, what is all this? And is it, like, more visually appealing than the original? I guess. There's certain charm to, like, those old janky kind of, like, PlayStation games. But you look at, like, Final Fantasy VIII, which came out right afterwards, and they had more realistic proportions and less blocky stuff. And they did a remaster of that, and that wasn't fucking 100 gigabytes. And that game's... I mean, it's longer than any, like, one section of, like, this 3-part Final Fantasy VII redo they're doing. So you could have just done that. Right? Or these like pixel remasters they're doing like for Dragon Quest and stuff. I don't actually know how big that is. I just can't imagine it being that big. Anyway, we're here to talk about Evangelion. So what spurred my renewed interest was actually Nikkei, which I also cover the story and such on Fridays on all my channels on Rumble, YouTube, and BitChute. So they had a collab last year, right when I was like getting in. In fact, that's kind of spurred some of my interest in like engaging with Nikkei in the first place. That and V Monroe talking about this, how this excellent the story was, which it is. And so I had to get Asuka, of course, and so I did. And she's like one of my main characters in that. But there's this other chick, Mari, and she was kind of like, it didn't irk me, but I was like, this chick seems very interesting. I like her pink suit and like her sassy like Nikkei attitude. and eventually I was like, you know what, I give up. I'm gonna watch these like redos of it. And so I downloaded them, and then there was confusion on my part because it's one of those fucking things where they like name something and then they have like some bizarre naming mechanism where it's like 1.10 or like 2.22 and then like 3.01 plus 1.11 and then like 3.33 or something. And I'm like, what is the order I'm supposed to watch these fucking things in? And so then I was looking around, people were like, pretty universally were like, you know, if you haven't seen the remasters and it's been a while since you've seen the originals, I would highly recommend going back and watching the originals. And so it's like, all right, fuck it, I'll just watch the whole thing. It's been like 30 years or something. Almost, yeah, wow, shit. It's been like 30 years since I watched the originals. So I figured I'll check it out again. And then we can watch the new ones and we'll talk about it. So I'll probably break it up I'll probably watch the whole season of the original Evangelion and then have that be a video, and then I'll probably do each one of the other videos or movies as like a separate video because they're movies, and that way the videos aren't as long. Like I have a monster like this the anime called Monster. I think it's gonna be like 3.5 hours long. Lord Christ. But okay, so that's what we're gonna do. So the first episode of and this is not what are we in? 6 minutes in. All right. So this, if you want like the philosophical or like the frame by frame or like really deep dives into characters or like their Judo-Christian relationship to like existence and like the meanings of names and stuff, this is not the video. If you have not followed me, if you're not, again, like one of these 100 people that kind of watches my videos generally, I mostly I just watch and then I comment on the story. I kind of retell the story, like the bits I think are important at the time that I'm watching it. And so it's pretty loosey-goosey here with this whole situation, but it's more of just like story time. We just I chat about it and my thoughts as I'm thinking about it and what makes me laugh, what I think is good. So there's tons. I would go somewhere else if you want like some philosophical deep dive into the meaning of existence and everything is told through this. But if you just want like some random fucking Sicilian bro to like chit chat in your ear while you're, I don't know, mowing the lawn about this, and you don't want to have to think too hard, then welcome to the team. All right, go ahead, like, share, subscribe, comment, and all that good stuff, and we'll get started with episode 1. So episode 1 begins, and we see all these like military helicopters and tanks and shit, and they're like getting ready for something, and that something is this giant monster, and that monster gets labeled an angel pretty quick. We kind of flash back and forth between a bunch of stuff right now, just kind of establish like, it's a good way to establish like some interest, because there's a lot of like, what the fuck is that? What's happening? What's going on there? We jump into like this, we find out later it's like a bunker underground within this like underground city, so much like the Ark and Nikkei got us a victory. I mean, this came like way before that, so this is definitely inspired that more so than the other way around. And we jump between there, and there's like this center called Nerve, and there's this guy, Kendo, I think that's his name, Mikari, who is sitting there with like his hands folded over his face, and then he's got like white-haired dude who like hangs out with him, and then there's like a military group like of generals or whatever, like kind of aside, and the military guys are like instructing like the tanks and the helicopters and all this stuff and the ground forces to like attack this thing. And we also at that point get like this warning throughout like the surface area of Tokyo, Japan, or whatever it's supposed to be. I think it's Tokyo, Japan, if I remember correctly. And it's like, warning, go to a shelter, stay away, go to a shelter. And then we see this girl, who we find out later is Misato, who's a real babe, and she is like, oh, fuck, like, why does this have to happen right now? I'm supposed to pick up this kid. And she looks at a picture of Shinji Ikari, who's the son of Kendo. And then we go to Shinji, and he's like trying to make a call, but all the phone lines are down because of the emergency. And he's like, oh, man, I'm supposed to meet some chick. Like, what am I doing? Like, I guess I'll just go find a shelter or something. And at that point, she rolls up. Or he sees like explosions, and he sees like this angel getting attacked, and he's like, what the fuck is this? And then she like rolls up in her car and is like, get in. And so they start driving off. And again, it's like, it's bumping between those two in the car. and over to like the Angel thing, stamping around, like destroying military vehicles, and then back to like the bunker where they're like, oh, try this, do that, do that. And things are not going well for the military. And we learn at some point around here that this is like a UN force, and that Misato asks Shinji around this time, like, hey, do you know what your dad does? And he mentions like, oh, my teacher said something about how he is like essential for like the future of mankind or something. And she's like, yeah, sort of. And Kendo's just, every time I flip to him, he's just like watching quietly. And then all the military brass is like yelling and do this, do that. And then at some point they're like, all right, we authorize something. And then we see Misato, and she like pulls over the car at some point and is like looking over at the Angel. And Shinji's like, what's going on? And she's like, oh shit, they're using like an M2 bomb or an M2 mine. And she like leaps on, they're in the car, and she leaps on top of Shinji to like protect him, because this thing goes off, and it is like it is like a hydrogen fucking bomb. like boom, and it shoots this huge shockwave, and like the car gets like rolled over like several times. Thank goodness it lands on its tires. Plot convenience, but still. And then they're all like, fuck. And Misato, like behind the scenes, or off screen, has to like jury rig the car to like work up again by like stealing batteries from like other vehicles and stuff. Anyway, and the shockwave like knocks out like all the footage and the cameras and stuff for like the nerve center, and like the generals are like celebrating because it looked like it took care of business. And Kendo's just standing there, and they're like sassing him. They're like, oh, looks like we don't need your bullshit. And he just like sits there and stares at them. And then like they get a camera feed, and oh fuck, it did virtually nothing. Like the Angel looks kind of jacked up, like it has like a second face that was like underneath its like mask face or something, and it looks like it got injured a little bit, but it's just standing there like fine. And it starts to like self-repair. Meanwhile, back with Misato and Shinji, they're driving up to like this area, and they enter like this car elevator situation or highway or whatever, and it takes them underground. And then they see like this huge like the arc from Nikkei Got Us a Victory, essentially like this city underground. And she's like, wow. And Shinji's like, wow, this is so wild, this is cool. And she's like, yeah, we got the center here, this is this is how we're gonna like save humanity and like protect against something. And at some point Kendo's talking to like his white-haired homie, and he's like, oh, and one of them mentions like, oh, it's been 15 years, I hope we're ready. Because they got something they've been setting up. And then one of them mentions like at some point around this time too, like the Unit 1, and they're like, we don't have a pilot for Unit 1 because Ray, who we'll meet in a little bit, is injured, or like it's Unit 0 is in like cryostasis because of reasons that we're unaware of. And then Kendo's like, oh, don't worry, there's a pilot here now. And then we flip over, and then we like the camera switches right to Shinji, and you're like, oh shit. Like, damn. Anyway, so then and at that point the military brass like hands over the reins to Nerve, which is led by Kendo, and it's like, all right, do what you got to do. And then they like disappear. They're on some sort of like dais, and like with a desk and chairs and stuff, and then it just like sinks away. It's like, oh, fuck. Anyway, it's like sci-fi bullshit. So then we go to Shinji Misato, and she's like lost in this like complex and looking at a map, being like, oh fuck. So then she calls Ritsuko, and she's a hot like blonde scientist lady, and she's like swimming, and then she gets like the call, and she's like, oh fucking Misato. And then and so she tracks him down and gets them where they're at, and then she keeps calling Misato Captain as like a derogatory term. I don't know if it's derogatory as much as she's trying to like, it seems like she's like thrown it in her face as like, hey, you do what you're told, Captain. And then Misato's like, Roger, man. So anyway, they take Shinji to see the Eva Unit 1, which is this giant purple looking mech robot. And he's like, wow, that's so cool, it's a giant mech. And then Kendo at some point comes down as well, and he's standing there, and then Shinji sees his dad sees him, and at some point someone's like, it's been 3 years since they saw, and then Shinji gets some flashbacks of him like crying and like being alone and all this stuff. And then Shinji and his dad get into it about like, why am I here? You know why you're here. You just call me when you need me, and you got to use me and stuff. And his dad just like sits there quietly while his son's like being a little bitch. And then it's like, what do you want? It's like, you need to pilot that thing. And he's like, no, I don't want to. And his dad's like, well, then get the fuck out. And then Ritsuko is like, hey, Shinji, we really need you to do this, man. And then Misato's like, I don't think he's ready. And then Ritsuko's like, Captain, he's got to do this fucking thing. And then Misato's like, come on, Shinji, you got to do this, man. Man up. And there's a lot of that thrown around. There's a lot of like, hey, bro, we're a bunch of fucking women and we're here doing this. Like, get your testicles out of your fucking pocket and put them back on and get in this goddamn machine and go save the world. Like, the fuck. Which is interesting because this came out like after Gundam and stuff like that, which is excellent, by the way. It's just super fun. And Macross, and they call it Robotech in the U.S., but I can't remember what the actual name of the show is because there's no actual thing as Robotech. Like Robotech, tangent number 2 for this first video, our first section of this video, is that in the U.S., and I saw a lot of that before I watched this too, so I was super into the mech thing. They just had like, here's Robotech, and Robotech was like a combination of Macross and like Southern Cross and some other mech anime. But they just like slammed them all together and like brought them over, and we're like, this is all the same thing. And as a child, you're just like, wow, robots, so cool. But if I tried to go back and like watch some of it, and I was like, oh man, they fucked this up real bad. And then I just watched the Macross movie and was like, this is so good. So do that instead. Macross is so good. Gundam's good too. Okay, anyway, so back to Evangelion. And so then Kendo's like, get Rei, and it's like, and someone's like, oh shit, but isn't she like still like rehabbing from like that injury? And it's like, we have no choice. And so then Shinji's like, I'm gonna leave, fuck you guys, I'm done with this shit. And then Rei pops out, and Rei doesn't pop out, she gets let out on a gurney, like from a fucking ambulance, and there's a bunch of doctors and nurses, and she's like she's got fucking IVs, and she's got like, her head is like wrapped up in bandages, and she's like all bandaged up, and she's like bleeding out. And then they like roll her up, and they're like, resync AV Unit 1 for Rei, and she's just like, the fuck. And at that point, the Angel is like back and ready for action, and it's like found where the nerve base is, and so it's like blasting holes in the ground, trying to like get down into it so it can like fight and kill the humans, supposedly. And then there's like a big explosion, and Rei gets knocked off her thing, and Shinji goes up to like help her, and he's like, she sees that he's bleeding, and he's finally like, fuck it, I'll do it. It's like, goddamn, finally took a hot babe to finally get you to man the fuck up, like saving a woman. Fair enough, good enough, but and granted, I think these kids are supposed to be like 14 to 16 years old or something. So it's, you know, you're like, hey, man up, middle schooler. Oh man. Anyway. So he does. So he hops in the Evangelion, and everyone's like concerned because like it took Rei like 7 months to sync up with AV Unit 1, and so like, how's he going to sync up with this thing? And he instantaneously syncs up with it. Oh, the other thing I forgot to say is the AV Unit's not even plugged in or nothing. And then when the earthquake happens, a big chunk of like the ceiling comes collapsing down on Shinji, and the AV Unit like raises its hand to protect him. And everyone, and no one makes that big of a deal of it except Misato, who's like, what the fuck? And someone's like, oh, it's not even plugged in. How did it do that? And like, oh. And you get a shot too when he's like holding Rei, and he's like, I'll do it. Where the AV Unit's like, it's got like the light in its like eye socket thingy like comes on, and you're like, damn, there's some like shady shit going on there. Like, the fuck is happening? And it's like, this is so anime. I love it. Anyway, so he gets in, he syncs perfectly, and he gets his little like diodes on his head. And the way they pilot these things is pretty straightforward. It's not like Darlin and the Franxx or any of these other like weird anime mechas that came before. It's like Robotech. We just like hop in the fucking thing, you like sync up, and you're like good to go. You know, you just got like a control. He's got like a PlayStation controller that he's controlling this thing with. Not really. It's more like he slots into something, but. And they also fill up they fill it up with goo that lets you, that like oxygenates your blood or something, so you don't have to breathe. So that's funny. I can't remember if it ever comes up again, but that happens. So he's good, he's hooked up, they plug the Ava in, and they shoot up this elevator, and then the Angel's like waiting for him, and he like, and then right as the episode's at the end, Masato's like, don't die out there. Dun, dun, dun. And that wraps up episode 1. Forgot how good this show is. Damn. Okay, so second episode, we start off with the battle, and it is going super well for the Angel. Shinji's getting the shit kicked out of him. And then we cut out, and we come back, and he's in a hospital room staring at the ceiling. And again, I'm not going to go to all the philosophical stuff. There's way better people who've done way better videos than I have the time or patience to sit down and do. That you can track if you just look up stuff. But he starts mentioning like, I don't recognize the ceiling or whatever. I can't remember exactly the words he say. But the other thing to know is, man, What happened to voice acting? This like 80s, early 90s like voice acting shit for English is way better than most of the stuff we're getting now. Like it's so like it's so good, and it definitely sounds like of its time. Like if you watch cartoons and stuff from the 90s, like Disney stuff or whatever. But it's like the emotions, the kind of it's so good. Watching more recent anime or like other stuff, it's just like it is not as good. It's so good. Anyway, so everyone's kind of like, let's see. So we did the battle. He lost the battle. He wakes up in the hospital. Oh, and then we kind of bounce back and forth. So we got Kendo is in like a fun, like there's like 6 lights, 1, 2, something like that. And everyone's at like a desk and they're having like a virtual meeting. And it's all these like really shady like governmental types. And then Kendo's just sitting there quietly and they're talking about the success of the Ava and all the money that's gone into Nerve and the program. And that Nerve's got to get its propaganda arm because everyone knows about the Angels now because there was a fucking attack. And then how it's just like 15 years ago. So the 15 years keeps coming up, right? And how the Angels just came out of nowhere. There was like no forewarning or indication that they were going to be there. They talk about the Ava units and how they need to get that stuff, and then they kind of harass him for using his son and the nepotism and all that stuff. And then they're like, well, fuck the Ava system. We don't care about that. We need the Human Development Project. How's that going? We need that backup. We need blah, blah, blah. And did we get any information about that? We do not. But it is like, even Kendo kind of thinks about it's like it's the only thing that's going to save mankind is the Human Development Project. I think that's what it's called. And while that's going on, we kind of switch over to, we go back and forth to like shots of the Ava and like the head's like gone, right? So they're picking up the head, they're moving stuff, there's like a gun they're like filling rounds into like some buildings and stuff, like these giant rounds of ammunition. And we get Ritsuko and Misato, and they're like chit-chatting about stuff. We get them in like different outfits, like in like a contamination area, and then they're just like chatting, and Misato's like very optimistic about the Avas and like being able to survive and everything, and Ritsuko's like, God, it's so nice to hear somebody say something positive or something hopeful. And that the whole most of the episode's kind of just like this. It like bounces around a bit with like different stuff going on. Shinji finally kind of wakes up. He sees Rei again. They and then at the hospital, he's like leaving the hospital, and they're like, okay. Him and Kendo like look at each other in one shot, and then it's like someone's talking to Misato, and she's like, "What do you mean they're not going to live together?" They're like, "I think they're used to not living together." And then Misato's with Shinji, and like they're in like this crazy room, and somebody's like, "Okay, we got you an apartment all by yourself, and here and here." And Misato's like, "What? You're gonna make him live by himself?" And he's like, "It's okay, I'm used to living alone." And then the next shot is like Misato talking to Ritsuko, and she's like, and Ritsuko's like, "What do you mean he's living with you?" It's so good. God, it's so good, this show. And then Misato's like, yeah, he's not gonna live by himself. He's gonna live with me. I already got it approved. We're going there right now. We're gonna go buy food and shit. And then Ritsuko's like, I can't believe you're doing that, something. And she's like, don't worry, I won't take advantage of him. And Ritsuko's, how dare you even think about doing such a thing? And Misato's like, I'll take a joke. It's so good. So they buy a bunch of junk food and beer, and she's just kind of like, the fuck's going on? And they go to her place, and it is a disaster zone. Like, it's like there's so much like trash piled up. Like, I've never seen. I was a sergeant in the U.S. Army, and I had some privates that fucking did not know how to clean themselves up. And this room is like, it's worse than anything I ever saw. It's so good. It's just beer and everything. And so Shinji's like cleaning it up, and she's talking about, hey, welcome home. This is your home now. Come on in. Yada, yada. And then Shinji at some point is like, and then we get a lot of fan service here, which is fantastic. Misato is a very well-designed character, and we get some like very nice shots. All very artistic. Don't worry about it. You weebs. But there's a reason why she's has been like a fan favorite for years. Total babe, and a complete disaster. of like taking care of herself and stuff. Okay. Anyway. And so, yeah, they clean up, they have food, they're like chit-chatting a little bit. Shinji's just kind of like trying to figure out what's going on and his like new life situation. And then he goes and takes a shower, and then he comes running out, and he's completely naked, and Misato's just like drinking a beer, and he's like, oh my gosh, blah, 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 blah. And then this like penguin comes walking out, and then Misato's like, oh yeah, that's our other roommate. That's what's his name, Pepe or something. He's a warm weather penguin, and this penguin gives like Shinji like a dirty look, and then goes into like his little chamber. And then she's like, you might want to cover up. And he's like, rah! And then he's listening to music in his room, and she's taking a bath, and she's like thinking about stuff. And And then Shinji's like thinking about stuff. Like you're getting like some recap of like this little episode, him just like reconsidering, and he's like, "Oh, this roof is strange. I guess everything here is strange, or new, or I don't recognize something." I can't remember exactly what he says. And then we switch over to Ritsuko, and she's like yelling at Gendo, and she's like, or they're talking, and he's like, she's like, Ray, why haven't you gone and seen Ray at the hospital? And he's like, oh, she'll be better soon. She'll be able to pilot in 20 days. We're like unfreezing Ava Unit 0. And then that's when she yells at him. She's like, you don't even care about these kids. Why something, they're just children. And then Gendo's like, or Gendo is like, well, yeah, that's the only hope for the future is these children. They got to be able to do this shit. Otherwise, we're all doomed. Let me think. And then, then finally, while after like Misato and is thinking about stuff and Shinji's thinking about stuff, finally Shinji is like laying there in bed and he's thinking about the battle. And then we go back to the battle. We get the rest of the battle. And so as Shinji's getting beat up, and they're like, oh no, he's disconnected from the unit and this and that and all this stuff. And finally, they're like, oh, he's disconnecting. And Masato's like, pull him out now before he gets killed. And some lady at the command center is like, we can't, he's reactivated or he's disconnected. And they're like, what? And then the AV unit like comes back online, and then Shinji goes like berserk. So it's like everything, is like vision turns red, and then the Ava like stands up and like opens its mouth and like screams, and then it charges the angel and starts beating the shit out of it, and the angel tries to like use some blast on it, but like Shinji don't give no fucks, and so he just like powers through that. And then he knocks it over and he starts beating the shit out of it. He like breaks its like rib cage open and starts stabbing this like gem in the middle, like the weak spot, obviously. What the hell? Is this gate closed? I don't know really what's going on here. I think I just go here. Sorry. Pulling into work. At that point, the angel kind of freaks out and jumps and like goos. Yeah. Oh, the other thing is like, so his arm gets broken at the beginning at the battle, and so the arm regenerates. Everyone's like, oh, your arm's regenerated. What the fuck? Like, it's a whole thing. I'm trying to think what else. Oh, yeah. So then as Shinji's about to crack open its core and destroy it, the angel jumps and like turns into like a ball around the head of Angel Unit 1, or of Ava Unit 1, and then like explodes. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, Shinji's okay, blah, 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 blah. And then they get like a shot of the Ava, like the angel's gone. Gonzies for realsies. And Shinji and the Angel or Ava Unit 1 are just kind of walking out, and there's like flames in the background and all this stuff, and they're like, wow. And then someone mentions like, oh, that must be the Ava's true form or something. And then at that point, she's just kind of standing there, and then the head like slides off, or like the covering, like the helmet slides off. And then Shinji's like standing there like stunned, kind of like, the fuck just happened? Like, and then he looks over, because he's not in the head, right? He's like in some sort of tube that goes inside like the back or whatever. And for some reason he can see, when he glances over, he sees the head. And the head is just like, it's like a biological. And then all of a sudden, like where the eye's at, it like reforms, and there's like an actual eye with like an iris and everything, and then it turns and looks at him, and he's like, "The fuck!" and then it goes back to him in bed, and he's just like rolling around. He's like, "Huh." And then Misato, who's finishing up with like her bath, comes and knocks on. She's like, "Oh, I forgot." And she goes and like knocks on his door, and she's like, "Hey, can I come in?" And he's like, "Yeah." And so then she rolls in and is like, "Hey, Shinji, you did a great job today. Like, I'm proud of you." And it's like, oh, Mama Misato, she's so happy with like her adopted son. And that's like really the relationship they have. They don't have like there's nothing like sexual about this relationship at all. And I would say it's more so than just like friends or roommates or whatever. It really is. She's like a surrogate mother for him. And that, I feel like that is important when it comes to like understanding the characters and like the themes of the show as well. So that's what we're going to roll with. But yeah. Oh, episode 2 is excellent. The show just rolls so hard. I love it. So in this episode, we concentrate on Shinji and his relationship with other teenagers, right? And it's so excellently well done. The portrayal of like the hormone like focused, kind of impulsive, like the whole thing. It's like, it's such an excellent representation, understanding of how teenage boys specifically would act in this kind of like crazy world situation. We also get some information about how we got here and about the first impact. So we start off, and Shinji's just going through the motions. He's like training on how to be an actual EVA pilot. He's doing like target practice and all this stuff, learning how to shoot, all that good stuff. And then Ritsuko is talking to somebody. I think it's that lady, the command lady. She's got like short brown hair, and she's like, not Ritsuko, the other girl is like, I can't believe Shinji like got back in the EVA and is doing this again. And then Ritsuko makes the same comment that Misato made in the previous episode about like Shinji just kind of does what he is told. It seems that's how he copes with life. Which is true. Okay, so and then Shinji, this whole episode, every time he's like in the Eva or something's happening, you see him mumbling something. What he's mumbling is "Don't run away, don't run away, don't run away," and you know he's using it as a mantra to like grow the fuck up. Just good stuff. Okay, so then after the training, we find Shinji's like goes into Misato's room back at the house. And she's like passed the fuck out, and she's like, I was up all night and I gotta work again this evening, so just leave me alone. And he's like, okay. And she's like, hey, you making any how's school? And he's like, oh, it's fine. She's like, got any friends yet? And he's like, no, not really. And she's like, all right, well, it's trash day. Make sure you take the trash out. And then as Shinji's leaving to take out the trash, you see that they appear to be the only people in this apartment complex who are like still here. And you're like, that's weird, because he goes to drop the trash off to be picked up, and like no one else has put trash out. Misato then gets a call from Ritsuko, and they're talking about Shinji and like his situation with school and friends and stuff. And Misato's like, I don't think he has any friends. I got him a cell phone because he's new here and that we can meet people. And I've never seen him use it. So, and they're like, oh, sad times. Meanwhile, at Shinji's school, Shinji and Rei are there just hanging out, and then there's like the class rep lady. I can't remember her name, Sakura, I think. And then nerd guy. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. They say it at some point in this episode. Anyway, so nerd face is like, foo, foo, foo. He's got like a toy like UN chopper thing from like the first episode, and he's like super excited and thinking about like fighting angels and whatnot. And then the class rep's like, hey, did you take this homework to Toji? And he's like, no, I haven't gotten around to it yet. And she's like, why would you not do that? He's my best friend. And as they're talking about this Toji guy, he shows up, and he's like a jock dude. He's got like what do you call it? Not a jumpsuit. He's got like a tracksuit on over his like normal Japanese schoolboy uniform. And then Toji comes in, and they like give him a hard time, and you can kind of tell already that this class rep lady has like some feelings towards this guy just by the way she's acted and the comments she makes. So that's excellent. That show's so fucking good. So from there, they talk back and forth, and then Toji reveals that like there's no mom in the picture, that his dad and his grandpa both work in the lab all the time, and that his sister in the previous battle got crushed, and that she's in the hospital. She's not dead. But she's injured, and without him, there's nobody to go visit her, and so he's been avoiding school to go do that. And then they also make the comment about how like the school seems very quiet, and then they have a conversation about how after the attack, people like nope the fuck out of Tokyo 3, which is the name of Tokyo at this point, or like this town. Holy shit, this traffic that everybody's living in. So, which makes sense. They had a lot of conversation about that in the previous episode as well, just kind of like off to the side, like it wasn't like a big deal, but you heard like news reports, and then there was like a couple times you'd hear people be like, oh, we gotta get the fuck out of here, I sent the kids away and stuff. So it seems like the only people sticking around are people directly related to the function of the nerve operation. We also find that Gendo is gone, so Misato's kind of like in charge. Even though there's that white-haired guy, at some point someone's like Misato's like, oh, Gendo's not here, so I gotta take charge of this situation. So maybe it's because maybe the other guy's gone too. I thought I saw him in this episode, but anyway, so Toji's really mad about the whole situation, and then they chat about how like, oh, the rumor is that new kid, and he's like, what new kid? It's like, well, somebody showed up while you were gone, and they point Shinji just up front. It's like, yeah, he might be piloting that Eva, because like they're trying to figure out what's going on. And then people show up, and the teacher shows up, and he starts teaching, and this is where we get like a lore dump, but it's very good because it's all in terms of like a history class. Like the way they set this up, it's like, hey, if you're gonna do exposition and lore dump, like this makes sense, right? And it just kind of gives us like a quick background of the whole situation. So 15 years ago was the first impact. First impact was when a meteorite struck the Antarctic and like melted all the water and killed like half the population of the Earth and destroyed animals and flora and fauna, and there's all this stuff. I'm trying to think if there's anything super specific about that. And then it changed the tilt of the Earth, and like it just kind of fucked everything up. And this happened at like the turn of the century. So this is like 2015, right? This show's supposed to take place. this super advanced technology of 2015. I love when this shit goes down. They don't ever say it specifically, but you like start doing the math because he's like the turn of the century, the meteorite hit, and all these problems happen, and then now, and you're like, it's 15 years ago. Oh, okay. So, but you know, we were able to recover as humanity and be able to keep pressing forward, and then we've been good since then. But then, you know, now we got these strikes. They don't talk about the strikes, the recent Angel attack, for example, but they, you know, that's the history lesson. And then at some point during the history lesson, all the kids got like these computers, which is very foresightful, because even when like kids have had laptops for years at this point. Like I was substitute teaching at one point, like a long time ago, and all the kids had like Chromebooks or something they were lent out to do schoolwork, which just makes sense, right? Like who's writing with paper? Like it's a good skill to have just to like know how to write. But like in any business or job, or like, I mean, essentially school, especially American schools, are just designed to help you be like a wage slave in like a corporation. So like you got to know how to use a fucking computer. So that's the most important thing. Anyway, not for me per se, but for the prison system that is the education programs in this country. Okay, so at some point, some girls in the back of the class start texting Shinji on the computer, and they're like, "Hey, you new kid, are you the one who's piloting the Avas?" And then Shinji's like, "Yes." And then the whole class is like, "What?" Because they all got the message, and they're all surrounding him, asking him about it. And Toji's like really pissed off about the whole situation, and the teacher like doesn't care, and the class rep is like, "Hey, you guys, pay attention! Stop being assholes!" And then Shinji's like, "Well, I can't tell you anything about it. It's all classified." I'm like, "Oh, come on, please!" Blah 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 blah. And then we go to like after class, and Toji's punching Shinji, and like, "It's your fault my sister got injured." Da, 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 da. And then Shinji says something back, and the guy comes and punches him again, and the nerd's like, "Hey man, leave him alone! Like, what are you doing? Stop being an asshole!" And then they wander off. And then Rei runs up to Shinji, and she's like, "Hey, we're being called. There's an emergency. We gotta go. I'll go first." And then she runs off, and then Shinji's like, "What?" Like Nanny Deska? And then they're like, "Womp womp, get to your evacuation zones, yada yada yada." So then Shinji goes to battle. We also learned that, at some point, Misato's talking to Shinji. I can't remember if it's here or earlier on, where it's like, okay, as long as you're plugged into like the umbilical cord is what they call it, because like, yes, it's a lot of references to mamahood. So as long as you're attached to the umbilical cord, Shinji, you have like unlimited energy, right? But if you come off, the battery only holds like 5 minutes to charge, and then it's like 1 minute if you like exert like a supercharge or something. I don't remember. And that's good to know, because that is, again, it's like superb writing, because it's like something gets brought up kind of like in context of like something else, and then later on it's like, oh, it's good for us to know this. Like that, you know, it's not like something brought up just for no fucking reason. Like everything that happens in the show and everything is like referenced later, or like it has a meaning, so it's important to like pay attention, and which is why this show is so excellently written. Okay, so then we get some shots of like the shelter. And it's like we get a flying angel, and at some point someone mentions it's the fourth angel. And if you know how to do math good, you know that this is the second time we've seen an angel. So, and then there's the first impacts. There must have been an angel there, and then like there's another angel. So that's good information to hold in your back pocket for now. That there's like 2 unaccounted for angels according to like our perception of what's going on in this show and the mysteries involved. Okay. So in the shelter, Nerd and Toji are like hanging out, and they're bored, and Nerd's super mad because there's like a blackout on like information about what's going on the surface, because the whole, you know, the city like sinks under the ground when the angels attack. And so he convinces Toji to go with him to go like check it out in real life, and he's like, "What, man, we're gonna get killed." And he's like, "Yeah, if we get killed, at least we get to see what's going on. We could get killed down here. You never know." And so they head up, and they're watching, and they see the big like flying, like it's angel, which has got like tentacles and whatnot. And then Shinji like pops up out of the he's prepped, he's ready, he's going. He pops up, and as soon as he pops up, he sees the angel, he shoots him with his machine gun, but he doesn't shoot the core. And so we learned that shooting that core, the one he was bashing before, is like, that's the key to this whole thing. Oh, and at some point in the episode previously, too, he mentioned, someone's like, "What kind of weapon do you have?" He's like, "Oh, I got like a vibration knife, like a vibro knife." Which is also, again, it's like, it literally comes up in this episode. So it's not just like, oh, he's got a knife, that's random. It's like, no, this gets brought up, so you're like prepped. So everything is like prepped, so that when you see stuff, everything flows logically, and you're like, yeah, this makes sense. It's very well written. Okay. Okay, yeah, so the battle begins. So he fights, he wastes bullets, and then he gets like hit with some like tentacles, and he's like dodging away at that, and he gets knocked all the way back to like this hill. And when he's on the hill, he looks down, and he almost murdered Toji and this other guy. Well, not murdered, he almost squashed him real good. And he's like, and then everyone in the command center, like Ritsuko and Misato, was like, "What the fuck?" Like, what's this guy doing here? And Misato's like, Shinji, lock your... and then the angel comes up and uses his tentacles, and Shinji grabs him, and it's like shocking his hands and stuff. And then Misato's like, Shinji, open your core, or the plug. Open the plug and get in there. And Ritsuko's like, they can't go in there. It's classified. Misato's like, shut up. Like, we're doing it. And she's like, you don't have the authority to do that, Captain. And she's like, I'm doing what I fucking want. I'm in charge here. And so they open the thing up, and the boys like hop in with Shinji. And it's causing all sorts of problems. Oh, and when he got knocked back onto the hill, his umbilical cord got slashed. And now we're in a 5-minute time countdown as well. So it's like time's ticking. And then Misato's like, get him in there. Like, you got to retreat. And Shinji like takes the once he's back in and he's like resynced up, which takes a second because there's like 2 other bodies in there. So like the syncing process is all fucked up. But once he has back control, he's holding on to tentacles, and he goes and he chucks the angel down the hill, and it lands, and it's like waiting to fight. And so Shinji stands up, and Misato's like, you gotta retreat. Like, you got these people, you can't be fighting, the time's almost up. You're gonna be out of energy. And then Shinji pulls out his vibro knife and turns it on, and like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, rah, I can't retreat. I can't run away. Don't run away. Right? And he runs at the angel. The angel hits him with the tentacles, and then Shinji's like, whatever, fuck it. And he goes and he charges and gives all his strength into stabbing the thing in the core with its knife, and then it's like pushing and screaming, and the monster's trying to like fight off, and everyone in the command center's like, the fucking time's right. It's like 5, 4, 3, and then right at the last second, the angel like dies. Like, he busts the cord, it goes crack, and then the Ava runs out of energy, and it's just standing there with like the background, and everyone's like, fuck. like good damn. We then skip ahead 3 days, and Toji looks really like Sauropotamus at school, and his nerd friend is like, hey man, and the whole time during this episode too, the nerd friend's like giving him a hard time because it's like, hey, you're the reason why this dude is having such a struggle. Because at some point he's like standing there confused, and he's like, this is because you beat him up and you made him question himself. But then, so he's like, hey man, here's his I got his number. Go ahead and call and apologize. That's what you should do. And so then Toji's like, okay. So he goes downstairs to like a payphone, and he starts dialing the number, and right before he finishes dialing, the episode ends. Well, like, he pauses and the episode ends. So did he call and apologize? I guess we'll find out in the future, right? But it's excellent because it's like, this is like a teenage boy, and he's like, I don't want to apologize. That's cringe, right? And so again, it's so good. It's so well written. It's so well acted and fantastic all around. This next episode 4, is called The Hedgehog's Dilemma, and it's kind of like this concept of the Hedgehog's Dilemma is like a core theme to a lot of the relationship issues within this show. So let's talk about it. So the Hedgehog's Dilemma, I think it gets explained in the previous episode. Maybe in this episode. I don't remember exactly when. Anyway, it's irrelevant. But there's a scene where Ritsuko and Misato are chit-chatting about Shinji and why he is the way he is. And Ritsuko mentions the Hedgehog's Dilemma, and Misato's like, what's that? And those are like those spiky little creatures, right? And Ritsuko's like, yeah, so the problem with hedgehogs is that they want to be close to other hedgehogs, but they have all these like spines and whatnot, so when they get close to each other, they hurt each other, right? And so the Hedgehog's Dilemma is like, do you want to be close? Because if you get, having relationships can be painful, but is it worth it? Right, and so that's the dilemma. Like, how much, like, it's like the cost-benefit analysis of the whole situation. And so this episode starts off with Misato getting woken up and getting ready, and then she like goes and bangs on Shinji's door, and she's like, hey, it's been 5 days, you need to go to school. You need to get up, you need to man up, you need to pilot that fucking Ava and stop being like a little bitch. And then he doesn't answer, so she opens the door and his room is like empty and cleaned out. She's like, God damn it, Shinji. At that point, she gets a knock on the door, and it's Toji and I caught his name. It's like Idea. Anyway, the nerd, and they're like, hey, is Shinji here? And she's like, no, he's at Nerve doing Nerve stuff and whatever. And they're like, oh, okay, we just came by to make sure he was okay. We haven't seen him in a while, and we brought him like his homework that he hasn't been picking up. And she's like, okay, thanks guys, ha ha ha, it's been great knowing you, bye. And then she's like, God damn it, Shinji. She calls him Baka a few times, which is stupid, or dummy. It's not like you're stupid or you're an idiot. It's like, God, dummy. Like, why are you so dumb? In regards to Shinji. Later on, and then we get a shot of Shinji. He's just riding like the loop train around Tokyo 3. And we see him just sitting there listening to music, and it's like the day is represented as going by, so you see people leaving the train for work, and then he's all by himself for a while, and then kids getting off school and like riding home from school or whatever on this like Tokyo Loop train. And then at the end, he's there from like the morning till the train is like, all right, this is the last stop. We're not going anywhere else. The train is going into service. Please get the fuck off. And so then at that point, he's like, well, maybe I should go back. But he doesn't. He like takes an hippopotamus and like a train station and all this stuff. And then interspersed with some of this, like him just meandering about, which is what he does. He just like meanders about and like, falls asleep at like on like a park bench essentially, or it's not a park, but he falls asleep in somewhere on like a bench, probably at the train station. Masato is like at nerve and she's getting pissed off, and Ritsuko's like, what happened? Like, what's going on? And then Masato's like, I feel like it's my fault. And then we go like flashback time, and we go back and she's like yelling at him, like, you got to I'm in charge of these operations. You got to do what I tell you to do, something. And Shinji's like, okay, yeah, you're right. And she's, don't just fucking say that. Don't just say I'm right. Like, what is wrong with you? Like something. He's like, okay, I'm sorry. I'll do whatever. And she's like, do you want to pilot this thing? She's like, well, and he's like, well, I got to. And at some point, and then it comes back to like the present. And at some point in this conversation, Ritsuko and Misato talk about how it's ridiculous, but only 14-year-olds for some reason can pilot the Evas. And so they have to. And they also mention that Kendo at some point mentions to somebody that Shinji is the third child, and that the fourth child has not been found or not been awoken yet. And so then they're going to have to, because Shinji's not here, they're going to have to get Rei to pilot Eva 1. Because I think Eva 0, they haven't really talked about this, but from what I recall, is like a prototype unit essentially. And so she's piloting it, but in reality, Eva 1 is like the actual gangbusters ready to go Evangelion. Okay. And we get more shots of Shinji just like meandering about and doing whatever. And then we switch over to Nerd, and he's in like, it's like evening time on like the second day or whatever. And he's rolling around in the grass, and he's got like a tank top on. And he's pretending to be like a Vietnam combat vet. And then he's like, bang, 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 bang. And he's acting with like himself. And then he looks up and he's like, oh, that's Akari, Shinji Akari. And he's like, hey, Shinji, what's up, bro? And then they chit chat and they have like a little camp out in the woods, and they talk about like how Akari, or the nerd face, likes to go do these things all the time, and they talk about him missing school a little bit and whatnot. And Shinji's pretty quiet, but they just like have a nice little chit chat. Early in the next morning, with like the fog of dawn, they get accosted by NERV's like Central Intelligence agents who are like, Shinji, or like, are you Shinji Akari? And it's like, yeah. It's like, you're coming with us. And he's like, okay. So he gets dragged back to NERV, and and during their like nighttime conversation, the nerd is like, hey, Toji's like real sorry about hitting you and stuff, and like his sister really chewed him out, and like how embarrassing could that be to be chewed out by a second grader? Because she's like, he saved my life, you asshole, stop being mean to him. So he feels real bad, and she's like, oh, okay. So back at NERV headquarters, Shinji is being chewed out by Masato again. Well, first she's just like, hey, what's going on? You've been gone for like 5 days. Or 2 days you went missing. And he's like, oh yeah, sorry. And he just like apologizes. And then that like pisses her off again, because she's like, you need to fucking figure out what you want to do. Do you want to do this or not? And he's like, well, I got to do it. And she's like, that is a terrible excuse. Like, what is wrong with you? And he's like, well, I got to do it for Ayanami, Rei, who's the girl who's injured with the blue hair. And she's like, no, fucking, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And then it gets quiet, and then we see like, and then we switch to Kendo talking about like, hey, Rei's got to be up on Eva 1 and ready to go. And then we see like the nerve pass that Shinji has, and it says resigned. And Masato's like all pissed off and like whatnot. And then we see Shinji being driven out to like the train station to leave, and he's just quiet. And then when they get there, it's Toju and Glasses and Nerd Face. And they're like, hey man. And Toji's like, and then Shinji looks at the NERV agents who are taking him out there, and they're like, yeah, go ahead. And so Toji's like, hey man, you gotta hit me. I'm sorry I hit you, but like, I can't sleep at night because like I did you wrong and I need to be repaid. And Shinji's like, I don't want to hit you. And he's like, no, you have to, please. And Shinji's like, all right, but just once. And Toji's like, all right, cool. And so Shinji goes to hit him, and then Toji's like, stop. And she's like, the fuck? And he's like, don't hold back. And she's like, all right. And so he hits him like real fucking hard. And the guy's like, ow, fuck. Okay, I feel better now. Thank you. And then they stand there quietly for a second. And they're like, all right, guys, well, it's been nice knowing you. See you around, I guess. And they're like, yeah, man, we'll miss you. Maybe someday we'll be taking this train out of here too, especially since you're going to leave. So no one's going to be here to protect everybody. And then Shinji like is going with the agents. And then at some point the kids are like following him. to the train station, like kind of like a little far back, so they're not like interfering with anything. And then Shinji like runs back and he starts saying all this crazy shit, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a coward," and this and that and this and that. And they're just like looking at him. The agents are like, "Hey, stop making this hard on us!" And they drag him off. And then they follow him up. Essentially, they just like are watching where the train's gonna go, and Shinji's just standing there quietly with the train. And then at the last second, when like the train's about to show up for him to go, he has this like revelation, and he has like an epiphany, and it's essentially like he remembers Masato saying something like, "Make it happen," or something. I can't remember exactly what she says, but she just says something that's very inspiring to him. And then Masato, like at the same time, she's back at Nerve headquarters. And she's talking to Ritsuko about the whole situation, and then she has an epiphany at the same time, and she's like, it's the Hedgehog's dilemma. Like, I'm miscommunicating with him. Like, I'm not communicating with him the way that he's going to understand. So I got to go. And so she runs off and gets in her car and drives up there. And right as the train is like taking off, she rolls up, and she gets out, and she sees like the boys, and the train like rides off, and she's like, fuck. And she's like standing there like, oh, fuck. Thinking and being kind of stewing. And then behind her, we see a shot. Behind her in the shot is Shinji just standing there at the train station. And then she like turns around at some point and sees him, and they just like stare at each other. And then it's like a moment. It's like dead silent besides like the crickets and stuff just for a while, for like a minute or two. Like it's a real long time. It's pretty good. It's like real fucking good. Just like the whole scene. And then Shinji's like, "I'm home." And then we get a shot of Masato, and she smiles and is like, "Welcome home." So good. We head back in time now to before Masato even was with the Nerve here, and we see Ritsuko and Gendo standing around watching an orange Evangelion that has Prototype 0 on it, and they're initiating a test. This is a prototype Evangelion, and it goes very badly. They're doing all their weird, like, a sci-fi mumbo-jumbo, and the thing doesn't sync up, and it starts going crazy, and then it, like, grabs its head. This is Evangelion. And then it, like, rips itself out of the walls, and they have to, like, they emergency power down it, right? Because the Evangelions have to be plugged in with the umbilical cord, right? Because of symbolism. And they cut that off, and it's got 35 seconds before it's going to run out of juice. And so it runs at the window to where Gendo is, and it starts just like pounding, and Gendo's just standing there staring at it like a real boss. But it smashes the windows and all this stuff, and then they eject I can't remember what they call it, the plug with the pilot in it, which is Rei Ayanami at this point, because she's the first child, which we get that official designation later on in this episode as well. And then Gendo kind of freaks out. He's like, "Ray!" And then he runs down. And it's like the most emotion you've seen out of this guy in, like, what episode is this? 5? And like all 5 episodes is him running down there. And then Evangelion eventually like runs out of juice and stops bashing the wall in with the window in the command center and whatnot. And Gendo gets down real quick, and he goes and he grabs the emergency release handle from the plug. And he burns his hand because it's like super heated. And he's like, fuck it. And he grabs it and he tears it off. And then the door pops open. And then he gets in there, and Ray's just like, she looks all haggard and shit. And he's like, "You okay?" And then he like smiles. And you're like, damn, that's the only smile. This guy has so many emotions about this. This child. To like a somewhat creepy point. And it doesn't come up, but you see more of it later, because this show is excellently animated. And subtle with the writing and stuff, so you get some more hints about that whole creepiness later on. Okay, so then we shoot back to the present, and Ritsuko. Oh no. Yeah. No. Okay, so then Shinji is doing something, and God, I'm trying to remember the order of things. Anyway. At some point, Shinji's back at school, and he's hanging out with his new homies, and he's like checking out Rei. Well, first of all the guys are kind of perving on the girls because it's like swim class, right? And so they're all wearing their sexy one-piece swimsuits or whatever. And then Rei's just kind of sitting by herself with her like knees up in her chest. And Shinji's like looking at her, he's thinking, and then his pervy friends are like, "Ooh, you're checking out her boobies?" Like, literally. I think they say, in the English dub at least, they like naughty bits and her like white silky thighs and stuff. And I'm like, this is exactly how 14-year-olds would act. This is so excellent. Oh man, it's so good. So well written. It's perfect. And he's like, no, I'm just like curious and stuff about stuff. And they're like, ooh, you like Ray? And he's like, no, why is she always by herself? And like, well, you should know, you're an EVA pilot. And he's like, huh, yeah. And then later on that night, Ritsuko's been invited over to the Masato residence so that she can cook her special brand of like instant curry. And when I say instant brand, she talks about how she like undercooks it or like uses too much, or no, I think she uses not enough water, so it becomes sludgy, and then she mixes it with like other things. And it's like horrendous, but she loves it. And so Shinji and Ritsuko are like, ugh. And then the penguin friend, he has some too in his, along with a beer for some reason. And so he's looking at it and he takes a bite and he passes out. And then they start talking about Ray, because he asks about it. He's like, so what's the deal with Ray? And they're like, ooh, you're both 14-year-olds. I bet you love her. And he's like, no, I'm just curious. God damn, why does everyone think I want to fuck this chick? Granted, she definitely has a type. Like I refer back to Sailor Moon because that's like the biggest anime with the hot babes before this came out. I mean, there were some others, but I'm thinking like here in like the Americas, like Canada and United States, because you had, I think her name is Amy, who's Sailor Mercury, I want to say. It's been a long time since I watched Sailor Moon, and I've never had an interest in going back because I'm a guy. And while it was awesome because there's nothing else like it when I was younger, now that there's like an unlimited supply of like excellent anime and Korean animations and stuff, at one point I was going to go back and watch some Sailor Moon, but then I started watching it, I was like, nah, there's nothing to this. This is just like a magical girl. This is just magical girl anime without anything like crazy about it. So I definitely would encourage like my daughter to watch it because it's excellent. But at the same time, like, I don't know. I'm not getting anything out of this. Anyway, and as I mentioned, the Ray Sailor Mars, I had a crush on her as well as Asuka years ago when I was this age, 14, 15, 16, something like that. Anyway. Okay, so, but Ray and Amy look almost exact same. They got short blue hair, so it was definitely a look. The blue hair thing in anime has always been kind of like a fetish, I want to say. Not in a derogatory way, but there's definitely like a class of people that enjoy it thoroughly. Okay, so at this point, he asks about the prototype and about her piloting, and they say something, and then oh that's right, I forgot how we got here. We were somewhere else first. So at the crash site where he killed the previous angel, they're all hanging out, and like Ritsuko's taking like samples and be like, oh, this is excellent samples. We got almost a complete core, and this is so good. We can do so much research with this. And then they find out that like the material that the angels are made of is like 98.9%, or like the composition of the materials is 98.9% like humans, but there's a teeny bit off. And that this part that is not human is like, they have no idea what it is. It's like unidentifiable. It's not like anything else. And then at some point, Shinji like sees his dad, and his Gendo has his hands behind his back, and his one hand's like burned, and he like asks about it. He's like, hey, so what happened to my dad? Well, first of all, Misato's like, what are you looking at? And he's like, nothing. And she's like, hey, you gotta stop fucking doing that. When you evade conversations, it's like you telegraphing that you want everyone to pay attention to you. Just tell us what you want. And he's like, well, my dad has a burn on his hand. He's like, oh yeah, he did it from rescuing Ray. And he's like, what? And he's like, yeah. And I think at this point, at some point in this episode, it was hilarious. She's just like, bullshit. I can't remember what it was, but it had something to do with Ray and Gendo. Anyway, back at the meal, which I think is after this point, after they're like hanging out at the angel place, Ritsuko's like, hey, Ray needs a ID upgrade or whatever. Like her ID got renewed, but she doesn't have it, so can you take it to her? And Shinji's like, yeah, sure. And so he heads over there and like knocks on her door. This is like the next day. And no one answers, so he goes in and he sees these glasses that are kind of cracked, and they're clearly Gendo's glasses. And Shinji's like, what is this? Because he's being a little snoop. And he puts them on and then turns around, and Ray's standing there naked. And he's like, no. And then Ray comes up and like grabs at the glasses because this is like the most important thing to her. And then Shinji's bag gets like caught, and it's one of those like awkward anime tropes where he's like, whoa, whoa, whoa! Then he like lands on top of her, and she's naked, and his hand's like on her breast. and then she's like, she's just like shocked, and she's like just had no feelings, no emotions whatsoever, and she's like, please get off me. And he's like, I'm so sorry. And then she gets up, and he's like really nervous, and he's like, and she's like getting her panties on real slow, and then her bra, and like getting dressed, and he's just like very awkward, and she puts the glasses away in a special case, and then she just leaves, and he's like, wait, no, I have this thing for you. And so he chases after her, and eventually they get to the gate to get into Nerve, and Shinji's like trying to talk to her a little bit, but then he just kind of follows her quietly, and she can't get in, and she's like, what? And it's like, dude, like Shinji's been trying to tell you that he has your card like this whole time, like pay the fuck attention. Anyway, she doesn't, and but Shinji gets her in there, and they hands her the card, and then they're like riding that rail, and he's like something about his dad and her or something, and she's like, oh, about her piloting and about what happened last time, and he's like, aren't you scared? And he's like, why would I be scared? And she's like, well, Gendo, I trust him, he's very whatever, he's always looking out, or something like that. And she says something that really pisses Shinji off, and he's like, no, fuck that guy. Like, I can't trust him. He's blah, blah, blah. And then she turns around and slaps the shit at him. Not like a bunch of times, it's just like real hard. And he's like, what? And then she's like, don't you dare talk about him like that. And then she remembers like him rescuing her and all this stuff. So clearly there's some stuff going on. And then, yeah, he's in Ava 1, and she's getting ready to get in Ava 0. And this is like earlier on. Some point in this episode, and he sees like she's like smiling and looking at him, and Gendo's smiling and looking back, and he's like, the fuck is going on with this? But now he's just standing outside the prototype room, or the testing room, with Masato, while Ritsuko and Gendo are in like the spot where they got attacked before, and Rei's inside Evangelion Prototype 0, and they're prepping it, and this time it works. It's super good. But then there's a sighting, and there's an angel off the coast, and it's coming in. So they got to activate Ava Unit 1, and then they call off the reactivation of Prototype 0 with Rei. But, she's like relieved, because this time she didn't go to Berserk, and she's much calmer, and everything's going well. And at some point in this episode somewhere, Ritsuko mentions, Rei being mentally unstable for the Evangelion at the time. And Masato's like, that doesn't make any sense. Rei's super calm all the time. And Ritsuko is about to say something, and then she's like, no, never mind. Excuse me. So I'm all over the place with this episode. It's super early. I have to go in because of sad times for not me, somebody else. Okay. Anyway, okay, yeah. And so they activate Unit 1. Shinji goes up, and as he's heading up the elevator, the angel like starts powering up some sort of attack. And the second Shinji like pops up, they're like, wait, no! He gets blasted with like superheated Rei. He's like, rah! And Masato's like, pull it back! And that wraps up episode 5. So Shinji gets out of that with minimal damage, mostly mental. They rip the Ava back down into the ground, and Misato runs over, gets him out. They drag him off to the emergency room and check up on him and everything. The Ava's actually also doing well. Like the laser beam penetrated like the armor, but didn't affect any of the core stuff. So now they gotta figure out what the fuck they do. So Misato, she starts probing the angel. And finding like it has like a range. At a certain range, it automatically attack anything that's available. Other than that, it kind of just like minds its own business. Except that it's now drilling down into Nerve. It's trying to do a direct attack on Nerve instead of like rolling into Japan or like the area where like Tokyo 3 or whatever. Instead of it's drilling down into central Nerve so that it can attack. So the Masato comes up with a plan. Her idea is that she's going to get a sniper rifle, charge it using all the energy in all of Japan, and fucking hit this thing from far away. And then at the same time, she's going to have the other Evangelion shield that one in case like something goes on or in case there's an attack or whatever. And so then we get like a montage of just like stuff happening. Like she goes and requisitions like a sniper rifle from another organization because theirs is much more powerful, and then they have to like resuit it to be used by like Evangelions, and Rei's like helping her out. Like at some point she like pulls the roof off this company this organization, because I see military related, because there's a guy there wearing a uniform, and take the sniper rifle. Of course she has orders for it. And then just like all the plans and moving people around and getting Japan ready to like lose all power for like and mourning for a little bit of time. And they calculate the drilling and everything, and they got about 10 hours to execute this, and they figure they can get all these plans ready and get everything approved, and there's like an 8% chance of success, which is the highest they could figure out, so it's very dire. They don't act like it's that dire. It's like, oh yeah, the highest percent, that's great. And it's like 8% is nothing. Granted, I'm pulling Nikke's at like 4% and getting them on my first roll, so it could happen. So that's what they're going to go with. The only issue is Shinji. Like, will he want to pilot? Is he able to? Yeah, physically he is. He wakes up from his like little napopotamus, and Rey shows up, and she like tosses him in a uniform, and she's like, "Get up and get dressed. We're going to go do this." And then she pulls out like her little notebook, and it's like, "At this time we'll do this. At this time we'll do this. And this time is this." And he's like, "I don't want to." And she's like, "Then I'll do it." And then she leaves. And he's like, "Fuck." So of course he goes. They moved like the nerve headquarters, or like the operational command center, to this mountain where they're going to set up the sniper position so they can snipe this thing. And that's where they meet up, and they're chit-chatting about that. And again, the plan... Oh, and then the shield they get for Rey to use to protect Shinji is from like an old space craft. Like it's literally like the bottom of like of a space shuttle that they kind of like soup up a little bit because it has like electromagnetic science bullshit on it. Anyway, and then Shinji's going to snipe because he's got a better sync rate with Ava 1 than Rey has with Ava 0. Shinji's homies now, they got like a whole crew. It's not just the two of them. They like the nerd hacks into his dad's computer because remember he's like works for Nerve and finds out where the Avas are going to come out, and so they go and like watch them come out as the sun sets because it's like a non-operation, or it's more like a morning operation. I think the operation is supposed to begin at like midnight exactly, or like 12:09 or something. Anyway, so they watch and they're like, "Yay!" And then Rey and Shinji have like a conversation at some point. They're like stand by their Avas, getting ready to start the mission, and it's like, oh no, they're getting dressed, and they're in like there's like a thin covering separating the two of them, and they're having a conversation, and she gets like real dark about the whole thing. She's like, "Well, you know," or he's like, "Man, this could be the last day we're alive," and then she's like, "Don't say that," and then at some point she's like, "All right, well, goodbye." and it's like, bro, you just told this guy not to be such a like Debbie Downer, and then you're being a Debbie Downer. And he calls her shit out later too, but for now they get inside, and there's like all this math that has to be done, but thank goodness it's the future of 2015 or 2014, I can't remember which one. And so they have computers, like AI computers that can do all the math for like the sniper, for like the curvature of the earth and other stuff that is like relevant for the effect, which is interesting because it's like, yeah, that's how sniper rifles work, but at the same time you're using like a laser pulse rifle, and it's like it's light, like it's not gonna gravitation is gonna have some effect, but like I don't know if it'd have that much effect. Like, you're not shooting from that far away. I don't know. It just seems kind of like, I roll to disbelieve that's really necessary. Like, with a bullet, it's important because bullets get dragged down. Like, you could shoot someone from like 100 meters away, and that bullet will drop like a little bit because it's like a heavy object, even though it's moving so fast. But like a light beam, like, I don't know if light really drops. I mean, light is affected by gravity. That's a fact. But like that much? I don't know. Like, I don't know. Maybe the pulse blast is like, you know, heavy. Like, I don't. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's cool sounding. So he gets set up and he gets a shot, and it's like you got one shot, and then if you don't get the shot, you gotta like change out all the fuses and everything, and like the barrel's gotta cool down, which makes sense if you've ever shot like a machine gun or a light machine gun or like a saw or whatever, like in the Army or Marine Corps. Like you can burn that barrel out real quick because you're firing so much shit out of it. So you gotta like switch them out constantly. Anyway, so that part makes sense. So they get set up, and he fires his shot, and right when he fires his shot, the angel like recognizes what's going on, and it sends like a counter pulse, and it creates like 2 explosions, and then but you know, it doesn't do anything. It's like, fuck, we gotta take another shot. And so Shinji starts getting that prepped up, and then the angel like does like a super attack on it. But thank goodness Rey's there, and so she starts blocking it, and it starts like melting the shield and melting her, Ava, and all this crazy shit. And it's like, Rot-Row, hurry up, Shinji! And he's like, ah! And everyone's like, ah! And then he fires away, and this time he gets it. And then it's like Rey's like cooked, and not like cooked like the kids say these days, like fucking cooked, like she's been in an oven. And so Shinji's like, no! And so he runs over and like, you know, unlatches her thing and pulls out her pod, and then he hops out and he does the same thing his dad did, only he's wearing like a suit so it doesn't burn his hands. And he pops open her thing and gets in there, and she looks passed out, and he's like, Rey! Or he says, hey, Ayanami, because like Japan and stuff. And she like wakes up, and he's like, oh, and he starts crying, and she's like, and he's like, don't ever say goodbye. That's ridiculous. Something. How dare you? Something. And she's like, I don't know what to do right now. And he's like, just smile. And then she's like, don't you tell me to smile. Like, fucking Captain Marvel. No, she smiles like a normal human being, and then he smiles back, and she sees a little Gendo in him, right? So there's that connection. But yeah, and that's where the episode ends, and it's very sweet. Now we spend a little bit of time focusing on Shinji and Misato's relationship. The episode begins with the Penguin and Shinji eating breakfast and eating toast at the exact same time. It's delicious. Then Misato rolls out and she's all drunk or hungover, and then she cracks open a sake and drinks it, and she's like, yeah! And Shinji calls her a slob and also this stuff, and she's just like flapping her boobs in his face and whatever, just being Misato. And they have like a conversation about that, and then he gets ready to go because his homies show up to pick him up from school, and the reason they pick him up for school is because they want to see Misato because she's a super babe, right? And we spend some time with that. They go to school and they're like chit-chatting about her, and they're like, "You're so lucky," and he's like, "I'm not as lucky as you think I am." He also makes a comment earlier on before this about how the reason why she's single is because she's such a slob and like a train wreck of a human being. But then she comes to school to pick him up at some point. And they, all the boys in the school are like looking out at her and being like, "Woo!" She's driving like a fast car and whatever. And then all the girls are like, "Oh, the boys are so dumb." And Ray's just like sitting there quietly doing her thing, and Shinji's like, "You guys are retarded. You wouldn't be so hot and bothered by her if you knew what she was really like." And they're like, "Whatever, bro. You're just an idiot." It's good stuff. Previously, I forgot to mention this. We see Gendo, he's having a conversation with somebody who's like backing him up from the government, like someone, I think the Japanese government made him like a freedom of information request form or someone somewhere. And they instead of giving them the actual information, they fed them false information. And then they talk about how the Evangelion units, and they're like, "Oh, this country is they're working on like number 6. There's actually 2 parts of Gendo. So in the first part, he's just on the phone. Let's see, there's that. And then something else about the UN, or about money to like rebuild EVA 1 comes up at some point. Or no, EVA 0, because it got completely destroyed. So they're going to have to rebuild it. So they got extra money from like the UN, which, fun times. And then later on, Gendo's meeting with somebody and they're talking about building EVA 6 and EVA 8. And the biggest problem is they're trying to get these kids because, there's Ray's first child, Shinji's third child, and then second child we're going to meet in the soon in like the next episode 8, I want to say. Anyway, so that's all that good information. And then we also get some information about the second impact. So we learn more that the second impact, the whole thing with the meteorite and all that stuff we learned from the teacher before is bullshit. It's all lies. So what really happened was, and I have no idea what first impact is at this juncture, or we have no idea what first impact is at this juncture. But second impact is in Antarctica. There was an there was an angel found, and then it exploded and caused all these like problems and all this stuff, right? And so that was like, that was second impact. But everyone tells them, the story is that it was a meteorite and such. Because they don't want people like freaking out. And then there's more conversation between different groups of people about the government and about the United States being kind of hesitant about the whole situation. And there's other organizations. We get an image of another kind of like giant mecha that's being developed. That ends up being like a key point of this episode. So after dealing with like Shinji and Misato and getting some more information from people, Misato gets a call and is like, "Oh, hey, she's got to go to this meeting in Neo Tokyo," which is like the original Tokyo that was destroyed by the second impact. And that, let's see, destroyed in second impact, and that it hasn't been reclaimed, right? And so Misato, like that next morning, we get the Shinji and the Penguin eating their toast, just like in the previous time we saw it. But this time Misato comes out and she's like dressed in like a military uniform, like she's dressed to the nines. And Shinji's like, he drops his toast. He's like, "The fuck?" And she's like, order in food tonight. I gotta go to this thing with Ritsuko. Bye. And so she leaves and goes with Ritsuko out to this conference. And they're at this like conference in Neo Tokyo, and it's a presentation by this company, something flight, air flight, or something like that. Alpha Flight. And they're doing a presentation about a new kind of mech. It's remote piloted. It's like a drone, like a giant drone, and it's got a nuclear reactor in it instead of being plugged in. And then Ritsuko stands up and starts arguing with the guy. She's like, "Oh, you put a nuclear, it's going to melt down. No, we're not going to do that. Something." And at some point, the AT fields come up, which is like super top secret. And she's super pissed because like, how the fuck did they find out about the AT fields? Right, 'cause that's supposed to be like, And the guy even holds up like a top secret document when he's like talking about it. He's like, aha, I got you, motherfuckers. Anyway, so the reason they're here is for this presentation, and Misato during the whole presentation just looks bored out of her mind, and she keeps mumbling to herself like, why are they fighting? What is this bullshit? Like, what are we doing here? And Ritsuko's like, it's a back and forth with the guy. Anyway, then they're in the locker room, and Misato's like kicking the shit out of a locker and screaming. And Ritsuko's like, don't worry about it, it doesn't matter. And she's like burning like the pamphlet they come here, like the folder. Lord. Also, before they mention, Gendo, whoever he's talking to, mentions the second child coming in, and the Evangelion 2 coming and arriving soon. And I can't remember if they mentioned Germany in this episode, but the second child's coming from Germany. Okay, so back to the presentation. They're like standing around. Everyone's standing around. They're in this little bunker, and we see this tower pop up. And then like this giant robot looking thing comes out, it gets activated, and they're like, all right, move it. And it like takes a step, and it's like, all right, have it walk. And it starts walking. And then they're like, oh, we lost access to something. And like, what? And everyone starts panicking in the control center because the thing's just going to keep going. And it literally just walks through the bunker and keeps going. And then it starts having like overheating, and they try to like emergency shut stuff off, but it's not taking responses or anything. And it's headed to like this village or this city somewhere. And it's going to like, it's like on its way to like a nuclear meltdown. And so everyone's freaking out, and the Misato's like, I'm taking over this operation, like the fuck's going on here? Like, and then she's like, do this, and like, no, give me the password to shut it down. And then this guy has to like call like somebody who has to call somebody else, and then call somebody at a golf course, and he's like, well, I'll prove it, but I need a written request. And they're like, okay, so I gotta call this guy first, and then send a written request to that guy, and then do this for that guy. And Misato's like, the fuck is happening? She's like, fucking bureaucracy, like the hell is this going on? And Ritsuko's like, don't worry about it, just leave it alone. And Misato's like, no, I'm not going to just fucking leave it alone. And she's like, that's it. And so she calls and gets Shinji to show up in Evangelion 1 to take her. She gets like an anti-radiation suit because she's got to go like inside the nuclear reactor, inside this thing to like shut it down. And as she's like prepping to go, everyone at the command center is like super impressed with her, and they're like, we'll support you 100% without permission. And then the guy's like, the password's this. And she's like, thank you. And it's like, hope. Anyway, so what the plan is that she's going to ride with Shinji. So they pick her up, and then she is with Shinji in the plane that's carrying Evangelion 1. And he's going to like hold the giant robot in place while she goes inside and deactivates everything manually, so that the thing doesn't explode and kill people, and she saves the day or whatnot. And she's like, I might die, but I got to do this. It's like my conscience. And it's a nice moment between her and Shinji, like talking about how she is and the reason why she is what she is, and how she's like a really good operations commander, and she's really good at like in these moments, and she's really brave and all this stuff. It really is a lot of good, very, very, very good character development for Misato that's like very subtle and just kind of shows you how she is and how she responds to these situations, and how she keeps her cool head, but is like very decisive and oriented and like solution solving, which is excellent, which is the complete opposite of like the bureaucracies, which is why she's the operations commander for Evangelion, or for NERV. Okay, so so they fly over. Eva 1 drops down while he's carrying Misato. He runs up, grabs the back of this thing, helps Misato get on. She almost falls off, but catches herself. She climbs in and starts doing it. Shinji runs to the front of the giant robot and just like holding it in place while it's trying to move forward. And Misato gets inside and she starts typing the password, and it's like error. And then she tries again and she's like error. She's like, fuck. And then Shinji's like, get out of there right now. We got to go. This thing's going to blow up, and it's going to be like a nuclear bomb. And she's like, no, I got to try. I got to make sure. I got to do something. And so she starts just pushing like the cooling rods like back into the thing, like very slowly. She's working it. And then we go back to everyone's like freaking out in the command center. And then Ritsuko's just like smoking a cigarette, like looking around, like she does not give a fuck about anything. You're like, that's shady. Whoa. Then it's like the countdown, the nuclear, it's about to explode. Then all of a sudden, Misato's like, all the rods like go inside, and the thing shuts down, like at the very last second. And she's just sitting there like panting and like, the fuck? And then she's like, you did it, Misato, it's a miracle. And she's like, yeah, it's a miracle. Someone's planned miracle. And then everyone's like super excited for her and happy and stuff. And then we get a shot of like Ritsuko with Gendo and some other mysterious figure. And she's doing like an after-action report, and she's like, yep, everything went according to plan except Misato's little like adventure. Or aside from Misato's little adventure, everything went exactly according to plan. And then Gendo's like, good. So Oh, okay. So what happened was Nerve sabotaged this fucking presentation because they can't have any sort of dissent to their like grand schemes. So good for them, I guess. Shady as fuck. But then we get another scene. We get the third scene of Shinji with the penguin eating breakfast, and they're like, chomp, 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 yum, hooray. And then Misato comes out, and she's drinking, and Shinji's like all nonplussed about the whole situation again. So he's walking with his buddies, and he looks kind of, and then he starts like whining about it to his buddies. They're like, Misato, I'm so tired of her. She's like this and gross, and she's so sloppy, and she like doesn't take care of herself, and like something. And then the boys like laugh, and they're like, and he's like, what's so funny? And the homies are like, man, she's showing you a side that she doesn't show anybody else because you're family. And then Shinji's like, yeah, we are family. And then he like smiles, and that's the end of the episode. Aww. It's so sweet. Mama Misato, that's who she is. It's Shinji's mom that he hasn't ever had for reasons that we'll find out about later. All right, it's finally time for Asuka's Langley Seiyu, my original anime crush. So, she's the best. Anyway. Well, we start off with Gendo having a conversation with somebody about something and about the delivery of the second child and Evangelion 2 and all that good stuff. And then we switch over to Misato, who's got not just Shinji, but his homies flying on like a UN helicopter, a UN flight vessel. These things don't look like helicopters. Or like funny futuristic 2015 helicopters. And they're flying to like a whole battle group of carriers and destroyers and stuff that are supposedly carrying the Evangelion. So they land down there and they run into Asuka like right away. Asuka's wearing a sexy yellow dress for like a 14-year-old, and and long red hair, and she's half German, half Japanese. I don't know if they broaches it ever in the show. I definitely read about it in like all the obsession I had with Evangelion when I was 14. But anyway, we get some as the crew's all there. Homeboy loses his cap and runs after it. Asuka steps on it. He goes down to pick it up, and then the wind blows, and we get panty shot. We don't see it in the show, but the boys all see it, and then they respectively get slapped. And then the one guy's like, "What the fuck's that for?" And then she's like, "That's the cost of admission, asshole." And she's the best. And then so he whips his dick out, and then she slaps him again. That's so good. And then she gets introduced to Shinji, and she's like not impressed. And then we also get introduced to I can't remember, Kagi. Yeah, I think it's Kagi. I'll correct myself later if I'm wrong. But he has some sort of past relationship with Misato that we're like unaware of at this juncture. But he like is flirting with her, and she's like hating on him, and they like ride an elevator, and then they're sitting around chatting and stuff. And like, what the fuck are you doing here? And he's like, ooh, I got special stuff I got to take care of. And he's shady as fuck. Like he's part of like the defense organization, like the Nerve secret intelligence and all that stuff. So they definitely have run-ins. And so Misato goes and talks to like the admiral of like the fleet, and he is not getting along. He's like upset about the children. He's upset about the Evangelion. He's upset that there's so much money being done here and everything that's going on and whatnot. And at some point around this time, Kagi asks Asuka what she thinks of Shinji, and she's like, he seems very like milquetoast or something. Anyway, so he gives her some information about like his sync rate or his like something about like 40% or whatever, and she's like super impressed. So she goes and tracks down Shinji and drags him off to go look at her Evangelion, and she talks a big game about how there's Zero's prototype, 1 is like prototype 2, and so 2 is the first like combat ready, like combat design production model of like the Evangelion, and she's the first pilot for it, so it's super impressive, right? And she's the best, and she's like standing there being all haughty and sexy and whatnot, and then demonetization. Anyway, at this juncture, there's an attack, and it's from an angel, and Misato like runs up to the admiral, and he's like, I'm gonna fire on it, and she's like, it's not gonna do anything, and then Shinji's like, fuck, it's an angel, and then Asuka's like, sweet. And so she drags Shinji off to like a stairwell, and there she like gets naked so she can change into like her suit. And Shinji tries to sneak a peek, and she gets upset about that. She calls boys perverts. She has this great thing in the show where occasionally she'll drop like German terminology, and I feel like it's very well done. It's like curses, and like when she's like mumbling to herself and stuff. Because again, she grew up in Germany, even though she's half Japanese. Okay. And we don't get any of that here. but it comes up later, and it's just you might as well know about it now. It's not a big deal. Okay, so and I where is I going with this? Oh yeah, and then she throws a suit at Shinji, so Shinji has to wear one of her suits because they're both going to get in the Evangelion. So they get in there, and then they try to sync up, and she's doing it all in German, and then there's a failure rate, and she's like, "Stop thinking in Japanese, think in German," and he's like, "Okay, Brussels sprouts." No, it's just bratwurst, snickerdoodle. It's so good. And she's like, "God damn it," or she's like, "God damn," or whatever in German. And so she's like, "Change language to Japanese, resync," and they sync like instantaneously. And then we go back to Masato, and the Angel's like crushing ships, and they're firing. It's not doing anything. And then it's like the Evangelion is activating, and the Admiral's like, "Stop it, turn that off." And Masato's like, "Good job, Asuka, keep going." And then Asuka and then Shinji's like, "Oh, da da da." They're like, "Oh, you're in there too. That's great." Anyway, so they get up, and they can't go under the water because they have like B-type equipment, and B-type equipment is not like A-type equipment, which I guess can go underwater supposedly. So they can't, if they go underwater, they're going to lose mobility and not be able to get around. And so they got to stop that. So Asuka like bouncing around, and she's only got like a minute of power, right, before they run out. And so they have to head to like the main ship so they can hook up to like the off-board power, like the plug in the umbilical cord. So they bounce around there. They get that, and right when they get that and get it plugged in, she pulls out her vibro knife, and she's like, "I got this motherfucker." And this giant like whale octopus, I don't know, it's not really an octopus, it's like a manta ray. It's like a manta ray whale looking thing, like hops up and jumps on the ship and grabs Evangelion 2, and then they roll off into the water, and then she gets dragged, or Evangelion 2 Unit 2, Eva Unit 2 gets dragged through the water for a ways and starts dragging the ship. And then they separate for a little bit. Meanwhile, Akagi, I don't think his name, Kitsuragi? It might be Kitsuragi. Kitsuragi, the intelligence, we'll just call him the intelligence guy for now. So the intelligence guy is talking to somebody, and he's like, "You think he's after this fucking thing that I got?" And he's like, yeah. Well, yeah, of course I'm just going to escape by myself. What are you talking about? Like, I'm fine. Just hopefully the Evangelion can take care of it. I mean, if not, like, whatever, so I guess. And then we see him later on like some sort of like, almost like a Harrier jet that just kind of like pulls up, and then he's in there with like a pilot, and Masato's like, "Hey, what are you going?" And he's like, "Adios," and he just like takes off, and she's like, "Motherfucker." Meanwhile, Misato, who's an excellent operational commander, she comes up with a plan. They're going to sink 2 of the destroyers, and they're going to sink them, and then they're going to drag Eva Unit 2 through like a little trap area between the 2 of them. And Eva Unit 2 is now currently in like, at this point, at some point they were in the water and they get bitten by the Angel, but it's not like piercing through them. They're just kind of being dragged along like a fish. And they're gonna drag the Angel using the cord from the ship through like these 2, like where these 2 destroyers are being sunk, and then even Unit 2 is gonna open the mouth so the destroyers go like right into the mouth. They're gonna like all sync this up very well, using future math of 2015, I guess. And then once the destroyers are inside, they're gonna fire full cannons because that's where like the core is. And then once they go off, they're gonna self-destruct as well. And then someone's like, "What about the Evangelion?" Like, "Oh, they'll be fine." And there. So it's pretty intense. It's pretty cool. Shinji ends up taking over because he's got more combat experience and he's better at doing this kind of shit. And so him and Asuka have to like double sync because they're trying to like open up the mouth, and they're having a hard time. Like he's having a hard time, and then she grabs it too, and then they sync. And then this gets brought up later. To Ritsuko after this whole shebang, and Mitsato's like, one of them says like, "Oh yeah, they dual synced and got it to like 70% or something for like 5 seconds or 7 seconds, but it was enough." And it's like super impressive because there's never been like a sync rate like that or something. Anyway, so because of that, and it's a cool scene, like the Evangelion, like the eyes open up and it's like lidded, and they just like bust this shit open, and the destroyer's going and blow it up, and then Eva Unit 2 like flies out of the water and does like this really cool like Captain America landing onto the ship, and then collapses. Because it's out of juice, because the umbilical cord's gone. And so that was fun. And like I said, so then they finally get over to Japan, and the Eva units or Ritsuko and Masato are just talking about what happened, and Masato's like, "I got some really good combat data for you," and Ritsuko's like, "Ooh, this is really good combat data, thank you." And then they talk about the intelligence guy and how he just like jetted off. Or at some point, Asuka's like, "Where's so and so?" And he's like, "Oh, he probably went to headquarters already." And she's like, "Yay!" So Asuka's got like a crush on like an adult man. Oh, Poetious. Anyway, okay. And then the last scene we get, we go over to the we go over. Oh, so we're in Gendo's like ridiculously like like Blade Runner 2049 office, which is just like this giant glass room, and he's like a desk in the middle, and there's nothing else around. It's like so ridiculous. Anyway, it tells this guy's there, and he's got the case that he was carrying around that he mentioned a couple times. And then they're chit-chatting about, like, I think this is what the angel really wanted. And it's like, yeah, probably. And then they open it up, and it's like this embryo-looking thing. And then the intelligence guy's like, oh, is this part of like your human development project? And he's like, yeah, it's the key. It's the first human, Adam. Dun, dun, dun. Asuka's a super hit at school. She's very popular, and Nerd Face and Homie Slice, they are real pervs on her, as in they take a bunch of pictures of her and sell them to the boys in school because everyone loves our sassy redhead. They also have a conversation about how they all see like this beautiful girl, and they're sending her love letters and buying pictures of her because they're pervs and they want to whack off, and it's the 90s and like didn't have the internet really. And but they don't see that she's really kind of a bitch. So anyway, we get a point where Shinji's just like standing around doing mind his own fucking business, and Asuka like leaps up and is like, hey, what's up? You should be so proud. Everyone loves me and I'm so popular and I'm the best, and you know, we're kind of friends because we have to, because we work together. And he's like, I don't really give a fuck. And she's like, what? And she's like, where's the other one? And he's like, the other what? And he's like, the first child. And he's like, oh, she's over there. And Ray's just like doing homework by herself on like a bench, like being peak Ray. And then Asuka like walks up, and then there's like her shadow goes over the book, and then Ray like moves it slightly so she can see better. And then it happens again, and then finally like Asuka's like, hey, we should be friends. And Ray's like, why? Poor Asuka. Honestly, like, she's kind of a cunt, but at the same time it's like, hey, she just want to be friends, man. She's like in a brand new country, doesn't know anybody. She's got all these pervs trying to whack off to pictures of her and stuff, and like she's just like, hey, we're both Evangelion pilots, we should be friends. And Ray's like, go fuck yourself. And she's like, no. Sad times. We then switch over to Nerve, and Kagi's like hitting on Ritsuko and like talking about banging her and stuff, and then Ritsuko like laughs and then like points out that Misato's like staring at them through the glass right in front of them. Like for some reason, Ritsuko's like office where she's working has like a giant window right in front. Whatever. Misato comes in, calls him a perv, asks why he's still there, and he's like, I got orders to stay here and like do more shit. And she's like, ugh, fuck. I'm very upset about this whole situation. We then get a scene of Shinji coming home, and his house is the house that him and Misato share. His mommy Misato is full of boxes, like stacked full of boxes, and he's like, the fuck, Nani desu ka? And then Asuka rolls out. She's like, what are you doing here? And he's like, what are you doing here? I live here. And she's like, nope, I live here now. Misato invited me over so you can go live with Kagi or whatever, because this is our house. And then they kind of argue for it. It's like, no, this is my house, you can't just kick me out. And then Misato shows up, and she's like, hey, you're both living here. And they're like, what? And Asuka gets really freaked out because she's like, boys and girls should not live together under the same roof after the age of 7. But then we find out that, oh, sorry, I totally missed something. So before, when Ritsuko and Kaji and Misato are all doing their like their love triangle or whatever thing they're fucking doing, an angel attacks. And so then, you know, Asuka and Shinji get activated because they got working Evangelions, and they go to fight, and then like they're gonna like team up and fight, and Asuka's pissed off. She's like, I don't need his help, something, and she's like, this is protocol, this is how it works. And she's like, cover me. And so he starts shooting at the Eva with his big machine gun, or a big assault rifle. And then Asuka, who has a spear, she does like a bounce, and she lands and she slices in half. She's like, ta-da! And then the two halves like convert into two different angels, and then it like they're like, huh? And then we get like, it switches immediately over to their Shinji, Asuka, Kaji, and like one of the techs are watching a video, and it's like Ava Unit 1 was thrown into the bay by Alpha at like this time, and then like 10 minutes later, Beta had like put Ava Unit 2 like into the ground upside down, and it's just like their feet sticking up, and it's a huge embarrassment. And the UN's pissed because they had to go in and they had to like blast the shit out of this thing with like nuclear weapons to like melt it down, even though that's not going to kill it, but it's going to give it like a week or so to like recover. I think it's 6 days before it comes back. So the AV unit's got their shit figured out, and people are mad because stuff is broken. And Misato like is standing there with Ritsuko, and she's like, her desk is stacked high with paperwork, and Ritsuko's teasing her and is like, man, they almost busted you down to lieutenant. You're lucky no one else can do this job. And then Ritsuko's like, you're even more lucky that Ikari-san is not, or Ikari-sama is not there because whatever he's fucking doing, because he would have like fired the shit out of her. And she's like, well, good, he's not here, so I got plenty of time to figure this out. And then she's like, oh, Ritsuko, you got a plan for me, don't you? You got something you're gonna help your old best friend Misato out. And Ritsuko is like, you bet I got something, but it's not from me, it's from Kaji. And Misato's like, ugh, fuck that guy. So they clearly have a past in history, which we don't really get into at this juncture, but it comes up in this episode a bit later. Anyway, so the plan is that they'll use a song, that Asuka and Shinji will use a song so they can attack both angels at the same time and destroy their cores at the same time. So if they only destroy one core, the other one's going to like recover. It's like one of those video game things where you have to kill the bad guy at the same time. So that's what's going on here. So then they have to like live together, sleep together, do everything together, never be apart, and they have to like learn this dance choreography so they can sync up and do their moves. And then when they do that, they'll be able to defeat this angel. And it's kind of contrived, but it's cool. So I'll allow it. So fuck it. You know what I mean? And it's contrived because, you know, they fight the angel at some point, and it's like they're doing like dance moves, and it's like, why? Yeah, they're assuming that the angel is 100% predictable and like what it's going to do and how it's going to react, but you know, whatever. It's cool. It's fun, so it doesn't matter. So we spend most of the rest of the episode just kind of dealing with that. Like they're doing stuff. At some point, because they're like missing school to do this. So then the school class president, what's her name, and the homies, they show up at the same time. Like, what are you doing here? And they're like, oh, I'm here for Sayu. I'm here for Ikari. And they both go to the same door, and they're like, what are we doing here? And they ring the doorbell, and then Asuka and Shinji both like pop out at the same time, and they're wearing like leotards with like these dance shirts. It's like 1980s like loose half top dance shirts that look completely ridiculous. And the homies are like, what is that? Why are you dressed like her again? Because in the previous episode, if you remember, he was wearing her flight suit. Anyway, and then they all gets explained, and they're all laughing and thinking it's hilarious. And then they have like a Dance Dance Revolution device where they're trying to do the same dance moves, and they keep fucking up. And then Asuka's like, this is impossible. There's no way for us to be able to do this, something. And then Misato, who's a real wisecracker, she's like, hey, Ray, you go take Asuka's spot. So let's see what happens. And then Ray and Shinji like immediately are in sync and are able to accomplish like the task. And then Asuka gets super pissed off and like chucks her like headset with the music and like runs out. And then the class president stands up and she's like, Shinji, you're a jerk. And he's like, what did I do? It's so good. And then she's like, you embarrassed her, and she's a girl and she's sensitive and you made her cry, you better go apologize. And he's like, what? Fine. And so he tracks her down, and she's at like a mart, like a Kmart, or not a Kmart, like a 7-Eleven, like a Quickie Mart kind of situation. And he's like, hey, and she's like, they go back and forth a little bit, and she's like, I'm embarrassed, but now you know, I have a lot of pride, so I'm gonna make this work, and I'm gonna do this. And like, Ray can go fuck herself. And Shinji's like, okie dokie. They continue to train for a while, and then it's like the night before or whatever, and Misato's out of the house because she's over at the office taking care of like office business, and so it's just Asuka and Shinji. And so we get some more fan service because Asuka she's in the shower, then she comes out of the shower and she's just wearing a towel and she's like barely holding it on, and then she grabs her stuff, like her futon and stuff, and she's like, we're going to bed, children. And then she like goes into a different room because they've been sleeping in the same room to like sync up, and she like lays out her futon and she slams the door, and then she complains about Japanese people sleeping on the floor, and Shinji's like, Lord. And he's just listening to his music. He's got his little music thing that he always listens to. So he's listening to music, and at some point in the evening, Asuka like gets up to go pee, and Shinji like turns off his music so he can listen to what she's doing, because, you know, he's a 14-year-old boy and he's a pervert, because all 14-year-old boys are perverts, and there's a hot girl living in his house. Anyway, and she ends up coming back kind of like half awake or whatever, and lays down like right in front of him. And so he's like, ooh, fuck. And he accidentally hits like the fast forward button on his like tape player or whatever, and he's like staring at her tits, and then she's like really close and stuff. So then he gets like the perverted 14-year-old idea, which is like 100% legit, like 99.9% of 14-year-olds would pull the same maneuver. And he goes up to like kiss her, and then right before he's about to kiss her, it doesn't fade to black, but we like the camera is like right on them, their lips are getting really close and his eyes are closed and she's not moving, and then it like goes somewhere else, and then his tape deck like makes a lot of noise, and then it jumps back to like the room, and Asuka's sleeping on the futon, and Shinji's like in the corner in his blanket, and he's like, God damn it. Right? And so like, did they kiss or not? Well, it's heavily implied that they did at the end of the episode when they're having another fight. Anyway, so meanwhile, this fun stuff is all going on, Misato is getting like tongue raped by Kaji. I mean, she's into it, but they're like making out hardcore in the elevator, and he's like kind of filling her up a little bit. And then at some point, she's like, no. Like they get to the floor, she's like, no, someone's gonna see us, and he's like, ooh, I don't care. And then they're like making out real hardcore, and then like they get to the floor they're supposed to go, and she like walks off, and he hands her like a thing, and he's like, ooh, we should get back together. And she's like, absolutely not. Go fuck yourself. I'm not making that same mistake. And then she goes off to do whatever, and she's talking to Ritsuko, and Ritsuko's like, ooh, is you having boy problems? And she's like, what? And she's like, and Ritsuko's like, I knew it. And Misato's like, no, I would never get back with that guy. He's so immature and something. And then Ritsuko makes some comment about having regrets about the way they treated somebody in the past, and she's like, I don't have any regrets, or like something. And then Ritsuko's like, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about him. And Misato's like, huh, I would never do it. He's so immature. Okay. So I think that's everything. Okay, so then we get to the fight, and the fight is badass, like I said. It's kind of silly. But they play the song, and then the Evas do like their synchronized movements and their synchronized attacks, and there's like attack. They break it in half, like the angel, so it splits into two parts, and then they fight it, and they shoot at it, and they block its attack with like a shield, and they're doing like flips and rolls, and it's super cool. And then they do like a diving kick attack at the same time to hit both of their cores at the same time and kill them. And there's an explosion, and it's like victory. And then the smoke clears, and they're like tangled up, laying on the ground in the crater together. And it's super embarrassing, right? Because that was like what's embarrassing before is that they were like in the ground with their feet in the air. So they once again embarrass themselves, and then they are arguing, yelling at each other, and then like Shinji hops out of his thing, and Asuka hops out, and then something, and then Asuka says something about him kissing her the night before, and he's like, I knew you were awake, and she's like, aha, I proved it, you did kiss me, right? And he's like, you wanted it, and then they're like yelling, and then the head of the operation, not Misato, who's the operational commander, but the guy who's a second in command to Kendo Ikari, is like, oh Lord Jesus Christ, I hate these children so much. And Misato actually thinks the whole thing's like pretty hilarious. She's having a great time. And that wraps up episode 9. So we join Asuka on a shopping trip with Kaji. The reason she's on the shopping trip is because her school is going on their school trip. It's the thing Japanese people do. They go to like Kyoto or Edo, or especially from a lot of these shows take place in like Tokyo area, right? And then, but they're going to Okinawa. Okinawa is like a tropical paradise island. It's like the Hawaii of Japan, sort of. I've never been there. I just hear it's super nice and whatnot. Anyway. So she's, hanging out with Kaji, buying a swimsuit. She's been like a real sexy one. He's like, I think you're too young for that. And she's like, whatever. This is the style of the time. And he's like, all right, whatever. And then, he's like buying her shit, and she's crushing hard and all that stuff. And then she's talking about how excited he is and all the things she's going to be doing and how she loves to dive and she's going to go scuba diving. And he's like, wow, it's been a long time since I've been scuba diving. And she's like, so what'd you do on your school trip? And he's like, nothing. And she's like, what? Why? And he's like, because of second impact. Dun, dun, dun. We then flip forward to Asuka and Misato screaming at each other because Misato shut down the school trip from... because obviously these children have to like be the saviors of the world, so they can't just be like frolicking around somewhere else. They have to be readily available in case there's an attack on incursion. And then Asuka starts yelling about going on the offensive and attacking angels and tracking them down. And Misato's like, I wish I could. If we could find them, we'd do it. And then Misato's like, whatever. The other reason you need to stay behind is because you two need to catch up. Don't think I haven't been getting your report cards immediately and seeing that you're like barely or not passing any of these classes. So you guys can spend this whole time doing makeup and studying for it. And they're like, ah! And so then we switch over to fan service time where Asuka and Rei, to much lesser extent, are like swimming around in a pool. And then Asuka comes up, puts her boobs in Shinji's face, and he's like trying to do work. And she's like, what is this? This is too easy. And she like answers his question. He's like, wow, you're really smart. Like, why aren't you passing any classes? And she admits that she's having a real hard time with kanji, which is the hardest part of Japanese. So when she's like reading tests, she's like, doesn't always exactly know like what the question's stating. So she's struggling with that. And because she can't decipher what the question's asking or what the answers are, she's doing poorly. She then starts talking about thermodynamics, which is excellent. And it's excellent writing because it's like this kind of like asinine thing that's going on and ends up having like a lot of importance to like the solution to the monster of the week situation in this episode. But we get the fan service, so she grabs her boobs and she's like, if I'm to hold my boobs real tight here and warm them up, do you think they're going to expand or detract? And he's like, I don't know, I'm not looking. And she's like, what? And then she's like, you don't look at my boobs? And he's like, I'm not looking, something. And she's like, you're no fun. And then that's when he checks out Rei, and then Asuka, who constantly wants attention from boys and men, she like is like, Shinji, look at me, I'm doing a backwards dive, yay! And he's like, oh my gosh, these crazy bitches. We flip over to Nerve, and they're tracking something. So we got Ritsuko, and then the gray-haired guy, and some of the techs. There's like girl tech and glasses tech are like the two main techs that we see. There's like other people in the background, but those are the two characters that we see the most often. They are looking at photographs of like a volcano and saying like, there's something weird over there, what's going on, and something, and they're like, who's over there? And it's like Masato went to check it out. So Masato's up there with like some UN forces or SSD forces or something. And they have like a probe. They're going into like the lava in the volcano, and they're looking around. And the guy's like, we can't go any deeper. And she's like, go fucking deeper. And he's like, it's going to destroy the probe. Like, whatever, we got money. Government. It is the fate of the world, though, so fuck it. Like, why not? On both ends. These people, it's like, goddamn government. Like, open money. And it's like, fate of the world. Unlimited money. And it's like, okay. Neither of those are like the correct answer for realsies. But yeah, Masato's usually right. Even if she is wasteful. So they find an embryo, the embryo of an angel, and they're like, uh-oh. And so she executes like Order A-17 or something, which turns everything top secret. Nerve takes over the facility. They like shut down all this stuff, and it makes a big deal. And they're like, okay, what are we gonna do? Like, summon up the children. The children come. They have to come up with a plan to what to do and whatnot. And then Gendo's plan is to capture it so they can study it and do research on the embryonic angel that's growing in the volcano. And so there's a lot of like doubt from the like board members in his little like board member meeting room with the lights and stuff, light desks. But he gets it anyway, and he's like super pleased about this whole situation. So then Ritsuko is with the children, Ritsuko and Masato, and they describe that the plan is someone's going to put on like a very heat-resistant suit, and they're going to dive into the lava, and they're going to get the embryo and pull it back out, and then someone else is going to like back them up. Unfortunately, Ray's prototype 0 cannot be fit with like the correct type of gear because it's a prototype. I don't know, they haven't just made her a fucking Evangelion yet, but whatever. So she gets left out, but Shinji and then Shinji's like, God damn, it's gonna be me. It's always fucking me. And they're like, Asuka, and she's like, hooray! And so she gets to have like a special suit. It's like a special heat-resistant suit that's gonna help protect her because she's, there's like environmental protectors within the Eva, but it's like you're gonna be in like the center of the Earth essentially, so it's gonna be really hot and the atmospheric pressure is gonna be pretty intense. So the special suit, all it really does is it goes on and then it like blows up with liquid. So now she's like a roly-poly, like from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. And so she's kind of embarrassed by that, and she goes out, and Eva 2 is like covered in like this heat-resistant suit, like kind of like a anti-blast suit kind of thing, or like a dry dive suit. If you've seen one of those, it's kind of a situation like that. And she's like super embarrassed, and Kaji's there, and she like runs away. She's like, I can't do it, it's too embarrassing. And then Ray's like, I'll do it. And then Asuka's like, hell no, you're not gonna take my sweet, beautiful baby Eva 2. I'll do it. Whatever. And then she like wants Kaji to watch her do it, but Kaji ends up not being there. So they fly Eva 1 and Eva 2 out to the volcano. She just kind of like overwatches and gets ready. They send a probe in there, like a laser probe or something, and then Asuka gets lowered down into the situation. She gets to the spot where the embryo was found before, but it's not there, and so they have to keep searching. So they do math, and they figure out like because of the waves of like the lava and how things are moving around where it could be, and it's like much lower, and it's already like their atmospheric pressure is already like way beyond like the scope of like what they tested for the suits and what it should be able to handle, and like what it can like safely handle, I should say. And Masato's like, whatever, just do it. And they're like, but the patient, or no, not the patient. That's what I do. The pilot. Oh no, the pilot. And they're like, and she's like, just do it. And so they go down. They eventually find the embryo. It's like moving around. So then they have to like do more math and get her in the right position so that she can get it. And they capture it in like a shell. And everyone's like, "Phew, that was super easy." And then at some point we go back to Kaji. He's like riding up like what are those things called? It's like one of those gondolas. Yeah, it's a gondola. I think that's what it's called. So he's riding up a gondola with some lady, and she's talking about how all the assets are frozen and how this whole thing's super annoying, and that they really think they're gonna go capture an angel. And Kaji's like, whatever, it doesn't matter, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't cause any problems. And again, it's like more shady stuff, and like he's like involved in more kind of heretical things that are going on and whatnot. And then Asuka's like keeps complaining about being sweaty in the suit and everything, and Masato's like, don't worry about it, there's a hot spring near here, we'll just go there afterwards and you can clean off, it'll be excellent. And Asuka's like, hooray. So then they start pulling her up, and then when they get up to a certain depth, the angel starts awakening or hatching or whatever, and it's like, fuck, you gotta fight it. And then Asuka loses her vibroblade thingy, and then the angel like comes to life, and it's like swimming around a little bit, and then she grabs it, and then it bites her, and she's trying to like hit it, but she needs a knife, so Shinji like throws his knife down, and she gets that, and then she's hitting it, but because it's been like hanging out in the lava or something, it's like the skin is like super tough, and so the vibrblade's not working against it, and they're trying to figure out what to do when Shinji is like, Asuka, thermodynamic whatever, like referring back to the homework they were working on. Hey, look, just like I said, it came around. Good stuff. And she's like, yeah. And so she pulls out one of her like cooling units from like the thing and shoves it into the creature, and it starts like expanding it, right? So that she can get access to whatever. And then she grabs like the rest of them. Oh no, she grabs like another one or something. So she's not like fully connected. And then she's able to like tear it and then like rip through the skin and destroy it. And it's like, hooray! And then they start trying to pull her back up again, but because of all the damage to like the crane, her thing comes loose, and she's like, well, guess I'm gonna die. and then she gets grabbed up because Shinji jumped into lava just in like his regular Eva and like grabbed her arm and is holding the thing, and she's like, baka, because she's listening to her. He's always showing off. And then we get the last of the fan service for the episode, which they're in the hot springs, and at first it's just Shinji getting a package that was sent from Kaji apparently. And it's Pen, the penguin. Hey, he's here. So then Pen and Shinji are hanging out on the male side of the hot spring, just chilling. And then Masato is like, hey, Shinji, throw us the body wash. We're right out. And so he like tosses it over, and I guess it hits Asuka. She's like, ow, you dummy, it hit me. Why didn't you throw better? And he's like, I can't see. And then he's just standing there by like the fence that separates the males and the females. And he hears Masato and Asuka like, they're like screwing around, and then Masato starts tickling Asuka, and they're talking about like her smooth skin and like her privates or whatever, and laughing and joking about. And then Shinji's getting like red in the face, and then Pen is like standing right in front of his dick, and he's like, ooh, and she's like, ah, and he jumps in the water, and he's like, thermodynamics, or like heat leads to expansion or some bullshit. And then we wrap up the scene or the episode with the scene of Masato and Asuka just like sitting on the edge of the hot spring. It looks like almost like a beach, and they're looking at like the sunset or the sunrise. I think it's supposed to be the sunrise, and they're both topless. And then we get a shot of like Masato, so we get her under boob, and then we see that she has like this white scar on her chest, and they're just chit-chatting about random bullshit. And then Asuka's like, so what's the deal with the scar? And she was like, oh, I got that during Second Impact. And then Asuka's like, oh, okay. And then they get quiet for a little bit, and then Asuka's like, you know about my past. And Masato's like, yeah, I know everything about you. That's part of my job. And then Asuka is about to say something, and Masato is like, the past isn't the past. Like, what matters is that you keep moving forward to the future. And Asuka's like, yeah. And that's where the episode wraps up. We pick up in episode 11 with a fun little scene. We got Masato and Ritsuko, and a couple of the techs that are getting on a subway station, and there's old man Whitehair reading newspaper, and he's like, ugh. And they're all taking the train into work. And so it's quiet for a little bit, and then they start talking about stuff, and at some point the three magi get brought up. So the three magi are they're AIs, and there's three of them, so they all evaluate all the data about everything, right, in relation to like angels and defense and Earth and the human whatever genome project that they're involved with. And then they cast a vote, and then whatever they vote with, that's what they go with. The central government kind of just tags along with whatever's going on with that. And so they have a very brief conversation about that, and how the three magi are like the most important aspect of defense of the Earth, essentially. So, and then the old man brings up that Unit 0 is going under some sort of test. And then we flip over to that test, and the test fails, but then they're able to like recover because it's like one synchronization point or whatever needs to be something science jargon, whatever. So that Ray can actually utilize that Ava, but she's not there. They're just like running tests on the machine, it seems like, because the kids are all at school. Also, we see Masato taking an elevator down somewhere, and then Kaji like runs up right before the door shuts and gets in there, and she's like very nonplussed about the whole situation. And then as they're chit-chatting, it seems like the power goes out, and then we see Shinji he makes a call to his dad, and his dad's like, what? Rude. And Shinji like very clumsily tells him about something at school, like a vocational something, and how they're supposed to report all that to like their parents or whatever. And then his dad is like I assigned Masato to do all your parent. I assigned I assigned Chief or Captain. I can't remember her last name. Masato to be in charge of parenting. She's so I don't need to hear any of this bullshit. And then the number just goes off, and she's like, "What?" Anyway, and then we see other things where it's like we go to the command center where they were doing the test on the Evangelion 1. And the power's out there, and then everyone's kind of like freaking out a little bit. They're like, "How is this possible?" And then they actually come to the conclusion that it had to have been sabotaged by like a human being, most likely Kaji, because he's shady as fuck. That and he seems very when the power goes out, everyone's like concerned and doing things, and Kaji's just like, YOLO. And we already know he's like involved in like a bunch of other shady shit as well. So they have to light candles, and everyone has to like break out of things. And Masato and Kaji get stuck in the elevator for like the whole episode. Essentially, we don't spend too much time with them. Mostly, we spend a lot of time with the adults, like Ritsuko and Gendo and everybody. Kind of figuring out what's going on, and then we flip over and we see from a different government agency's point of view that an angel has showed up and it's headed towards Tokyo 3, and they keep trying to contact Nerve, but no one's, they're not making any noise or saying anything or whatever. Oh, and at some point they have like all the backup power goes out, all like the main power goes out, but they have like one area that's like a generator that's still operational, and they push all that power to the Magi to keep them functional. We also find out they have some diesel generators, specifically so they can manually start up the Avas, or like the Ava stuff going. And so Gendo takes Ritsuko and like a whole bunch of like engineers essentially, or mechanics and stuff, and they go and they get all the Avas like prepped. Like they manually open them up and they manually get the plugs ready, and they manually like they're using cables and all this stuff and all this stuff. And meanwhile, while all this is going on, we get another guy who is like Misato's assistant or whatever, and he's like out getting laundry for her when the power goes out. And so then he hears the government agency is like, well, we can't get a hold of them, let's just send a plane over there and announce it. So they fly a plane over and talk about an angel coming, and he's like, fuck. And so then he tracks down this car that someone's driving for like a politician, and he's able to like take that and then crash into Nerve to announce that there's an angel, so people can actually realize that there's an angel coming and that they need to do something about it. And this includes the kids. So the kids this whole time, they were like, after school, they were just hanging out, and then they start walking to work, and then Shinji's like very concerned about how the phone just cut off, and Asuka's like, he probably just hung up on you, and he's like, no, this wasn't like a hang up, it was more like disconnected, and like whatever. And then they get to the Nerve area where they got to use like their ID passes to take that crazy elevator down into the Geofront. And that doesn't work. And so they're like, huh. And so then they're talking, and Asuka's like, at times like this, someone needs to be the leader and lead everybody else. That person is me. And then Rei continuously like undermines her authority by just being correct about things when Asuka's like, this way. And then Rei's like, Nerve's that way. Or like when, there's like clearly an emergency and the power's out, Rei pulls out this little like notebook, or it's like an emergency, God, what are they called? We have them in the military too, where it's like, in case of emergency, open up like this manual, and it'll tell you it's like the procedures of what to do and like which order. So everyone, even though we can't communicate, everyone's following the same plan, so that there can be like meetup and stuff, which is like very essential. So she pulls out her card, and then Asuka pulls out her card, and Shinji's like, the fuck is that? So he clearly never got one of these. Anyway, so they start going along the procedure, and it's kind of funny because Asuka keeps like overriding Rei, even though Rei's right 100% of the time because she's got pride and shit. And then eventually they see the angel, and they're like, fuck! And because they went the wrong way instead of going the right way. And they're like crawling through like a fucking alien through the ventilation shafts and everything. And then right as the Evangelions get like prepped, they Rei like leads them, or they come crashing down from the air into the ventilation shafts into like right there. And so they get in their Avas, and then they have to like manually push themselves out of this thing. And again, remember, they got like 5 minutes of power, even with the diesel charge. And so they got to get up, like they got to like crawl out, climb up, and then kill this angel like real quick. Thank goodness it's not like a very combat oriented. It's like a big spider monster with a bunch of eyes. So, and at some point in the episode, Shinji's like, I don't understand this angel thing. Like, aren't angels sent from God? Like, why are we fighting them? And Asuka's like, shut the fuck up. And he's like, that's not an answer. But, it's one of those things this show loves to do, where it's just kind of like, it asks questions and then answers them like much later, right? Or like brings stuff up to like make you think, and then it's like the resolution of that doesn't occur for a while. It's like, hey, we just want this, we want you to be like thinking about this, and again, this was like a serialized show, so it came out, I don't know if I used that word correctly. It's a show that came out like once a week, and so for like the 26 episodes, and then there's like 2 movies, the expectation was like you were going to watch an episode a week, right? In like Japan as it came out. So with commercials. So they got to, it's I feel like it's very bold because they're like bringing stuff up, and it's not like, you know, I'm powering through like an episode a day or two, right? Or like, and if you're binge watching, you watch this whole thing and you're like, oh, I get everything, it all makes sense. It's like you watch an episode and then you gotta like go to work and get yelled at, and you're working in like a Japan corporate culture, so your life's like awful garbage, right? And, and then like you get drunk at night, and then like you're maybe catching Evangelion. God, it's like the 90s. So yeah, you're gonna watch it at home, or you're recording it, or someone else, you're buying like the thing like much later. So it's just interesting what they did here, and like the thought process behind it, which I'm not going to look up because that's not the kind of channel I do. So anyway, they get in their Evangelions, and they have to do the same thing. They have to crawl through like a big air duct. And then they're climbing up the elevator shaft when they get hit by acid. So this thing is like dropping acid down a hole. It's like burning through the ground, and then it's like trying to get exactly where they're at to get down to the command center. And so they hide in like a side shaft, and they're talking about what to do. And then Asuka actually comes up. She actually is a leader. Like, she's not bad. She comes up with a good plan. Like, someone's going to block the acid. Someone else is block the acid and deactivate the AT field with their Evangelion. Meanwhile, someone else is going to drop all the way to the ground, pick up the rifles that they have. I don't know why they weren't carrying it before. Maybe because it was too hard to climb up the shaft for them. They were just going to like pummel them with the knife or whatever, which that makes sense. So they were going to drop down, grab rifles, and then toss it up to the other guy who ends up being Shinji. And then that person's going to, the person who's deactivating the AT field is going to like move out of the way, and then they're going to blast the shit out of the angel and kill it. And so they execute this like flawlessly. So Asuka hops up and starts taking the acid on the back and is like, and then Rei drops all the way to the ground, takes the rifle, tosses it up. Shinji gets like position, grabs the rifle. He's like, move Asuka. She moves, and he just blasts the shit out of it. And it's like, that was a beautiful plan. And then everyone's like, phew, damn. And then we get like a last parting shot of like Misato trying to like climb out of the elevator because she's got to pee so bad, and then Kaji like holding her up so she can like open up the top so she can not pee in the elevator while he's there, and it's just kind of funny. It's like, haha, lols. The final shot's very good. It's the kids are just lying on a hill outside of like Tokyo 3, because Tokyo 3 and the Geo Front lost power, right? Because it's all kind of the same operation. And so they're just like sitting on a hill, and they're in their Eva suits, not in the Evangelions, but like they're like the suits they wear inside the Evangelions, and they're just like, oh, look at the stars, they're so beautiful at night without like the air, the light pollution, something, and then it's like, oh, something, and then the lights slowly come back on, and they're like, yay, we did it, Asuka, you did a great job, and that wraps up the episode. Now we turn our focus over to Misato for a bit. We get like previously in the year 2000, during the second impact, we see this gentleman. He is with somebody else, and there's like a huge explosion and all this craziness. And he walks up to like what looks like one of these like plugs that the Evangelions use, and he opens it up, and inside is like a young Misato. And she like looks up and she's like, Daddy? And then he like closes it up and then falls on top of it. And then later she opens up the capsule and she's like floating in the ocean. And then we switch from there right over to her putting on a bra, and we see that scar on her chest again, right? And so then we flip over to outside of the room, and Shinji's telling the boys about how Misato's been working a lot. He hasn't seen her much. He's working late and all this stuff. And they got to be quiet. And then the reason they're there is because it was raining, and they stopped by his place to like dry off, presumably before or after school. And then Asuka comes out, and she yells at him, and it's like, I'm changing here. You guys better not be perverts and come in here. And they're like, whatever. No one wants to see you naked. Anyway, good stuff. So they, at that point, Misato comes out, and Shinji like apologizes, and she's like, oh no, I was up anyway. Don't worry about it. And then the boys say something about her promotion. They're like, oh, I didn't see you got promoted. Congratulations. She's like, thanks, guys. And then she like heads out, and she's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? And Asuka comes out, and she's like, yeah, what are you talking about? And they're like, didn't you see those stripes? She's got an extra stripe. That means she's a major now. And they're like, oh, it's like, aren't you paying attention? She does all this work for you. You guys never pay attention. And it's like, well. We flip over to, well, no, first I think we go to Nerve headquarters, and there's Misato and Ritsuko, and they're chatting about how there's like a harmonics test, or they have the harmonics test for the Evangelions, and you don't get like a firm explanation what that means. We just learned that Shinji is increased his harmonics level by 8, which is a lot apparently, but he's catching up with Asuka, who I guess has the highest harmonics level, but not quite there. And then there's also they talk about like toxicity, and they like are in like a vat of something, and they're like lowering the plug into, or they like are sinking Shinji into it some more because he can handle the toxicity better than like the ladies or whatever, for whatever reason. And so that's all information that may or may not ever come up again. We also, around this juncture, we head over to the Antarctic, and this is where the second impact happened that destroyed everything. And we get... Ritsuko makes a comment about Masato being in charge and being left in charge, and how they instilled a lot of trust into her, because this is the first time that like gray-haired guy and Shinji's dad have left at the same time. So then we flip over to them. They're on some UN like aircraft carrier, and they're going into like Antarctic region, and we don't exactly get a firm reason why, but they talk about like the Dead Sea, and they talk about killing angels, and they talk about the second impact and technology overcoming like whatever bullshit magic the angels are using, and all that kind of stuff. And then they get a report that there's an angel been spotted over the Indian Ocean, and then it drops like a dewdrop or something that makes a big crater in the water. And then we flip back over to the NERV headquarters, and Masato and Ritsuko are looking at like the path. The thing's like essentially trying to find Tokyo 3. So it started in the Indian Ocean, and then it moved. It like has been blasting its way like across the Indian Ocean, and then up into the into land, and it's headed their way. So they got to figure out what to do. So Ritsuko has a plan. She's going to, essentially what the angel is going to show up, and then presumably it's going to dive bomb itself down into NERV headquarters to destroy it. And so, and they know this because I guess they ran it through like the Three Magi, and that Three Magi get brought up a few times, like evacuate Tokyo 3, the whole area, except for like Masato essentially and like her core staff. And because there's like a 1 in 10,000th, I can't speak English very well, in 10,000th chance that this mission will be successful. And the mission is, because the angel like disappeared from their radar, that they're going to presume they're gonna station the Evangelions like in like a cross pattern, not a cross pattern, like in a pattern where they can all get to each other within like a minute or whatever, and then that way when an angel shows up and drops, whoever's the closest can get to it and utilize their AT field to like neutralize it, and then the other two Avas can come at the same time, and between the three of them they can hold it in the air while the one of the Evangelions like cracks through the AT field and like stabs it in the eye. And she goes and explains this plan to the children's, and they're like, the fuck? Like, is this gonna work? And she's like, I don't know, probably. And she references like women's intuition and like just feeling good about it and stuff like several times, and the kids are like, oh shit, we're all gonna die. It's pretty good. Before all this kind of craziness, there is a like after the harmonics test, and before we go to Shinji's dad and the white-haired guy in Antarctica, the Kagi, the kind of jock bro, he gets together with like Nerd Friend, and they throw like a promotion party for Misato. And so there's Asuka, and Asuka invites her friend, like the class president. She also invited Ray, but Ray didn't want to come. And so we got the boys, and we got Asuka and her like buddy boy or buddy girl, and Misato, and then Asuka also invited Kagi, or not Kagi, the man that Misato has like issues with. Is that, no, he's not. Kagi's the boy. Kaji. Wait, are those two different people? Hold on. It doesn't matter. So Kaji shows up with Ritsuko, and he's like, oh, I just ran into her on the way. And then Asuka's like, did you really? And then Ritsuko's like, oh, are you jealous? And Asuka's like, And then while they're all arguing and fighting about whatever, Shinji's like, asks, and this is one of the predominant things in this episode, is that Shinji asks Misato why she joined NERV, and then she's like, I don't know, I just felt like it. And then later on in the episode, we do like a flashback to like this time period, and Misato and Shinji are just like outside looking at the sunset while everyone's like arguing inside, and she's like, the reason why I joined NERV, or she's like, so when I was younger, you know, my dad was like super obsessed with like whatever, he was never around, and my mom was like crying every night, and I learned to like hate my dad because he was never there for us. And eventually my mom like divorced him, and I was like excited when it happened. I told him to go fuck himself. And then when the second impact happened, he saved my life, and I didn't know how to feel about that because it's like I should be grateful, but I also hate this guy. And so I joined Nerve, and the reason why I want to kill angels is maybe the reason why I want to kill angels so bad is because I want to get like the burden of my connection to my father like off me or something, right? Which is very closely related to like Shinji and his dad have like a odd relationship, right? Or like a kind of a abandonment relationship that's going on, and his dad at times has shown like some like better traits when it comes to his relationship with Shinji, but there's still like a lot of like shit going on about that whole situation. So it's no fun for Shinji, that's for sure. And later on, before they go to like execute this plan, Shinji asks Asuka, like, why did you become an Evangelion pilot? Right? It's the same thing. Why did you join Nerve? And she's like, I want to show everybody how great I am and let everyone know, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, so you want to prove like your own existence? And she's like, yeah, something like that, I guess. And he's like, huh. And then she's like, we didn't ask Ray. Like, oh, Ray and I already have had this conversation. And I'm like, I mean, kind of. They like... She's very vague about the whole situation. And lastly, so then Asuka's like, what about you? And he's like, I don't know. And she's like, really? Are you an idiot? And he's like, yeah, I guess I am. She's like, Jesus. So anyway, they execute the plan. The angel shows up. They all run. Shinji gets it. He's holding it. He's executing his AT fields, like holding it in the air. It's pretty badass. Ray and Asuka show up. Ray helps grab. Asuka grabs, and then Asuka like tears through the AT field and stabs the thing in the eye, killing it. And then it falls on top of them, and there's like an explosion. And then we get a call later. The kids are being like, "Hey, good job. You did exactly what you're supposed to do. That worked out well. Thank goodness." And then they get a call from Shinji's dad, and he's like, "Masato, you did a great job. Excellent work." And she's like, I apologize. I got like, there was some damage to everyone. He's like, whatever, we killed the angel. That's all that matters at the end of the day. So you did what you were supposed to do. And she's like, thank you, sir. And then he's like, is child number 1 there? Or what is it? Child 3? He says, is Ava 1's pilot there? And he's like, yes. Like, yeah, he's right here. And then he's like, Shinji. And Shinji's like, yes, father. Or yes, sir. And he's like, good job, son. And Shinji's like, that's all I wanted. And then later he like admits that like all he wants, the reason he pilots the Eva is because of that. Like he just wants some recognition from it. It's so sad. It's like sad to think about. It's like so tragic. He just wants that. He just wants like a, hey, you're doing great, champ, from his dad. And like, yeah. Jordan Peterson was right all along. Good stuff. It's time to finally focus on Ritsuko, the bombshell blonde scientist lady. So they're doing a bunch of like maintenance on the 3 magi. We spent a lot of time with them as well. So there's Balthazar, Melchior, and Casper, like the 3 wise men of Jesus Christ fame. So they're updating systems, repairing stuff, kind of running diagnostic testing and all that stuff. And once they're done with that, it's time to do the Evangelion testing. So the kiddos have to be naked inside a simulation Eva so they can get exact readings on their like harmonics or some bullshit. Mostly it's for fan service because Asuka and Ray. So so go outside and they're doing their thing and everything seems fine. And then we head over to like white-haired guy and some of the gents. Techs, and they're noticing like there's some corrosion or there's like a leakage somewhere about something, and they're just kind of like, it's fine, we'll get somebody in there and kind of fix it up. They then call over to Ritsuko and Masato, and I think her name's Maya in this episode. She gets identified, who's like the female tech lady. And she's like, oh, there's some corrosion, but it shouldn't affect testing, so we'll just keep doing it. So they keep doing it, and then the corrosion spreads, and then it spreads some more, and then they have to like shoot it, and then it presents an AT field, so all the alarms go off because it's an angel. It's some sort of like nanotech virus angel thingy, and so they're like, fuck. Oh, fun. And so Ray gets like hit. It's like the Ava she's in, so then they have to push all the plugs out, so they launch them out into like the water, and then there's a whole scene where it's like, get the Avas out of here, we don't need this virus taking them over, that could be the end of us all, and prioritize Ava 1. The other 2, if they get destroyed, we'll just blow them up. And then someone's like, really, what? And so definitely, and this is from Gendo Akari, so definitely it's like, oh hey, there's something more important about that Ava for some reason that we're not going to get into right now. But definitely is important later. And then also the white-haired guy like leans over to like whisper something to Gendo at some point, and then Gendo like gets rid of the alarm. He says, hey, call the council, tell them that was a false alarm, our bad, we'll fix the system. They can yell at me if they want later. And then it's like, all right, we got to get this thing figured out. And so then the virus thing, it like cracks open this room where Ritsuko and Masato and Maya are, so they have to run away, and it's like spreading. It's spreading like a virus, right? And they identify this. And then it hits the Magi, so it takes over Melchior first, like real fast, because, you know, it's like nanobot thingy or whatever. And then it starts heading into Balthazar, and then they're able to slow it down for a minute. And they're like, okay, we can slow it down for like 2 hours, and then we're fucked. And so then the council meets. So it's Ritsuko, Masato, Gendo, and a white-haired guy. And I think Maya's there too. And they're all talking about what they can do. And so essentially the decision comes down that they're going to get into Casper, because what they notice is that the nanobots are designed, like the nanobot angel, are designed to, what's it called? To evolve. And so evolution, so they can, if they can like get the evolution, because at some point they try to like, they hit it with like ozone and it starts backing up, but then it evolves and then starts eating the ozone. And so it's evolving super fast, like a virus. And so the plan is they're going to guide the evolution to a dead end. And they're going to do that through injecting code and stuff through Casper, which is the one Magi that's not being touched yet. And so we get some hints about the Magi. The Magi were designed by Ritsuko's mother. Right? And that you can tell Ritsuko's not like a super big fan of her mom, the way she talks about her to Masato. Masato's like, I don't know anything about this. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? We also find out that Masato and Ritsuko went to college together, because Masato brings it up. She's like, wow, this is just like our college days. So that's fun. Anyway, so then they go to Casper, they like lift it out of its like shell, and it's this crazy big looking like brain thing, like robotic brain. It's got a bunch of like pipes around it and stuff. And then they open up inside, and they go inside, and inside's all these notes. And the notes are like all the pass keys and codes and jargon to like hack into the thing, essentially, like get into the back end of it so they can have 100% control over Casper. So then Maya and Ritsuko like plug into like the brain, and there's a whole conversation about how the 7th generation computers were based on like people's personalities, because if they were based on people's personalities, they were able to adapt and grow and do all this other bullshit. And then the Three Wise Men was the prototype of that. Essentially, it was the first one where it was adapted, and it was designed and made by Ritsuko's mom. And Masato asks more about that. Ritsuko talks a little bit about it. They get everything plugged in, and then they start program like super fast. Ritsuko, and it's really good because Ritsuko's like super fast at like programming and doing all this kind of technical bullshit. But it's not out of nowhere per se, because within the episode earlier on, when they're coding and making diagnostic checks for the Magi in the first place, at some point Maya's like, Ritsuko's like, how much longer is this going to take? And Maya's like, I'm working as fast as I can, maybe an hour. And then Ritsuko's like, hold on. And she goes, do. And then it's like diagnostic complete. And then Maya's like, holy shit. That was super fast. And so she see her on a computer, and she's got her glasses on, and she's like, type. And Maya's like, type. And then at that point, the virus, because we get like an image, and it's got like Melchior, Balthazar, and Casper, and you know, Melchior's are red, Balthazar's turning red, and then finally it all turns red, and everyone starts freaking out again. They're like, alert! Balthazar's been taken over, and now it's invading Casper, and it starts to invade Casper, and they're like, we have 15 seconds before his self-destruct sequence will commence, because it's like Minority Report, if you saw that, with Tom Hanks. This is a pretty good movie. It's based on a book by Philip K. Dick. I don't think it's called Minority Report, if I remember correctly. But the idea is that you have these precogs in this like goo, and that they vote essentially on like the future, and if whoever like wins the vote, then that's like the future, and then they can go stop the future crime. So this works in the same way. So like there's a vote, but with the self-destruction of the whole center, it's based more on you have to have a unanimous. So you can't just have two of them, because the third one will get overridden. The self-destruct has to be unanimous. So it's taken over Casper, and they're like, oh, as soon as it takes over Casper, it's going to initiate the self-destruct sequence, and it's going to win because blah, blah, blah. And it's like, they're like, 15 seconds left. And Masato's like, Ritsuko's like, oh, there's plenty of time. She's like, type. And then she's talking more about her mom being obstinate and not getting along with her and whatnot. And then at the very last second, there's like one sector left on this little picture that's not red. It's like, it stops, and then the whole thing turns blue, because they successfully like back-ended like a reverse virus / evolutionary dead end that caused like, at some point they're like, the angel will like see the only recourse it has to like survive is to merge with the Three Wise Men instead of like trying to take it over. And then the Three Wise Men will take back control, and they will eliminate it or just add it to like the system of being under control of the Three Wise Men or something. So like that's fun. And so she does it, and then it's like everything's good, and they're like, wow, that was so good. And then and then we get a shot of like the kids, and they're still naked in their tubes, and they're outside, and Asuka's like holding her breasts and being like screaming, but like I don't want to be seen naked. And then we go back to Ritsuko. Masato brings her some coffee, and she's sitting there like exhausted from all her like super hacking powers. Okay, sorry, I'm on the freeway. I'm trying to figure out which exit I need to take. I just did some like leadership training with some guys out at a beach. Okay, anyway, so oh, and then this is the most important part. I don't know if it's the most important part. Oh, we also get a shot of Kaji at some point, and he's like hiding somewhere in something, like watching something, and he sees all this stuff going. He's like, "Oop, time to go." So again, it's just reinforcing that he's dodgy as shit. But we after Masato gives Ritsuko the coffee, she's like, so my mother designed the three wise men based on like her three personalities, or the three phases of her life. The phase like being a woman, being a mother, and being a scientist. And then she's like, I don't plan on having kids and have any desire to, so I do not understand. Like I cannot relate to my being a mother. I respected my mother highly, extremely highly as a scientist, and I disliked my mother as a woman. And then each one of the magi is like one of those things, right? Like one's like her scientist life, one's her mother life, and one's her woman life. And Casper, the last one, was her woman life. And she makes some comment about like winning at the very last second, or like causing everyone a lot of stress as like a typical woman. Like, fuck you, mom. Oh, good stuff. So episode 14 is kind of an interesting one. The first half is like just a recap, but not like a recap. We just see the different battles with the 11 different angels. Or no, sorry, because it's already 2. So we start on 3 at the beginning of the episode, or at the beginning of the series. So it's 11 minus 3 is 8. We see the 8 battles that the Evangelions have had, the like kind of introductions. We get some side commentary from people. Like at one point, some girls like, everyone was treating this like a joke, but we evacuated because there was a serious threat. And then Nerdface has some comment about Rei. Like, man, she seems like really down. Like she just doesn't care about being alive. And most kids are like kind of depressed, but like she's got like a whole different type of like fatalism. So that was interesting. Anyway, and then once that kind of wraps up, we're in the council room with Gendo and like all the crazy people in their like colored thrones or whatever, and they're asking about the 11th angel, which is the one that invaded Nerve. And Gendo's like, I don't know what you're talking about. That didn't happen. Check the wise men. And they're like, you're really good at burying the truth. And he just sits quietly. And they're like, whatever. We're not going to deal with it right now. We should execute you, but we can't prove anything. So, and then someone says something about some sort of plan, like the Seraph plan or something, is going according to schedule. And then we get more information on that a little bit later. Gendo is like hanging out with the white-haired guy while he's doing shoji puzzles on his at the desk, and they're talking about lying to the council and some other bullshit, and how like the plan's going forward, and something about Atom, and the Atom's like 2% more complete, or it needs 2% more, is that 2% or whatever, and that Ray's helping out with it. And we spent some time with Ray. We get this whole thing where we get Ray like talking, and she's like, I hate this, I don't like this is happening. It's like all very like hard to follow, and not because I'm dumb, but because it's very what's that word, cryptic. And then we see like a bunch of Rays, like a bunch of Ray clones, and then we see her, and then they're doing some sort of tests, like some cross test where like Asuka's in Ava 2, Shinji's in Ava 0, and Ray's in Ava 1. And so Ray in Ava 1, the sync is like super good. It's not as good as Shinji, but it's almost just as good. And she makes some comment about it smelling like Akari, so it smells like Ava 1 smells like Shinji. And then we get to, and then Asuka's like, fine, she's synced up, whatever. And then she's like, why am I not syncing with other people? And Masato's like, oh, we just figured you love Ava 2 and you want anyone else being in there. And Asuka's like, I do. And then she like goes off the call, and Masato's like, I don't think anyone would sync with Ava 2, to be completely honest. Or that she would sync with anyone else. Anyway, so then we go to Shinji, and he's syncing, and everything seems fine. He's not like as compatible as Ray, but like everything else seems okay. And then out of nowhere, all of a sudden, it like loses it. So we don't even get this in this recap, which is kind of funny. But if you remember all the way back into like episode 4 or something, 3 or 4, somewhere in there, that when Ray first was testing the prototype of Zero, it like lost control and tried to smash through and kill Gendo, and then Gendo ran down and like pulled her out, and that's what the hand thing, and then Shinji did the same thing, and then Ray like smiled at him, right? There was like a whole thing about that. And so it's like the same thing, only this time, like Ray's standing there and it's smashing, and before it like runs out of power and dies. And then Ritsuko, someone's like, was Ava Zero trying to get Ray? And Ritsuko's like, I think it was trying to get me. Like, why? Like, why is it so mad? Guess we'll find out later. Anyway, so Shinji wakes up in a hospital room again, like he did like all the way back in episode 2 after like that whole craziness, and he's like, oh man, I hate the ceiling. Good stuff. Anyway, so yeah, so it's a lot of we get a whole lot of cryptic bullshit and a recap of just like the fights, and that's episode 14. We get a lot of character development in this next episode 15. We learn a little bit more about Masato and Kaji and their relationship, and then we get some like sweet teenagers doing dumb teenager stuff from Shinji and Asuka specifically. So where to start with this one? In my head, I think we should go with this is recording, right? Yep. Let's focus in on the Masato stuff first. I think that's a good idea. Okay. So Masato and Ritsuko are hanging out talking about girl stuff and whatever, and Masato's complaining that like all the people their age that they know in the area are getting married or having wedding showers and stuff, and that she's blowing all this money on dresses because, you know, bitches got to look brand new every time they go out, I guess. Like, goddamn. Like, she's like, I had this dress for this thing and this dress for that thing, and I don't want to wear this dress because I was wearing it at this thing. I guess I'll just have to buy a new dress. Like, she's like, I've got broke. And then she ends up wearing like the dress. You've seen her wear like fancy stuff before. So whatever. Anyway, so complaining about that, doing that, whatever, blah, blah, blah. We switch over to Kaji because it's Masato Kaji. And then the other story, like the B plot, I guess you could call it, is with Shinji and Asuka. This episode, it's called something like The Women and the Lips That Want to Be Kissed or something. It's all about the horny women in the show. Like, just want to get some. So then Kaji's somewhere and he hears like a knock on the door and he pulls out his gun, and then he hears like the voice of like his handler or whatever. And so he goes out and they talk about how like I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but there's this organization that supposedly is in charge of choosing like the children that can be Ava pilots, and he's already found like 50 different front companies for that for like or fake addresses or something for this organization, because he's working as like a spy, right, to kind of like figure out what's going on with Nerve and all this other stuff. And so he found another like dead end, and this lady's talking about that, and they're talking about this place in Osaka or something. Anyway, they head on over to the wedding, and at the wedding we see Masato just drinking because she's like tired of not, you know, always being the bridesmaid, never being the bride kind of shit. And we get some shots of the wedding and whatnot, and then Ritsuko and her just chatting, and they're complaining about Kaji not being there and how he's always late, but he's always on time for work. And then he like rolls up and she like makes fun of him, or she doesn't make fun of him, she like pulls his tie up and then tells me he needs to shave. And then like later on in the evening she's like way hammered, and she's like, I gotta go pee, or I gotta go to the washroom and fix my makeup or whatever. And so she heads off to do that while Kaji and Ritsuko talk. And like we get a lot of information from this. It's reiterated that Masato and Ritsuko and Kaji all like went to school together, and that while they were like in college, Masato and Kaji were like living together, and that he's just like, oh, we were just like dumb kids doing dumb kid stuff, and like we thought we were just playing house. I think Masato mentions that as well later on. I can't remember. Someone goes off about it, either Masato lady with Kaji or whatever, and they just, you know, Kaji at some point has like some sort of coin or something, and he's like, oh, I got something for you, and he hands it over to Ritsuko, and she like hides it in her purse when Masato comes back, and is like, I gotta go to work, I got some stuff to do, and leaving Masato and Kaji together. And so Masato drinks so much she like vomits, and so Kaji's like helping her get back, and he's like complaining about how he's like, you never used to wear heels when we were together, and she's like, whatever, blah 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 blah. And then they start talking, and she just like goes off about how like she hates her dad and she was so mad, and then she fell in love with the guy, and the guy was just like her dad, and so she had to break up because she was running away, and she's no better than Shinji, which is relevant for this episode, as before she like in the Shinji side plot, he goes to like see his mother's grave with his dad, and he's like freaking out about it, and then Masato tells him not to run away, to be strong, and she's like, oh, I'm a hypocrite because I'm doing the same thing. And so then I join Nerve, And then I found out my dad worked for Nerve, and I was like, God damn it, fuck this. Like, I can't get away from this motherfucker. She's got a lot of daddy issues. And so then she really wants to, what's it called? Just kill angels to like get revenge on like her mother, essentially. And there's a lot of issues with that, obviously. So that's the whole thing. And then they like make out. And then they eventually get back to Misato's place, and she's like passed out at this point. So Kaji like puts her down and then like leaves. And then later, like the next day or so, Kaji's like sneaking into like a secret area of Nerve headquarters, and Misato puts a gun to the back of his head, and she's like, oh, look what we got here. Our little Nerve intelligence officer is also a spy for the Japanese government. And he's like, oh, guilty as charged. And she's like, something about like, you better get your head straight or you're going to die here today. And he's like, well, Gendo, like Akari is using me for stuff, so I would be cautious about trying to end my life in this juncture because he knows a lot more than he leads on as well. And then he's like, also, Akari and Ritsuko are keeping a lot of stuff from you, don't you know? And she's like, what are you talking about? And then like real quick, he breaks open this door, or like uses his key card that he stole to open this door, and it opens up and there's a giant like creature in there, and she's like, is that an Ava? No, that's an angel. And then he's like, it's Adam, the second angel, or the first angel, dun dun dun, and there's a big spear in its chest, and it looks like it's half there or whatever. And that's the end of the episode. All right, so then what else happens in this episode? So we spent some time with Shinji. So Shinji and his classmates are just like cleaning up at school. We see Asuka like pining over Kaji again. You know, she's like 14 in this, I think I want to say. And, and she wants to hook up with this like 28-year-old man or whatever. So good stuff. And Kaji does the right thing by not leading her on too much, I guess. He like allows her like her dalliances, but like he's not trying to grope her, touch her, kiss her, or anything, because gross. And he's got Misato, so he's into that. Anyway, so Asuka's like calling and leaving messages for him, and then complaining to her friend who's a student body president, and everyone's cleaning, and at some point Shinji's just like staring at Rei while she's like, they're like Japanese school children, so they're like cleaning their school. She's like twisting out the water from like a washcloth so she can wash the floors or whatever. And then his buddies like hit him and they joke around and whatnot, and then they do some Eva sync stuff, and then they're like hanging out, like getting ready to go after like the tests. And he's like, hey Rei, can I ask you about my dad? And she's like, I don't know anything about him. And it's like, well, I see you talking to him and you're smiling and stuff. And she's like, I don't know anything about that. And he's like, okay. And she's like, is that why you're staring at me? And he's like, yes. Anyway, that doesn't really go anywhere. So Shinji ends up going with his dad to his mother's grave, and they have like a conversation about being a man and about remembering things, because Shinji mentions that like 3 years ago, the last time they were both there together, and that's when he like couldn't take it anymore and he left. He like ran away, and then now that he's back, he's like brought her flowers and stuff, and his dad's like, you can't run away from things, you got to be strong. And as I mentioned before, there's a portion earlier where Misato is trying to encourage Shinji. And then it's the night of the wedding, so Misato goes out to the wedding, and then Asuka's got a date with somebody, like in the school, I guess. And so she's dressed up nice too, and so they both leave, and Shinji just stays at home, like moping about, doing his mopey business or whatever. Eventually, Asuka like returns, and he's like, oh, hey, you're back early. And she's like, oh yeah, it was so boring, I hated being with that guy. We were like at the theme park, and right as he was like waiting in line for something, I just decided to come home, so I left. And he's like, that's fucked up. And she's like, whatever. And so then she goes to her room and changes, and then they're just kind of like hanging out. And then he gets a call from Kaji that like, oh, hey, I'm out with Misato. She's okay. It might be a bit. And then Asuka's like, what's that all about? And it's like, oh, she's going to be back at some point. She's out with Kaji. And then Asuka's like, they're not coming back tonight. And he's like, what are you talking about? And then she's like, you want to kiss me? And he's like, what? And she's like, are you going to be a man? Are you going to kiss me? And he's like, yes, let's do it. And so they go to kiss, and she's like, stop, you're breathing on me. And so she plugs his nose, and then they make out. Like, it's not like a little smoochy smooch. They like are literally making out. And then it's played for laughs, because he's like turning purple and then green because he can't breathe because they're making out and she's plugging his nose. She doesn't want to get him breathing on her or something crazy. And they make out for a while, like in the show. Like, it's not like, oh, they start making out and it's like 5 minutes later or a minute later. It's like they're making out for like a minute or so or two of like the show, which is very impressive for like people who supposedly have not kissed anyone. Asuka probably has. Anyway, the penguin comes in, he like checks him out, goes to his room and just goes to sleep. Fucking kids. Then finally they like wrap it up. And then Asuka's like, I can't believe I kissed you because I was bored. And she like runs off to like the bathroom, and you hear her like swishing water in her mouth and being kind of a bitch about the whole situation, to be completely honest. And Shinji's like stunned by the whole thing. And then later on, when Masato gets brought back by Kaji, Asuka's like, Kaji, stay, we can all hang out. And he's like, no, Asuka, take care of Masato. And then he leaves, and then she's super mad. And then Shinji's just standing there looking at her, and she's like, I'm so mad I kissed you. And she like storms off, and Shinji's like, what did I do? That's our whole thing. All right, and then lastly, of note, is that at some point, Ikari or Gendo and the white-haired guy are talking about this organization that Kaji's like trying to find out about that chooses the children. They're also talking about Adam and and how things are going with Adam, and they talk about Rei. And then at the very end of the episode, right before we see Adam with Masato and Kaji, we get a shot of like Rei in like a test tube of some sort, and she's hooked up to this it looks like she's hooked up to one of the wise men computers. And she's like smiling at Gendo, who's like standing outside smiling at her. So it's like some real creepy shit. We're finally back to focusing on the growth and development of Shinji here in episode 16. And it begins with Shinji cooking some, I think it's dinner. Yeah, it looks like dinner. For Masato, Asuka, and himself. And Asuka's trying to take a shower, but the water's too hot or something. And then Shinji apologizes, and she yells at him for like apologizing too much. And then Masato says something, and then Asuka yells at her. And then it's like a big little family argument about this and that and that. And Shinji's like not really standing up for himself or something. Then the next day, they're doing their typical like weird thing where they're like sitting in the tubes, and they're being rated for their sync ratios or whatever they're doing. And Shinji again is doing better. And he's finally taken like number one spot. Because remember before he was making vast improvements, but Asuka was still number one, and finally Shinji's number one. So Masato brings this up, and since Shinji's a 14-year-old boy who's hormonal, because as all 14-year-old children are, he starts to like take it to heart too much and get like really kind of feisty about the whole situation. So then he like later taunts Asuka about it, and then she gets really upset, and he's like doing this thing with his hand where he's like flexing and being like, yeah, I'm a man, I can do this. And then at some point there's like a shadow that appears in the ground, and it's an angel, and it's got this like weird black and white orb that like floats around. And so the team at Nerve originally is like, oh, it's an emergency, Gendo Akari's gone again, fuck. Masato's like, oh, I guess I'm in charge again, something. And so she's like, all right, let's do this. So all the EVA pilots get in, and then they're like kind of observing because they don't have any information on it, because they like when they're trying to scan it or whatever, like it kind of popped up out of nowhere without being seen or evaluated at all. So they got Shinji with a pistol. He's hanging out. Asuka's got a sweet ass axe. She's the best. And then Rei has a rifle. She's a further back. So they're all kind of hanging out, observing this thing. And then they're like, all right, let's make a move on it. And then Shinji's waiting for Asuka to get repositioned, and her like umbilical cord electricity gets like caught on something, so she has to disengage and then grab another one from a random building. But she's flying a little behind, and then Shinji, who's feeling pretty spry because he's number one, he's like, I can do this, I don't need their help. And so he goes, before being ordered to, he like leaps at the monster and starts firing at it, and then the ball disappears, and then a shadow appears underneath him and completely absorbs him. And then everyone's like, fuck! And then Asuka like runs to save him as he's like sinking in, but then the shadow comes to her, and so she has to jump up on a building, and then the shadow's like taking all the buildings, and then Rei and Asuka have to like nope the fuck out of there because they can't do anything about it. And then Masato's like super angered. Mitsuko's like, you gotta get this fucking kid under control, and she's like, oh, don't worry, he'll get punished later. And that comes up again later on. Asuka mentions the same thing. She's like, Shinji was not doing what he was supposed to be doing. And Masato's like, don't worry, he'll get punished later. But it's like more sad. It's like, hopefully he survives. And then we get everybody kind of freaking out, trying to figure out what's going on. And Ritsuko and like the science nerds all like science nerded up, and they figure out that this angel is actually not the ball in the air, that it's the shadow in the ground, and that it's they didn't detect an AT field before, because the AT field is like a reverse AT field that's creating some sort of like pocket dimension inside the shadow or some crazy nonsense. They don't spend too much time on it, which I appreciate. So like, okay. So then Ritsuko and Masato get into a fight because Ritsuko's like, the number one priority is to recover Eva number 1. And to do that, we're gonna like essentially nuke the shit out of the shadow, while the Ava Unit 0 and Ava Unit 2 suppress the AT field. And then Misato's like, no, what about Shinji, something, something? And then Misato's like, the most important thing is the Ava. Then Misato's like, you're not telling me all the truth. What the fuck is going on with these angels? What are they? And then Ritsuko like slaps her and is like, it's none of your damn business. You know what you know, Major. I'm taking command of this operation. And so she starts initiating it. And then Misato's like super pissed off because she knows she's being lied to and not giving all this information. And while she's alone, she's thinking about like the Human Development Project, about the organization that chooses the children, about the Ava program, about Nerve, all the stuff that kind of Kaji kind of like, she's stuff that she's had like suspicions about, but that Kaji kind of like lit a fire of like interest in it. Speaking of Kaji, at some point, Asuka makes some sly comment to Misato about her fucking around with Kaji, and she's like, no, I'm not doing that. And then as soon as that happens, like Kaji leaves a voicemail that they all hear that's like, oh, hey, Misato, I found this new bar. We should go drinking and hang out. And Asuka's like, ah! Anyway, it's pretty good stuff. And we also get a scene earlier on with like after Shinji gets all confident about his number one, where and he sasses Asuka a little bit. She's like complaining. He's like, "Oh, golden child," to like Rei, and Rei's just ignoring her and then leaves. And Asuka's like, "God damn it!" and like punches the locker she's in. Anyway, okay, so then they're like, okay, let's get this plan initiated. Apparently, when the Ava's in like survival mode, because it has like 5 minutes of like active combat powers, but it has like 16-hour. The battery can last for like 16 hours. As long for just life support. Like if it just purely is focusing all its energy on keeping the Ava pilot alive, it can do 16 hours. And at some point, Shinji's sitting there and it's been like 12 hours and he's like, holy shit, I'm so bored. I wish someone would come rescue me. And then he kind of like dozes off a little bit and he has this like argument with himself about the meaning of life, about what he's doing, about what's going on, about how he feels about himself and his place in the world and stuff. It's all right. It's definitely something that like a teenage boy would definitely be like having a lot of thoughts and concerns about all this like existential bullshit. At some point, himself questions, like we hear like somebody say something about his dad killing his mom, and he's like, no, my mom was smiling the last time I saw her. She wanted this or something, and that's like it's a lot more like we're getting a lot of cryptic bullshit and like no answers whatsoever. And then we spend a decent amount of time with like all that, like these revelations and just like recalling like different events in Shinji's life and seeing things and his like other self, as it calls itself, which might just be the angel manipulating him, it would be my assumption, is that it's a lot of like, oh, what does it mean? You have like 5 different selves. You have like who Asuka sees you as, what you see yourself as, what Misato sees you as, what Gendo sees you as, right? And at no point does Rei or Ritsuko come up. So we definitely at this point really establish, and I feel through the writing, that Asuka is like a very, very, very important person to Shinji, whether that's romantically or it just is like an individual that he's trying to like impress. I definitely feel like there's some romantic stuff implied in all this, but for both of them, they're just like dumb 14-year-olds, and she's like a tsundere. But where do we go with this? Okay, so that goes on for a bit, and then Shinji starts, at some point he wakes up and like the life support system's like failing, and he starts to freak out and he's like pounding, trying to get out of the thing, and he's like yelling for help from like Asuka or Misato, and then he kind of collapses and he starts to get kind of delirious again, and there's like some more stuff going through his head. Then the operation begins on the outside. They like move it forward a little bit because they're like, he's running out of time. We got to get this thing going if Shinji has like any chance of survival. And so we see like the planes going overhead with like the nukes or whatever, and the Avas are like positioned to like deactivate the AT field and all that stuff. And at some point Misato's also like questioning. Oh no, this happens after this. So then the ball's just sitting there and it's all shadowy and stuff. And then right before the operation is about to begin, the ball, like there's cracks all over the shadow, like red cracks. And we go inside, before that we see Shinji laying there and he's thinking about his mom and then we see this like beautiful like angelic light creature like go up and like put her hand on Shinji's face and say something about like it's all right, something like that. And then Shinji's like, what, Mom? And then we go out and we see the shadow like cracking and all the red. And then once again, like this traffic's terrible. Like in the first episode, the Ava Unit 1 goes beyond expectations. And what the fuck is it doing? And it literally like the ball starts to crack open, and we see Ava Unit 1 just like tear its way out of the ball, which is not something it should be able to do, as it has no power and no ability to function, but it's just like literally doing like whatever the fuck it wants. Right? We haven't gotten this in a while. This kind of like, oh yeah, the Evas are somewhat independent, and then this is where Ritsuko or Misato's like, the fuck are these things? Like what are the Evangelions? Like, what are they supposed to be, like angels? Are they supposed to be like? Because she knows they're somehow like a copy of the angel or like a replication or something. But like, what are they made of? Like, why is it able to do this? And then we get this like horrific scene where it's like tears its way out, and there's like red goo everywhere, like blood, and it's like it's screaming into like the Ava's screaming into the ether, and then it like comes out, and there's just like an explosion of like red liquid everywhere, and it's like covered in this, and it just like has its lights are the eyes are like lit up, and it looks completely demonic, right? Which is like angels versus demons, a lot of the symbology there. So, which is like free will or predestination, right? So they haven't really gotten into that, but I'm assuming since they're basing all the angel names on the Sephiroth tree, which look it up, it's pretty interesting. That's what they're going for. But I'm not a philosophy channel. If you just Evangelion Sephiroth tree, I'm sure you'll find 500 YouTube videos that'll explain it from some philosophy major who spent like hours and hours editing and doing stuff. But that, if you're just watching my little story time video, that's the deal. It's angels versus demons, and the free will's the demons. It's like the whole story of Paradise Lost and whatnot. Anyway, so good stuff. Anyway, and then Ritsuko's like, I've never seen that. It looks so evil, like, so haunting. I think she says haunting in English. Is the kind of like translation, but anyway. So Masato. Okay, so then we see Shinji and. We hear like Masato being Shinji, and he like opens his eyes and she pulls open the thing, and then he's like looking at her and he's like, Masato, and then she like gives him a big hug, like mama hug, because that's like his mom, right, at this point, not his real mom but like his adopted mom, and so she's so happy that he's alive and he's okay. And then later on we get a scene with Shinji in the hospital and he's like waking up again, and Rei's there and she's like, okay, good, don't worry about it, Shinji, we'll take care of everything, you just rest. And he's like, no, I feel okay. And she's like, you just rest. And then she goes to open the door, and Asuka's like leaning against the door, listening in, trying to spy, and she's like, eh! And she like dashes off in embarrassment, right? And then Shinji laughs and then lays back down, and then he smells his hand, and he's like, it smells like blood. Or it still smells like blood. But if you remember, the smelling thing came up before when Rei and Shinji switched Evangelions. They were like, oh, it smells like Shinji, it smells like Akari, oh, it smells like Rei. Right, and then Asuka got really perturbed by the whole situation. So then it's like, okay, well, why does it smell like blood inside? Like, so it's like, it smells like, because there's like blood on the outside or whatever the angel is doing, but inside the containment center where he was like covered in the goo, it smelled like blood, right? Like, why did it smell like blood, right? That's like the question at hand. That's like more hints and like what this whole situation is going on. It's like, what's keeping them alive? Like, what's giving them oxygen? Like, what gives a body oxygen, right? Blood cells. Anyway, so you can ponder on that. And again, there's like 5,000 philosophy channels. What all the meaning of this shit is. I'm just a little story channel with like 60 followers. So you do with that what you will. Anyway, the other thing we get is Ritsuko and Gendo are looking at the Evangelion 1 as it's being sprayed off. And then she makes some like cryptic comments about Masato kind of figuring stuff out, and then Gendo's like, don't worry about it, I don't care. And then she's also says something about like if Rei and Shinji, not Asuka, if Rei and Shinji figure out with the truth, there's going to be lots of trouble. And Gendo just kind of like nods silently. So good stuff. It's really ramping up here in the back half. Episode 17 just builds and builds on the mystery and the interesting nuances of things that are occurring within Evangelion. Some of it's kind of hard to follow, I'm not going to lie. Because again, we're getting half-truths and like hints at things and like characters revealing things that we kind of already figured out to each other and whatnot. So the biggest thing about the whole situation here are kind of twofold. So first of all, well, there's two big things. The first big thing is about the children, right? So there's like Rei's the first child, Asuka's second, Shinji's the third, and then there's a fourth child, right? And then we also learned that America had two different sites, like Nerve Site 2 and another site that were producing Evangelions, Evangelion Unit 3 and 4. And then we learn about like a plug 2, I can't remember exactly what they call it, but instead of using that, they can use like a dummy plug and give it the information or something. And this will allow the Evangelions to function without a person being inside them, which seems to be like the goal, one of the goals that Gendo has. Because him and Kitsuragi, Ritsuko, have like a conversation about this, and she's kind of like, I'm not a big fan of this whole concept. And he's like, shut up and do what you're told. And they have this conversation in front of that like brain that is attached to like a tube that Ray kind of hangs out in sometimes. And there's a whole conversation about that too, where Ray like is going to miss a day of school because she's got to do some stuff and sync up and do whatever and whatever. And this leads not Kaji, Taji? Suzuhara. No, Suzuhara is the girl's name. Anyway, the boy, the kind of like more punk jock boy, there's the nerd boy and the other boy. He has to go deliver some stuff to Ray, and then Shinji has to go with him after school. And so they go, and then when they get there, it's like Ray's place is a complete mess. So Shinji starts cleaning it up. And then she walks in and she's like, oh, hey. And Jock Boy is like, oh, sorry, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, what? I don't care. And then Shinji's like, oh, hey, I cleaned up some of your stuff. Hope you don't mind. And she's like, thanks. And she's blushing. And then later on, she's by herself and she's like, I've never said thank you to anybody. Not even. And then she like looks at Gendo's broken glasses and she's like, not even him. So interesting things afoot, I guess. We also see that Shinji's sync thing is not as good as before, and there's some concern from some people. There's a whole thing at the very beginning of the episode where Masato is speaking and they're like, we want to talk to the second child, and she's like, or the third child, and she's like, no, because they about like the incident, and they're like, they're trying to figure out what was going on with the angel, why it absorbed AV Unit 1, what happened inside, and they're like, did it communicate with Shinji? And she's like, no. And in my head I'm like, well, kind of, yeah. And then a lot of questions around that and around what happened and around and then at some point they say something about a fourth child or something, and she's like, what? Blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, hey, this is us asking you questions, not you asking us questions. Major. And she's like, Roger, sir. It's very good. It's so military. Like the little bits of military you see in this show are like, they put Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the new ones, to complete shame. And even like some of the, like Call of Duty World, I know this is like bleeding over, but if on Mondays I do game stuff. Right now I'm going through the Shining series and the Black Force. The Shining Force, or the Shining series, because Shining Force is only like 4. It's technically 5, 6, 7, 8 games, but the Shining games are like 22. Anyway, and I'm playing through the Black Ops timeline, which I've read enough stuff to think that the new Modern Warfare games exist within that timeline, and I still believe they do, but they have like nothing to do with it. And also they're garbage, especially compared to the original Modern Warfare games, which are like so excellent, in which you can play the first 2 remastered, and they are so good. Anyway, if you want to know more about that, on Mondays, that's when I post that shit. And it's coming out around the time of this is out. I think by the time this one posts, I'll be at Black Ops 6, and then we head into Modern Warfare games, and then end it with Black Ops 3. All right, anyway. So, where were we? Okay, yeah. But it's so good, and it's so much of like the military in a lot of these games and movies is just hot trash. And then I watched this like anime from the 90s, and it's like the way military procedure works here, and like the chain of command, and like operations and how people really are is like 1,000 times better. And it's like, bro, it's so embarrassing to be like a creative in like the modern era here in like America, or like the West generally, if you want to classify that, and then look back to like an anime made, like a cartoon made in like the 90s, right? Because a lot of people dismiss anime as not being real art. So cartoon made in the 90s, and it's like 1,000 times better in every regard when it comes to story and accuracy and how militaries function and how interpersonal drama actually occurs. It's like, it's so embarrassing. That being said, the Black Ops games, like specifically the ones that are made by Treyarch, are excellent. They continue to be good. They continue to carry the legacy of the original Modern Warfare games, as far as I'm concerned. Now, I can't speak for the multiplayer here. The multiplayer in the Black Ops 6 is hot garbage, but I don't give a fuck about that. So this is a story time meandering channel, so that's what we're gonna talk about. Anyway, speaking of meanderings, we also get a cute scene where they're at school, and Asuka's like screaming at her husband. Shinji for forgetting to make their lunches, and he was too busy like getting his homework done or something, and she's berating him and stuff. And then Jock friend is like, look, it's the married couple fighting again, and they both get like super red in the face, and at the exact same time be like, shut up. Toji, I think it's Toji. It's so good. At some point Toji gets, or so when the nerd friend's gone, he's like, he went somewhere to look at like a battleship or something, but then he comes back, and then Toji gets like called to the office to speak with somebody, right? And so if you're not retarded, you immediately know like, oh, he's the fourth child. And then then he starts being real sketchy the episode. He's like sitting around, he's like thinking about stuff alone, he's like not interacting with anybody, he's having like a lot of like qualms and stuff in life. We also get a scene of him going to visit his sister in the hospital. We don't see the sister. We see like her name on a board, and we see him walking down a hall, and then we hear nurses like talking about how he's such a good brother because he's coming to visit his sister like twice a week, and they don't know what's wrong with her, but there's something. Anyway, it's very sweet. Okay, and then so we don't get a lot of answers to that. He talks to Suzuhara, who's the girl who has a crush on him, who's the student council president. I'm pretty sure that's her name. And she, and then we see him like playing basketball. Okay, anyway. So then at some point, Asuka's trying to get in with Kaji still, and at some point she like breaks into his office, or like storms into his office more like, and he's like, "I'm busy, get out of here, you brat." And she's like, "No," and she like goes up and gives him a hug. He's like, "Kaji!" And then she sees there's a fourth child, and she sees who it is, and she's like, "The fuck!" What else occurs? And then there's also a scene where Maya, I think is her name, like the female tech. There's like two male techs, glasses and long hair, and then there's a female tech. I think her name is Maya. So she's sitting there, and Kaji's like hitting on her while she's being like embarrassed, and he's like, they're by like vending machines, and the Masato storms over, and she's like, keep it in your pants, Kaji, the fuck. And then Maya runs off, and then Kaji's like, "Oh, you'd rather me flirt with you?" And she's like, "Hell no." So and she's like, "Hey, what the fuck's going on with like the Marzok Institute or whatever, the ones that supposedly choose the children?" And he kind of laughs, and she's like, "What? Tell me." And he's like, "It doesn't exist." And she's like, "What?" And she's like, "Tell me more." And he's like, "You should look into Project 777. I think it's 777. And she's like, "What? Isn't that the name or the address of Shinju's school?" Right? So clearly they're not picking kids at random. They've already like gathered them together in the school. Because someone makes a comment about keeping them all together, like all the Eva pilots together, because that is like better for syncing, or it keeps them like something. I don't remember, and I'm kind of doing this episode by episode, so maybe we'll find out more about this later. But Misato's like, and so I think that's everything in this episode. We get a shot of we find out that they're making some additions to Tokyo 3, because we get Gendo and white-haired guy riding a train talking about how they've created this paradise for themselves and all this stuff. And at some point, one of them references that the council is like freaking out about the because like it wasn't part of the schedule for this, like for Nerve Center 2 to be destroyed and to lose Eva 4. And then one of the guys, Gendo's like, "Well, they're going to have to revise their timelines," and they're kind of like laughing about it. And then the white hair guy says something, and one of them says something about like they need to learn that not everything that occurs is going to be in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Dun dun dun. So again, a lot of these like early Judo-Christian Gnostic kind of like references in this show about like what's going on, the angels, the Sephiroth tree. I don't think they got really gone to the Sephiroth tree yet, but it's there. Like you see it in the opening credits, so it exists. And Sephiroth tree is, I mean, you can Google it, but I would definitely ask DeepSeek at this point. I don't know if I'd ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT might be like more neutral about it because of the whole like Jewish thing that's going on right now in 2025. Anything Jewish related, I would stick to like a neutral party, which is like the Chinese AI. Anyway, it'll explain a lot. It's pretty wild. But essentially, it's just like a hierarchy of angels with like Metatron at the top. And Metatron is Raphael. Well, Michael's at the top, and then it's like Raphael, who's Metatron. I don't know. It's the whole thing. I looked into it like when I was like in high school, right? When I had like dial-up internet. So I don't remember everything about it. But it's interesting. It's all about the Kabbalah and crap. So yeah, there you go. That's episode 17. It's just a lot of mystery, a lot of like hinting at things, and the introduction of a fourth child and more Evangelions that are being built all over the world. So episode 18 here is a direct continuation of the previous episode, dealing with Taji being the fourth child and Eva Unit 3 and all that stuff. So we spent a lot of time with like mopey teenagers doing mopey teenager stuff, and like Asuka avoiding the boys because she's upset because Shinji's not making a move on her and stuff, and then pretending it's about Kaji and whatnot. And then there's Suzuhara, I think that's her name, the class president's trying to get with Taji, but he's being kind of isolated. And then at some point Rei like walks up to him to like say something. While he's like being a mopey dopey boy, and she's concerned as well, and he kind of like gives her a hard time for liking Shinji, and she's like, "I don't like Shinji," and he's like, "Yes you do," and then she like blushes, right? So Shinji's got the like selective mutism Rei or Tsunari Asuka to choose from. Obviously Asuka's the right choice. For Shinji, no one's the right choice, but if I was Shinji. Anyway, Misato has to go to like this. They're going to some mountain somewhere to do like the initial test for AV Unit 3 and for Taji is so it's not like right by Nerve or whatever. And there's a specific reason for that, and the reason for that is that AV Unit 3 ends up being another angel, which is something that was probably predicted by the Wise Men and the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that stuff. As we learn more and more, we learn more and more that like none of this stuff is like necessarily accidental, or that none of it's like not anticipated. Like there is, as the show goes on, it becomes more and more clear that like the Gendo and the Council and stuff have a lot better idea of like what's going on. And a lot deeper plan than anything else. And also we get a lot more about the dummy plug. I kind of mentioned that in the previous episode, I'm pretty sure. But if not, they have these dummy plugs they were developing in Germany, and essentially they take the essence of like of one of these children, because like the Evangelion units have to be piloted by like young humans for whatever reason that's never fully explained here, or up to this point. But that they created these dummy plugs where they kind of like simulate that for the Ava, and Ava like registers it, and then it will kind of like function on autopilot instead of relying on like a fucking hormonal teenager to like do its job. And it becomes very prescient that they have this system and they have it in here for this episode, because when the children have to go fight Evangelion, which has a human pilot in it, they all stumble. They all can't do it, and partially they all know who it is, right? So Asuka and Rei know exactly who it is, and so that causes them to make some mistakes, and get destroyed. And then AV Unit 1's getting like killed, and Shinji's like refusing to fight back because he doesn't want to kill a human being on purpose, right? By destroying this thing. And his dad's in charge of this whole thing, because Masato and Ritsuko were like at the site when it kind of blew up and the angel took over the Evangelion and did all that stuff. And so he's the one who initiates the dummy plug, which thank goodness for that, because then the Ava it does like its berserk thing and just kicks the shit out of the AV Unit 3. And it's one of those things where it's like, Shinji, all you had to do was like beat the shit out of this thing, and then you could have been good. But instead, this thing like completely tears the AV Unit apart, like completely pummels the head into the ground, tears limbs off, and even takes the entry plug out, which they try to eject, but there's like some sort of goo over it that won't let it go away. Because angels are assholes. And I can't think of any other purpose for having that in there. But and then because Angel's controlling the thing, like Kaji's not, and then it shatters like the entry plug, supposedly killing Kaji. We find out at the end of the episode that Kaji survived, and that at the very end of the episode, when he sees like a shattered Kaji, who's like one of his best friends, his two best friends, Shinji like completely loses it, and that's how the episode ends. And it's a thing where the whole episode people keep being like, Masato, maybe you should tell him about Kaji, and she's like, I'll tell him later. And then like Asuka knows because she looked over Kaji's shoulders, and then Rei knows because Rei knows everything because of secrets that we aren't aware of yet. And so at some point Shinji's like, wait, you know who the fourth child is? And Asuka's like, I'm not going to say anything. And like I said, well, Masato's gone. Kaji is sleeping over to like watch over because they're like 14-year-olds, right? And he like gives them a hard time for like fighting all the time. Kaji gives them a hard time at school again for like fighting as a married couple. It's all kind of this typical stuff. Kaji doesn't really want to be an Ava pilot. That's a lot of his like mopey dopey stuff. He's like thinking about it a lot. We find out from Ritsuko that he really didn't want to do it, but that he'd do it if they move his sister from like the public hospital to like the Nerve super hospital or whatever to take care of her. So that's his whole reason for being. And then I think that's most of it. We don't get any like more secrets and stuff outside of the entry plug thing, which is like very important for like the end of Evangelion, which is the movie that wraps up season 1, I guess you could call it, because then you have the re-ups, and apparently from what I'm seeing, I haven't never seen them, but apparently from the nerds on the internet, they're saying it's kind of like it's important to watch Eva Unit. It's important to watch Eva, the Evangelion TV series, and Evangelion because it like leads directly into that, and they're like somewhat related. It's not like they just redid it. It's like there's like more going on there, but we'll get there when we get there. Anyway, so yeah. It's good stuff. The fighting was interesting because there really wasn't much fighting. It's just the AV Units getting the shit kicked out of them, and then a lot of mopey teenager stuff. Which, when I watched the show when I was literally 14, then I like hardcore relate to all this stuff, and that's another reason why this show is so impactful to me personally. Outside of all the fun philosophical and esoteric Gnostic references and stuff, it's just like, oh man, this show does a really good job of like portraying like angsty teenagers, especially young teenagers who like have no fucking clue, and they're like super hormonal and like barely figuring out like masturbation and stuff. So good stuff. So Shinji's had enough. He has had enough of this bullshit, and he's not going to do it anymore. So he refuses to get out of Evangelion. There's a whole thing about them trying to like force the entry plug or whatever to eject and all this stuff, and Shinji keeps rejecting it. And he's like, you, and they're like, hey, we did this for your benefit, otherwise you died. He's like, I had no choice in the matter, something, you guys are a bunch of assholes, let me talk to my father. And his father's like, raise the LCL. So the LCL I don't know if I mentioned this before, is like the liquid inside. It's like whenever we see like blood in this, it's always the LCL. Where does the LCL come from? I don't know. I do know, but we'll find out in the show later. It's more secret bullshit. Anyway, so they eventually overwhelm. They like flood the LCL or like raise the rate or something. I can't remember what Gendo exactly says, but something where it knocks Shinji out. And then we get Toji. And I've been saying it wrong. I think Suzihara, because it comes up in this episode, and I'm like, oh, I think Suzihara is Toji's last name, and I've been calling the class rep Suzihara, which I think is wrong. I think she's Sakura. I'm not sure. Okay, don't quote me on that. But so I'm just gonna refer to her as that. I'm gonna call Toji. So we get to Toji, and Toji's like laying in the hospital. And he looks over in the hospital bed as he kind of wakes up, and he sees Shinji there, and he's like, Shinji, what are you doing here? And then he kind of like fades off into some like mystical realm where he sees Shinji on like a train. They're both on a train, and then Shinji's arguing with Rei about existence, about the purpose of things, about what he's doing and all this stuff. And she's essentially kind of calling him out somewhat. And then at some point he gets woken up by the class rep, and she's like, oh, hey. And they chit chat and flirt a little bit, and he like apologizes for missing her lunch. It's like, it's okay. And he makes her promise that she'll go tell his sister, who should also be in the same hospital, that he's fine and nothing's wrong. And she's like, okay. And they also mentioned that Shinji was released like 3 days ago, and that we get like Misato and Ritsuko over at the base that was destroyed by Ava Unit 3. And we get some conversation about how Shinji's in a lot of trouble because he did all this crazy shit and row, disobeying orders, yada, yada, yada. We also get a scene with like Rei and Asuka while Shinji's still in the hospital. And Asuka's like super pissed off at Shinji and being like, he's such a, little bitch, and, getting himself injured, not doing what he's told. Like, it really upsets me. And then something about dreams. And then Rei's like, dreams? ? And Asuka's like, don't fucking tell me you don't dream either. Super good. Anyway, so at that point, we have Shinji's in prison, and then he gets taken to the commander, who's Gendo, his father, and he's in handcuffs, and he's like, I don't want to do this anymore. And then Gendo's like, lists off all the crimes he committed, and he's like, whatever, get out of here. And it's like, you're never going to be able to return. He's like, good, I don't want to fucking return. I hate you, and I hate this whole thing, and then what you make me do, and all this stuff. And then we get Misato taking Shinji to, like, the train station, and she's like, hey, I'm going to keep your room and your pass card and stuff, just, so when you come back. And he's like, I'm never coming back. And she's gets in the car, and she's like, oh, my gosh, she actually seems serious this time. And there's a lot about running away. That's, like, the whole conversation he has with Rei in, like, the dream realm that Taji overhears is all about him running away, about not stepping up to responsibility and not doing what he needs to do to take care of people, and about kind of just being a little bitch generally. And Misato has like a less angry version of that same conversation. And then right as Shinji's like waiting for the train, an alarm goes off, and it's everyone's got to evacuate because dun dun dun, there's another angel. And then we so Shinji goes to the evacuation site. The angel's just coming in, it's blasting things. It's super strong. It like blasts through like the upper levels like in one blast, and it's got these like knife arms kind of things. They're like they look like cloth, but then they're like just ripping things up. And so Asuka is already up, ready to defend Nerve, and she's like firing away at this thing, and she's like fire, 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 fire. Like she shoots it with like an assault rifle, runs out of bullets with that, switches over to like shotgun, switches over to pistol. She's just hitting it with all this stuff, and she's like freaking out because it's like, why is my AT field canceling its AT field? Like, what's going on? Because she doesn't seem to be doing any damage to it. And then the thing rolls up and like cuts both her arms off, and she's like freaking out because it's like the nerve transfer or whatever, she feels the pain. And then it's going for her head, and so they disconnect the nerves, and then once it knocks the head off and it's like immobile, Asuka's like okay, she's like trapped in there, but she's fine. It just keeps proceeding onward with its like mission. And so then they have to activate they have to get Rei in there, because Avery Unit 0 is like all fucked up. It's still missing an arm. It hasn't been fully recovered yet, but Rei's been like synced with Avery Unit 1 before, so like, give Rei in Avery Unit 1. So they put Rei in Avery Unit 1, and the Avery Unit like completely rejects her, and they're like, you get some conversation with the higher ups about like, it's starting to get a mind of its own. And like the Ava's purposely rejecting things, so it's like these aren't just like mechs, right? Which we kind of knew from like episode 1 when it like opened its eye and looked at Shinji or like went berserk in the first place. So at that juncture, they're like, all right, do the dummy plug. And so they try the dummy plug, and it rejects the dummy plug too. And so it like is keyed up with Shinji, and it's like, nope, no one else can pilot me but Shinji. Go fuck yourselves. And so they activate AV Unit 0, and then Asuka's head crashes into the evacuation area where Shinji's at, and he's like, fuck. And so he goes out and he's just watching them like fruitlessly try to fight this angel while AV Unit 2, Asuka's unit, is just standing there in silhouette. And then all of a sudden he's like, hey, what are you doing here? And he turns, and it's Kaji, and Kaji's just like watering his watermelons. And he's like, what are you doing here? And he's like, oh, they found out about my other job, like Nerve, working for the like special security forces or whatever. And so they don't let him be involved in any combat operations anymore. So, and he's like, and you're here. So, I mean, we're all going to die. And this is where we get like the big reveal, but it's very casual. It's like, because when the angel's going for Adam at the bottom of Nerve, and when it gets there, it's going to cause a third impact and we're all dead, right? So, like very casually, it's like this huge lore drop, like the fuck, and it's just like, oh yeah, this thing's totally gonna happen, and Chichi's just like, what the fuck? And he's like, so fuck it, like if we're all gonna die, I'd rather be here watering my watermelons, like running away in fear. Because what's the point of that? I'm not gonna hide in some shelter and just be sad, like, oh, whatever, fuck it, we're all dead, here we go. And then Chichi's like, should I go back and pilot? And Kaji's like, hey man, Kaji's like, hey man, that's on you, whatever you want to do, that's your life, like I'm not gonna tell you what to do, right or wrong, it's up to you. And it's like, what a bro. He's kind of a dirtbag with women, but, you know, what a bro. So good for him. And then they watch, like, AV Unit 0 pops up, and she is missing an arm, and she doesn't have a weapon. She just has, like, an AT mine, which is like a nuclear bomb. And so she runs at the angel and, like, tries to slam it through its AT field, but she's not having a lot of luck with that. And so then she gets, like, blown up. But, you know, she's an Evangelion, so she'll be okay. And at some point, someone's like, what about Rei? Something. And she's like, oh, it's okay. I'm replaceable. It doesn't matter if I die. And you may seem like, oh, man, she's so down and depressed and emo and whatnot. But it's like, there's some other stuff going on with that. But I'll get there later. So, yeah, so then finally Shinji's like, fuck. And so he runs back to the base, and, like, the angel's, like, in the base, and then it's, like, in the command center, and it's, like, Shinji runs up, and he's like, let me pilot AV Unit 1, and his dad's like, get the fuck out of here. And Shinji's like, hell no, I'm gonna do this thing, like, blah, 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 blah. And then we go to Masato and Ritsuko, and they're like, all right, everybody evac, this thing's coming in real hot right now. And then right as they're about to, like, run away, the Eva's, like, shows up, and then it, like, its face is, like, right by them, and it starts to, like, power up its, like, blaster rays in its face or something. And then AV Unit 1, like, comes in and smashes it, and then it, like, bashes, and they have this cool fight underground, and, like, the whole area, and then Shinji loses, like, his arm at some point, or the AV Unit loses his arm, and then he hits, like, the catapult and slams it in there. He's like, shut it off. It's they both fly into the air, and then AV Unit 1 is actually doing really good. Like, Shinji's, like, beating the shit out of this thing, and then it wasn't connected to a power source, so the 5 minutes runs up, and so it's, like, immobile. And so then the AV Unit, or then the angel, like, hits him right in his gut, and he's like, ah! And then there's something there, and Masato's like, the fuck is that? And it just looks like a blob of something. Like, I was like, what are you pointing at? And then the angel goes bang, 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 and starts bashing on this thing. And Shinji's like, come on, because he knows for a fact this thing's gone berserk and done, you know, been pretty great before. So if he, like, tries hard enough, and then at some point we get, like, the little symbol they use for, like, a soul, and it, like, lights up, and then Shinji's like, Nani desu ka? And then the angel, like, comes to life, and it's like, rah! And it, like, grabs the angel, rips off one of its arms, and kicks it back. And then it takes the arm, puts it where it's like, no, its arm got cut off, and grows a new arm. And and Ritsuko and Masato and Maya and the other techs are all standing there watching, and Maya's like, what the fuck? And then the angel, like, or the Eva, like, screams out, and then it gets on all fours and, like, goes to the angel and starts beating the shit out of it, and, like, tears its face off and starts eating it. And then it's like it's popping, like, its armor off, and someone's like, it's taking its armor off, why would it do that? And then Ritsuko's like, well, about that. She's like, that wasn't just armor, it was a cage, because we have these things caged up. And Misato's like, what the fuck? And the thing is, like, eating the angel and, like, screaming into the heavens, and everyone's just like, what is happening? And then we go to Gendo, and who's covered in, like, LCL from when, like, the angel cut off Shinji's arm. He was, like, standing around in that area, and the white hair guy's there, and he's like, well, Gendo, how does this play into your time frame? And Gendo's just sitting there, and he's like, it's happening. It's because it's what the fuck does he say? It's happening. It's become, like, conscious or something like that, or it's, like, woken up. And then we leave it on that. Note for episode 19. It's fucking good, y'all. In terms of story, episode 20 doesn't get too much going on, but we get a lot of philosophical ramblings with Shinji, because Shinji's stuck inside the entry plug for the Ava unit, and in fact, it's not that even that he's just stuck. When they do a scan of it, he doesn't exist there anymore because he's converged himself with the Evangelion. And someone comments at some point that, hey, that's what 400% sync rate's going to do for you. In terms of the other characters, this episode mostly focuses on Shinji and the philosophical ramblings, Misato being upset and yelling at Ritsuko and slapping her at one point because she can't save Shinji, and then Ritsuko trying to save Shinji with Maya and the other techs. And then we also get a bit of like the council and Gendo, and talks about like Gendo's gone too far, he needs like a muzzle, no muzzle's going to work, what about a bell to warn us when he's doing bullshit, the bell only works if the bell works, kind of stuff. And then like people being like, what is Gendo thinking? And then Gendo being like, I am well pleased with this whole situation. Mama Misato is hard in the paint in this one, you know, my boy Shinji and whatnot. We get like one shot of Asuka, she's just pissed off because Shinji outperformed her. And then Rei is Rei doing Rei stuff. But then Rei, okay, so then the majority of the episode is inside like Shinji's head. So they're trying to do all this like random bullshit. There's like some cryptic talk about the primordial goo and the LCL and all that stuff. We're getting some more hints that stuff's somewhat related. And that the angels, you know, after it like eats up, it like calms itself down, and they put it back in its like cage, and it's like armored stuff or whatever. And we get, you know, it's like day 1, day 2, day 3, a month later, yada, yada, yada. All right, so this whole time while Shinji's in there, he's like trying to wrap his head around like reality, and he gets a lot of like, we see like naked, and you know, it's like anime 90s naked where you don't see tits. You see boobs, but like you don't see the tits, so it's like safe for Japanese television at that time. So we get Asuka, naked Rei, naked Misato. It's a lot of like crazy, like he's sitting there and then like Misato's coming at him or coming at us, coming at the screen being like, don't you want to join with me? Don't you want to be a part of me? Don't you want to be one? And then Asuka says the same thing and Rei says the same thing. Again, this is not philosophy tube over here with Evangelion. There's guys who do 1,000 times better than I could ever do. They actually have degrees and know what they're talking about when it comes to like different philosophies or the way the movie's done. One of them's like something Wolf, which I watch, which is pretty good. Some other guys too. I don't know their names. You can look it up. So we're just going with story. So in terms of like the story and my thoughts on it, this episode is kind of just like, it's good because it kind of, that's the thing. I enjoy it because I enjoy the philosophical side. But if we're just looking at it from like a narrative speaking, we spent most of the episode just with Shinji inside his own head, and there's like nothing. There's like no secrets revealed. There doesn't seem to be a lot of character development, except that Shinji at some point, because he just keeps having these like lucid kind of hallucinations or whatever inside this thing, that he decides that he wants to stick around. And we find out from the key stuff is we find out from Ritsuko that like 20 years ago with her mother, when her mother was in charge of this area, that they tried to do the same thing. They lost somebody else, but it failed. And this time it seems like it fails, but Shinji's able to use like the muster of him being like an anime protagonist to like bring himself back, even though it seems like they failed. Because they like fail, they eject the suit's empty. Mama Misato, and I say Mama Misato because she's acting in like her mom role. Very literally, we find out. But she comes over and she's like freaking out and holding the suit and like crying, and my boy, my Shinji, what have they done to my beautiful boy? Like the Godfather, right? Good stuff. Anyway, so, but inside like the Shinji's head or inside the thing, the important stuff is that there's a whole conversation about his mother hating his father. What does it mean? What does a mother mean? Mother means comfort, safety, yada, 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 all this stuff that like directly relates back to Misato, but also his actual mom. And then he like recalls all this stuff, or he's getting images, right? And so this is important because he seems to be getting memories from his mother while he's in here. Like memories, she's like breastfeeding him as a baby. And then she hears her parents talking. Yui's his mom. So, and they're like, oh, what are we going to call him if it's a boy? We'll call him Shinji, which is Japanese for believe, by the way. But anyway, and what if it's a girl? We'll call her Rei. And it's like, oh, Rei, that's interesting. That's interesting. This other girl is called Rei, and you know, Gendo's really into that as well. So like, what's that all about, right? Is this like his daughter from another marriage, or is there something else going on here, or what? Right. So that's all good stuff. Trying to think if there's anything else directly important to kind of touch base on there. Okay, so then at the end of then at some point we have Kaji talking to Gendo and the white-haired guy, and this is directly related to the comment the council makes about a bell. So it seems like Kaji, in his role as like a triple agent or whatever, he was supposed to like warn the council, right? Because he also works for like the Japanese security forces or the UN special security agency or whatever, as well as Nerve Intelligence, that he was supposed to let them know that like something was amiss, and he just did not because whatever reason. And so then he questions Gendo and the white-haired guy about some stuff, and they like don't really give him a response back. And then after Misato's like crying by the Evangelion and all this stuff, then all of a sudden like Shinji just like appears naked on the ground, right? And she's like, oh, Shinji. And then it's like a couple days later, I think it's like 3 days later, he's good to go. Like she's super excited about that. And then her and Ritsuko are like out and about, and Ritsuko's like, hey, come clubbing with me. And Misato's like, nah, girl, I got some other stuff I got to take care of. And so she drops Ritsuko off, like apparently just on the side of the road. And then Ritsuko's like just like her mother. And then we get a sex scene with her and with Misato and Kaji, right? We don't see anything. We just see like naked Misato's legs, and then we hear like some moaning and stuff. It's pretty good. Not like in a lewd way, but in kind of an uncomfortable way, which they talk about how like she'll smoke. She only smokes after sex, and that she only has sex with him, essentially. So he's the only one who knows that she still smokes at all. And then at some point, someone puts like a pill. I want to say it's probably like I would almost, unless something comes up, my assumption is really that it's like a morning after pill, right? Because they're just having like their raw dog in it, and she doesn't want to get pregnant, so she's going to take that. And then, while they're having sex or doing stuff, she's like questioning him about like Nerve and about the atom, or I don't think they call it atom yet, about the angels underneath Nerve, and like how it's all related and whatnot, and all this kind of crazy stuff. And he's like super dodgy about it, but it also seems like he might not know, because they almost get into a conversation about what is Gendo Ikari's like plan, right? Which is what he asked Gendo Ikari essentially earlier, and then he bangs her out to like get her to shut the fuck up. And then he says something about like this being the last time this is going to happen, but it's not like I'm done with you, bitch. It's more like I am going to die, so this might be the last time this happens. And that wraps up episode 20. Before we get into the next few episodes, it's one thing to point out is that there was like an original broadcast version, and we're hitting episode 21 going through 26. So there was an original broadcast version of these episodes, and then after it was all said and done, they made this movie called Death and Rebirth, and it pretty much retold a lot of this section of the story, but then added some extra scenes. And so then they made director's cut versions of episodes at least 1 through 24. I don't know if they did 25 and 26 because they're kind of wackadooey. And it's one of those things where it's like they're not necessarily like hard canon in terms of like the overarching story, because then at the end of the TV show, after they made Death and Rebirth, and they also made another movie called End of Evangelion, which kind of replaced the ending that took place in episodes 25 and 26, if I remembering correctly. So, and it was something about like a budget or like something. I don't remember exactly. You can look it up if you really want. But the thing to note is that I am now watching. When it came out, obviously I watched it as it came out. But now I'm watching the director's cut version. So if you're following along, or if you go back and watch these and you are watching the regular version, it's going to be slightly different than what I'm talking about. But again, I'm not going into deep philosophical or like really that much detail. I'm just kind of hitting like key points so we can follow along with the story. But just so you know, the director's cut is what I'm talking about for at least the next few episodes. Again, I'll see when I pull it up, but I don't think the 25th and 26th episode had director's cuts, but maybe they did. Okay, anyway, so episode 21 spends a lot of time establishing Nerve and a lot of the key players that we've maybe been like spoken about but haven't really been dealt into. And this includes Yui, Shinji's mom. This includes Ritsuko's mom. This includes where the white-haired guy came from, the origins of Nerve, and all that stuff. The first time we see Rei, baby Shinji, which is adorbs. and just kind of the relationship, what happened to Masato after the second impact, and about Ritsuko and Kaji and everybody's relationship there and whatnot. And it begins where Kaji's on the phone and he gets like orders and he receives like a red card and he's like, a red order, this just like the color of blood, which is foreshadowing for what's going to happen to him later in the episode. We then get Masato then gets approached by some like intelligence guys about Kaji and where is he at, what's he doing. She's like, I don't know. So she hands out over her gun and stuff, and they take her in for like questioning, and we spend like very little time with that because she gets like questioned about Kaji, and she's like pretty much tells him I don't know anything about anything. And then we go to the white-haired guy, and he's handcuffed to a chair in a dark room, and it's the council shows up, right? But they don't normally show up with like their funny colored desks, but this time they just show up as like monoliths, and it's like audio only. And they're asking him about Gendo, they're asking him about what's going on, they're asking about a lot of kind of nerve-related stuff. And so we get like the backstory of Nerve and all this stuff following him mostly, and his point of view. We do switch to like other people's points of view a little bit, but generally it seems like this is the story he's telling them. So years ago, I think it's like 15 years ago or more, he was, and this is before the second impact, so, he mentions at some point, this is back when we still had seasons. So he's a professor at a university, and he's just like hanging out, and some of the students are like, hey, come party with us, come drink, it's like the end of the semester or something. And he's like, all right, I guess I'll go. And while he's there, he's talking to like another professor, and that professor's like, you should get out more, you should do this, you should do that. He's like, oh, hey, I got a research assistant for you, Akari. And Yui Akari, who's Shinji's mom. So it's like, oh wait, that was her last name? That's interesting. Is she married to Gendo at this point? Like, no, she doesn't even know Gendo. So eventually he takes her name, which is interesting because he's like Isakari or something. I didn't catch it exactly. It doesn't matter. But so he meets her, and she has like a very interesting like research proposal, and like, what does she want to do with this? She wants to go to this organization called Sile, because they're involved with a lot of like this like intent. I mean, we don't get like specifics, but essentially it's like the Human Instrumentality Project and stuff like that. Anyway, at some point he gets told that he's gonna mentor Gendo, and so he goes and picks him up from the prison because he got drunk and like got into a fight with some guys, and he's like, I did not like this guy, he's kind of shady, whatnot. And then he finds out from Yui that they're dating and that they're getting married or something, and he's like, what? And you can tell he's got a thing for Yui as well, just by the animation is done so well in this show, where it's like he'll keep making like he'll like look at her, and it'll like emphasize, like instead of looking at her like her face, he'll like glance over at her, and it's like boobs or like her ass or whatever, right? So he's like sexually attracted to her on some level, but he's like he's like an old professor, and he's got like a young, hot, super intelligent, nice, it's like she's like a great catch, if you will. So of course he's gonna be checking her out, which is like human, right? Like that's just like how life is. So I like how this show doesn't shy away from what like people would be like, oh, how dare he? It's like, no, fuck yeah, that's I guarantee every like male or female professor in this country, when they see like a hot young member of the opposite sex that's like got a lot of potential, they like, even if they're not going to ever do anything, it's like the thought is going to cross your mind, like you're fucking human. It's not like you're just like, oh no, I'm a nun in a covenant and I have no sexual desires whatsoever except for Jesus, my husband. Like, it's kind of fucking retarded. Anyway, so that's good stuff. And I'm trying to think of anything else really occurs there. Yeah, so we just get he's talking about Gendo and Yui and kind of what they're doing in Sile. And then at some point, well, the whole episode starts, and we can see some like top secret footage of like the Antarctic Research Center, and we get like 4 or 5 people like talking over each other about like Kitsuragi, who is Misato's dad, and some other professors and everything that's going on. And then when the impact happens, everyone's like freaking out, and then they're dead, right? Because Masato is the only survivor of the incident. And we see her at some point when she's like a little girl, like 2 years after the incident, and she's like completely mute, has not spoken to anybody in like 2 years, and they're kind of watching her. And the show ends up bouncing around. So it starts off just kind of talking about the professor and what's going on, and then it starts bouncing around a lot. So after the second impact, he ends up in this like little town, this like kind of boat town, and he's just being a doctor, like a medical doctor, right? And then like a nerve intelligence guy, essentially, like it looked like it was the exact same model that was talking to Misato, comes up and like essentially tells him he's going to come work for Sile. And he's like not a big fan of that, but he's like, he finds out that Yui's a member or doing something there, and he's like, oh, okay, yeah. Anyway, and Gendo too. So he goes and he's like talking to Gendo, and apparently Gendo, like one day before he's like, oh, I I'm surprised you lived. Like, I thought you were up at that research site. And he's like, oh yeah, I left one day before to come back to Tokyo. And he's like, oh, that seems sus. Which of course it is, because it's Gendo Ikari. and at some point he calls him like the gray-haired guy. So I can't remember what his name is. He calls Gendo by like his last name, right? Because that's how they talk in Japan. Everyone's like last names. But then he's like, no, I'm an Ikari now. And he's like, what? And he's like, I married you. And he's like, what? So that's interesting. Like, why did he do that? Anyway, and so we just get some more talk about how, like, yeah, they got married, he had a kid, you know, and then as the professor, as the white-haired guy starts looking into it more, he goes and sees Yui, who's like doing professorship stuff, and he's like, and then he's finally like, I'm gonna turn you in, all this shady stuff. There's like a giant of light, and like Seilei is saying there was like a meteor strike, but I know it's all bullshit because I have all this evidence, and I'm gonna tell the whole world. And then Gendo's like, all right, do what you want, but first, let's go look at something. And so he takes him out of the Geofront, right, where Nerve 3 is, where Tokyo 3 ends up being built. And the guy's like, the fuck, did you guys build this? And he's like, no, someone else built this. Like, it's just like the site in the South Pole. Or in the, I think that, yeah, it's in the South Pole, right, where the Antarctic was. And so the implication is, like, whatever creature they found there that caused, like, the second impact, there was a creature here under Tokyo, or in Japan, that caused like the same thing, and so they're going to utilize it to build this thing. And he takes them deeper in, and we find that we meet Ritsuko's mom, and she has red hair, and then we see young Ritsuko, and she has red hair, so she's been dyeing her hair, which makes sense because then now you look at her and you're like, oh yeah, her eyebrows are very dark, so she's not a natural blonde, she's dyeing her blonde to like separate her from her mom, clearly. But then we get some like cute relationship between her and her mom. Like they like write letters to each other, and they talk about Masato and how she like skipped school for that. Like, so Ritsuko meets Masato, and they become like BFFs, sort of like in this like college that they're going to. But then so that I'm sorry, I almost hit a dog. She so I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so Masato, and she mentions that like, oh, this is the mute girl, but now she's like talking, and she talks so much she can't talk. And then she writes another letter to her mom later, and is like, Masato was like gone for a week of school, and she came back. She told me she was having sex with her new boyfriend for like the whole week. We're like, what an idiot, right? And then they like share letters about that, and then the mom like apologizes for not being a good mom, and she apologizes for not having like a man around, so that Ritsuko never like learned what it's like to have like a relationship with a man and all this stuff. And we also learned from like her self-recollections, or like these letters, that she's in love with Gendo, like the mom is, and she kind of hates Yui. And so as things progress, and Seeley becomes CERN, and then CERN becomes Nerve or whatever, and then like Ritsuko joins the organization as well as like a researcher, and we learn about like the Magi program and the mom putting it together, and like how, and we see a scene where she like tells Ritsuko like essentially what Ritsuko told us, which is that like the Magi are like her three parts: woman, scientist, and mother, and that the mother part is like the weakest part. My bad. I'm sorry for being a bad mom. I recognize it at least, so that's something, I guess. So that's kind of funny. And we see Shinji as a baby, and she's talking to like the professor, and they're having like a funny conversation about stuff. And then and this is, Yui constantly hints at like, I don't really want to do work, I just want to be a mom and a wife the whole time. But and then when Shinji's born, her whole life is like dedicated to him. And then so when she ends up going into like the Eva, and that's the other thing. So we see Gendo shows the guy Ava Unit 0, the prototype, as they're building it, and he's like, is this the creature of light? And he's like, no, this is like what we built based on the Angel of Light, essentially. And then at some point, we get the thing where it's like Yui goes inside to like pilot the thing, and then she becomes absorbed by it. And then Ritsuko's mom is like, writing a letter to herself or to her mom, or I mean to Ritsuko, or like thinking about it, where she's like, I felt really bad because when it happened, I was like super happy that it happened because now I have Gendo all to myself. And then we see her kissing him at some point. And Shinji was at like the presentation, by the way, which is kind of odd. Everyone's like, why is he here? This is not daycare. And then Yui's like, I wanted him here. I want him to see this. And everyone's like, oh, okay, I guess that's the thing we're going to do. So, okay, so then that happens, and then Rei starts showing up, and people are like you see Gendo like showing Rei around and chatting with her, and people are like, "Who's this? Is this? I thought you had a son. Is this your daughter? Do you have a daughter too?" And he's like, "Oh no, this is like a friend's kid. I'm just like watching out for her." And then at some point, where am I going? The Ritsuko's mom is like doing something, and is like, "Oh, Ray, what are you doing here? Do you need me to take you home? Something, something." And then Ray's like, calls her an old hag, and she's like, "That's not very nice. You shouldn't call people old hags." And she's like, "Why? You are an old hag, aren't you? That's what Gendo calls you behind your back." And then the Ritsuko's mom has like a complete mental breakdown about the whole situation because she's like, "What? He calls me an old hag? I'm in love with him. I probably didn't help Yui not die because I wanted to be with him." And so she loses it, and then she strangles Ray to death, it seems, and then it looks like she kills herself. She like leapt off something to her death, so I feel like it's implied that it was a suicide, but maybe she was pushed or whatever because of the whole situation. Let me see if there's anything else of relevance. Oh, then at some point, Dude Meister stops telling his story, and we find out that when Masato joined Nerve, or whatever it was before Nerve, the pre-Nerve, that she had broken up with Kaji, and that she wasn't working at like the Japanese one. She was working at the one in like Germany, which is probably how she knows Asuka and stuff as well, because she probably knew Asuka's mom. Okay, so yeah, then when the council's like done interrogating him, Kaji comes in and like rescues the white-haired guy, the old professor, and he says like, "This is my final like thing that I'm gonna do," or whatever. And then we see him standing in front of like a fan somewhere, like one of those giant like industrial fans that's just like moving slowly to like, get air out of like whatever factory or whatever. And he looks up and he's like, "Oh, you're finally here." And then we hear a gunshot, and then we go, Misato's like released and given back her stuff, and she heads home, and Shinji's in there just like listening to music quietly to himself. And then Misato's like praying, because she's obviously religious, which has been implied a few different times. And she, and then she sees there's like a message on her answering machine. And so she goes to press it, and it's Kaji, and essentially he's just saying goodbye and talking about how if she could go water his flowers, Shinji knows where they're at and stuff. And then she starts just crying, and then Shinji like hears her crying and steps out and sees her crying and is like, "Oh, fuck." And because he's a 14-year-old boy who's extremely awkward and has a lot of like emotional issues himself, he just like goes back to his room and covers his head with a pillow. And then is like, and then we get his like thoughts, and he's like, "I couldn't do anything, so I just ran away." And that's the end of the episode. Episode 22 puts a heavy focus on Asuka, specifically Asuka while she's having her period. That's no joke. They literally talk about it. So Asuka's having a rough go. We see, we get a lot of flashbacks with her. It starts off, she's at like her mom's funeral or whatever, and she's sad, and her grandma's there and stuff. And then we see another flashback where she's about to come to Japan, and she's talking to Kaji, and they're like on a quote-unquote date, and Asuka's trying to get Kaji to have sex with her. And he's like, "You're like a child." Absolutely not. So good on him. Because she's like 14. Anyway, she's super mad, and she just tries to take her shirt off to show her breasts. Excellent. Anyway, then she's having a lot of sync problems. She's got a lot of... It's not just the period. After getting defeated in the previous encounter, which was a complete train wreck for everybody, essentially, and having AV Unit 0 or AV Unit 1 put in cryostasis, she's just like having a real rough go. Like she sees Shinji talking to Rei while they're like headed from school, and she's trying to call Kaji, but he's not answering because we all know he's dead. But she's mad about that, and she's like, "He used to follow me around like a puppy, but now he's hanging out with her. Ooh, I hate that motherfucker." And then they're at the house eating, and she's just like super mad, and she finishes, and she's like, "I'm done. I'm gonna go take a bath." And so she like storms off. And Masato and Shinji like try to talk to her, and she's like, "No." And then the phone rings, and Asuka like says something crazy to Masato about getting Kaji, and she's like, "It's not Kaji, don't worry about it," because she already knows he's dead. And then she's like, "Why don't you go get it?" And then Asuka's like, "No." And then she's like, "Oh my gosh, I'll just go get it." So he goes and gets it, and it's Asuka's mom, who we thought we know is dead, so it's obviously your stepmom. So then she's like, "Here," and then Asuka's like, "Oh, okay, here." So she takes it, and she speaks German for a while, and she's just like, "Wow, she's like a totally different person when she's speaking her native language. It's crazy." And then she hangs up after a while, and she's like, "Wow, you seem to have a really good relationship with your mom. She's something, something." It's like, "It's not even my mom. Yeah, I don't have a good relationship." And it's like, Jesus Christ. Get some cranberry juice or something. Fuck. And then she goes to take like a bath. And we get traditional 19s, 90s anime breasts with no tits, so it's okay. on Asuka, and she's like emptying the bath, and she's just like screaming. She's like, I hate this. I can't take a bath with Shinji and Masato take a bath. I can't wash my clothes with Shinji and Masato wash their clothes. This whole like this epic rant. And Masato's just like listening, and so is Shinji, and Masato's like, Jesus Christ. And so then the next day they're trying to sync again, Asuka's thing, and it's even worse than the day before. And Masato's like, oh fuck, we're gonna have to find a new pilot. This is getting ridiculous. And then Masato's like, you gotta give her a break. She's on her period. And then Ritsuko's like, that has nothing to do with it. She's like, physical changes don't have any matter with sync. It's all emotional. If she can't get her act together, we're done. And Masato's like, oh my gosh. And then Asuka's like on an elevator with Rei at some point, and Rei's like, you know, reaches out like the olive branch, and it's like, hey, you know, the problem, something, and then Asuka's like, shut the fuck up, I hate you all so much, and then Asuka's like, are you saying it's all my fault that I can't sync? And Rei's like, well, yeah, obviously. And then Asuka like slaps the shit out of her, and then storms off, and is like screaming at the elevator as it goes away, right? It's like, jeez. Oh, we also so it's not just Masato being like a catty, you know, mom to Asuka. She literally is like, after she's like, she's on her period, Asuka's like in the bathroom screaming at the mirror. She's like, why is this happening? I don't even want to have kids. It's like, bro. This is why women shouldn't be combat armor roles, guys. Just saying, they should not be in combat arms roles ever, period, the end. This is a prime example of why. Okay, anyway, so then at some point, she's like yelling she's literally standing in front of Evangelion Unit 2, screaming at it, just continuing to have like meltdown after meltdown. And and then an angel shows up, and it's an angel in orbit, and they can't get to it because it's so far away. So they get Rei to go out there with a sniper rifle, like in episode 4, I want to say. Like the cube, it wasn't quite a cube. It was like kind of a cube. It was more like a diamond. Anyway, so then. And then Asuka's like, no, I'm gonna do it, and she goes out, and she just starts like she's getting ready to like fire into the sky without like any specialized whatever, and then the angel hits her with like an emotion ray or whatever, so she starts feeling like a lot of emotions, and it's like getting into her brain, and then we go like into her brain, and she's having like a complete meltdown in her head, and she's like losing her mind, and she's like talking to her like her little child self, and we see that her mom actually committed suicide, and then her mom wanted her to kill herself as well. Her mom killed herself, but before she died, she wanted Asuka to kill herself as well, and Asuka's like, I'll do it, mommy, just stay my mommy, please. Something that's like horrible, like this horrible, tragic, like existence. Like, jeez, man, what the like, what is happening? And then eventually, Rei shoots the sniper rifle. It gets stuck by the AT field because they're not close enough to like disrupt the AT field, the Evangelion's AT field. And so Gendo's like, we got to use the staff of Longinus. And then his like homie, the ex-professor, is like, we can't do that. It's ahead of schedule, something. And then they get into like an argument with that. And Gendo's like, no, it's going to happen. So Rei goes down, pulls the staff of Longinus out of Lilith, and she grows like her lower half back, the Lilith, and then Rei comes up and she throws the spear at the angel, killing it, but leaving the staff in orbit, you know. And there's a lot of talk in this about how the mass-produced Evas are like going strong, and even at some point Misato's talking to Ritsuko about how like, oh, they brought all these parts in for Eva Unit like 5 and 6, but now they're just producing like 7 through 13 or something, all over the world. Like they mentioned Shanghai specifically, and how like it's like full go on that. Anyway, so then Asuka gets put in. She survives after having like, and it's just like she has this crazy meltdown. I don't want to get into it too much, but essentially she just is repeating times from her past, repeating herself, saying her name, saying it's not her name, just like completely losing her mind. And then she's like in quarantine, which means she's just like taped off with like police tape. And Shinji's like, hey Asuka, I'm really glad you're alive. And she's like, I hate you, shut your fuck up. And I can't believe that bitch Rei like beat me to it. I'm so angry. And that's the end of the episode. These last few episodes really dump it. Hard and fast. So we start off and we have Masato listening to Kaji's message again, and just crying and drinking, and then Shinji's seeing that she's having a meltdown because he's like locked out of her room, and he mentions that it's happening again. And then he's like, Asuka's not here either, and we see Asuka over at her friend's house, the student body president, and she's just playing video games, and her friend's like commenting on it, and then she's about to herself in her brain, and then she's about to say something, and Asuka's like, can I stay here tonight? And she's like, yeah, of course. And so they're laying in the futon together, which a futon in Japan is not like a pull-out couch. It's like a big, it's like a roll-out mattress that you sleep on the floor with. At least that's often what it's called. I guess they do have futons that are like the pull-out couch as well. But Anyway, so then Asuka just kind of goes off about she's worthless without the Eva and how mad she is and how she hates everything. And then her friend tries to comfort her, but Asuka just starts crying and talking about most of all, she hates herself for being worthless and all this stuff. So she's still having her womanly problems, it seems. Oh, it's so awful. No, I mean, she's having legit, like, I'm 14-year-old kid and like my entire worldview is destroyed and I got like mind fucked by like an alien. Because just so you know, I don't know if this is going to come up. I can't remember if this comes up now or comes up in End of Evangelion or if it ever comes up. But somehow I know that the angels are actually aliens. That they came to this world to like populate it, and then like other things occurred. But yeah, anyway, maybe we'll get to that someday. With all this stuff, again, I just want to reiterate. I know I've said this a couple of times, maybe too much, but I'm not going to get into the philosophy of any of this stuff unless it's just like a real quick. I'm really just kind of going over the plot and the story and some of the character development stuff. But there's like tons of excellent videos where people spend like hours, or at least tens of minutes, on talking about each episode and the either like the shot composition and like the kind of like the Christopher Nolan aspects of it, with like just the design of the show and the setting and everything, and the shot how things are shot and the music, how it's used and everything. And also tons of people talking about the philosophy. So there's tons of good videos out there. I recommend just this show's excellent, to watch it, and then if you're curious about more, you go hit that up. Anyway, so her friend tries to be comforting, and then we get some. We go to Gendo. He's being harassed by the council about losing the Spear of Longinus, which is floating in space now, and how he's like on the last whatever. And then at some point the council mentions that there's like one more angel, so like whatever about Gendo, and that they're going to try to replace him with somebody else, because they can't deal with his like shenanigans anymore, and he can't be trusted, and he's doing all this shady shit. And then at some point we get a new angel who shows up, and it's like this big ring of light, and they want to send Shinji in there to fight it, but Gendo is the only one who can like defrost Unit 1. So Unit 0 goes out to fight it, and then Unit 2 goes in as backup. So Rei hops up, and then the ring of light like turns into like a tentacle and like hits her and starts like corrupting the Eva and her. Like you can see like she's got these like veins growing in her. Like it's like typical kind of 90s anime indication that someone's being corrupted by like an evil force or an outside force. And then she gets like some back talk to herself in her brain, just like, oh, who are you? What are you doing? Do you want to join with me? No, I don't want to join with you. Don't you want to feel these emotions? You feel the pain. And she's trying to fight against it. And then so they send AV Unit 2 up, and they're like, AV Unit 2, go support Rei. And then it just stands there. And like, Asuka, what are you doing? And then someone's like, her sync rate's like less than 10%. Like she cannot control this thing. And Ava's in there just being like, move, move, move. And she's like distraught completely. And so they bring her back down, and they're like, all right, defrost Unit 1. And then Asuka gets super mad about that because like, oh, they'll bring it up for Rei, but not for me. And that's pretty much the last we see of her in this episode. So then Shinji goes up, and then the thing tries to attack Shinji. He's like fighting it. He's stabbing it with like his knife, and it's like bleeding and screaming like a woman. And then we see this like Rei figure, who, remember, Rei is the same image as Yui, Shinji's mom, coming to try to like meet with him. And then Rei's like, no, the angel wants to merge with him too. I won't allow it. So then she like opens up, she like reverses her AT field, so she absorbs the angel completely. And then she like reaches back as she's being consumed by it completely. She reaches back, and because they're like, Rei, get out of there, use the exit for the plug. And she's like, no, if I do that, I'll go get Shinji. And then she reaches back and pulls this thing, which absorbs the angel completely into the Eva, and then it explodes in like this giant like nuclear blast, which destroys everything around it. And then everyone's pretty despondent about it. And so the whole area gets quarantined off. It's like all top secret. They go to like find the plug to see if Rei survived, and Shinji's just like laying in his room, not even listening to music. He's just like, he cried. And then Masato comes in to like comfort him, and he's like, I've cried so much I can't even cry anymore about losing Rei, who's like one of his only friends. And then Masato tries to get close to him, and he's like, no, I want to leave me alone. And then she goes out, and she's like, hey, Pen, come here. That's her penguin. And the penguin like gives her a look, and then goes back to like watching TV. And she's like, because she makes some comment about Shinji just is alone, and whether it's her particularly or whatever. And then she like has a revelation after Pen doesn't come and like give her cuddles, that it's like her who doesn't want to be alone. It's kind of sad. Anyway, later on, So then Ritsuko's like naked in front of the council, and they're like grilling her about stuff, and they mention something about Gendo sending her instead of Rei, and she gets like super hot about that. And then we get Misato's like in her office, like drunk at home, and then she gets a call, and she finally answers it, and it's Rei still alive. So then Shinji and her like head to the hospital, and Rei just is like all bandaged up. And then Shinji's like, "Oh, hey, Rei, thank you so much for saving me." And she's like, "I did that?" And he's like, "Yeah, don't you remember?" And she's like, "Oh, kind of." And then we see her in her room later, and she's like taking all the bandages off, and there's like nothing wrong with her whatsoever. And she picks up Gendo's glasses and like is about to break them, and then she stops. She's like, "I remember these, but I don't quite remember them." And at some point she says, "I'm the third one. I must be the third one." All right, which is shady as shit. So the Masato somehow got like another message from Kaji, even though he's dead. Like she found it, and there was like a capsule with like a microchip, and she's like looking through it, and it's talking about going and figuring out what's going on and getting back door access and all this stuff. And then Shinji at the same time gets a call from Ritsuko, and she's like, "Hey, come meet me here like immediately. Don't tell anyone." And he's like, "Okay." So then we see Ritsuko trying to enter like a secret place using Masato's pass or something. Or her pass, I don't know. It's kind of confusing because Masato puts a gun on her back and she's like, "Oh, I see you can't use my pass," or like, "I don't have access," or something bullshit like that. Anyway, and then she's like, "You're gonna take me in there and you're gonna show me these secrets." And Ritsuko's like, "Yeah, as long as he can come too." And like Shinji's standing there like, "What the fuck?" So they head in, and then Ritsuko takes them to this area where and at some point Ritsuko's like looking at a picture of her and her mom and Gendo, and she makes some comment about her being just as dumb as her mom, which clearly indicates that her and Gendo are fucking, right? Because that was like the folly of her mom as well, and that's why she killed herself. And it's like the complete repeat. We also, Ritsuko gets a call from her grandma, and apparently one of her cats died. Sad. It's like for two, and then we get that information before she. I think it's before she gets interrogated. So it's like foreshadowing of like terrible things to come. Anyway, so then they go check out this room, and Ritsuko's like, "This is where Rei was born," and Shinji's like, "This is just like her house," and she's like, "Yeah, it's a reflection of who she is." And like, what do you mean born? It's like, well, this is where she was created. And then she has some rant about like God coming down to Earth, and then man like recreating God or whatever, and she takes him to that like brain thing that Rei's always like hooked up to, and Masato's like, "Oh, this is the dummy plug thing," and she's like, "Yes." And then like she turns on a light, and this room's like surrounded by like this like aquarium essentially, but the aquarium is just full of like smiling rays, and Shinji and Masato are like, "What the fuck?" And then Ritsuko tells them the dark secret that the dummy plugs they still have to have a soul in them, and that soul or that these are the generators of the dummy plug, right? And that there's only one soul of Rei, and that soul of Rei exists in Rei, but that these are like spare parts, so they can like take them out and insert like the soul of Rei into like a new one, or it's like injected through like this dummy plug system with like the brain or something. It doesn't get into a lot of details. And then Ritsuko starts destroying all the extra like parts, if you will. Misato's like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "I'm cleaning up this fucking abomination or something." And then she says some more stuff, and they're all standing there like, "The fuck is happening?" and that wraps up that episode. Episode 24 is an interesting one because it sort of wraps up the original Evangelion anime arc. So what happened was they had 2 more episodes planned, but the studio, Gainax, ran out of money. Don't quote me on any facts here, I didn't look it up, and it kind of exists as a thing that I'm vaguely familiar with. But the last 2 episodes were kind of just like smashed together to kind of create an ending because, again, there was like a funding issue or something where they just had to get something going. And then Evangelion ended up being so popular that they were able to make movies. They made 2 different movies at the time. It's Death and Rebirth, I think, is the first one. And it is like a retelling of kind of the final episodes, like 20 through 24 or 21 through 24, something like that. That we have pretty much covered because then they went back, and what I reviewed here or talked about the story was the director's cuts of versions. So they included like all the very minimal amount of parts that were like added to those stories. Then after that, they made it a movie called The End of Evangelion. So what we're going to do is I'm going to talk about episode 24 here, which I'm bringing this up now because it's like, it like doesn't end, but essentially this is like the end of the original. And then we'll talk about 25 and 26 kind of together because there's not much story. There's just a lot of kind of like philosophy and stuff going on there, and we'll briefly talk about the story stuff, and then we'll go right into end of Evangelion, which chronologically occurs like right after episode 24. Okay, so in episode 24 we have it's like rocket fire. Like this is definitely, and again the reason I had that little intro to like this episode specifically is because you can tell that like time is up because they just like hammer fist you in the face with stuff like as fast as humanly possible. Like a lot of this show, it doesn't drag, but it leaves room to breathe, and there are a couple moments here that are left to breathe, but the story is like, hey, here we go, here's this, move into that, over. Like there's, besides like one very specific point to like emphasize something, the show moves very quickly. Okay, so the episode starts with Asuka. What's going on with Asuka? Asuka's disappeared for like 7 days, and the nerve in Central Intelligence finally tracked her down. She's in like a bathtub in like a ruined building. We find out from the last Evangelion, because the explosion and everything with Rei, like the whole city is destroyed. Everyone got like evacuated out of there, including Nerd Boy, who we haven't seen too much of anyway, but like there's like nobody left around here. It's pretty much just like Nerve Central Command, focused on protecting Adam and Lilith underneath in the underground. Okay, so yeah, so Asuka's in a ruined building, just staying in a tub, like withering away. Like you can tell by like the way she's drawn, like she's with like. It almost is implied that she was trying to kill herself, but more that she just withdrew completely. And she has this whole thing in her mind where she's like a little kid telling her mommy that she's so happy that she became a Evangelion pilot and now her life has meaning and all this stuff. And that's when she finds her mom hung and dead. So sad times there. All right. So then she gets put into like a hospital situation at Nerve where she can like get rest, and we don't see her again. So, but they need a new pilot for Evangelion too. So the fifth child has been found. We then get Shinji. He's still kind of like checked out with everything with Rei and Asuka and everything else that's been going on. He's having a real struggle. Masato's having a real struggle. Masato ends up having to give away Pen to like some friends of hers that are like leaving because of the danger, and she wants him to be alive, so she's alone. So everyone's like alone. Ritsuko's in prison for destroying the dummy system, and her and Gendo get into a fight. Clearly they've been banging it out. And she's mad that he doesn't really care about her and something Rei and something. And Gendo's like, why'd you destroy the dummy plague system? And she's like, it's not the dummy plague system. I destroyed Rei, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, all right, whatever. Crazy. Anyway, and then at some point, Shinji's just like sitting at the edge of like Tokyo 3, which is now like mostly underwater. And then this homie, like Kuro, is like, hey, what's up? We're going to be best friends. And Shinji's like, Nani desu ka? And this is the fifth child. And he has like amazing sync with Unit 2 immediately. It's like very confusing. Masato in the background's doing all this stuff, trying to get secret information, trying to find out what's going on. Meanwhile, the council is like, we're done with Gendo Ikari. We're going to do our own thing. And they're working with Kuro on some level, because at some point he's standing there in like a council meeting, or at least he's observing the council meeting. It seemed like they were talking to him, but they might have just been like talking themselves. Anyway, Kuro is super creepy. He always has like this weird smile. He has like a weird shaped head. At some point he runs into Rei and he's like, you and I are exactly the same. And she's like, what? How are we the same? And then we get a moment with her as well where she's like, what am I? Like, who am I? Like, what's going on? Like, why am I alive? Because she's not Rei anymore. She's like Rei 3. Okay. And then, again, Shinji's just having a lot of problems. And then her and Kuro hit him off immediately because Kuro is an angel. Spoiler alert. But he's like full of compassion and love. And then we get so much information here that's not like fully described. But essentially, so the humans are Lilim. They're the children of Lilith, right? And they came from like the White Moon. I know, it's like there's like no explanation. They just we're at a council meeting and they're like Lilith and Adam came from like, or like one of them came from the Black Moon, one came from the White Moon. Adam is like the father of the angels, so all the angels came from Adam, and the Lilim or humanity came from Lilith. And essentially, like, there were two of these creatures that came down, and so they're fighting for dominance of like the planet, and that's all the information we get now. I know more because I've seen more and read more and all this stuff, but that's kind of like what we got at this point. So if you're following along with me, you can always look this stuff up before like the movie, like the Rebirth video movies or the redo movies, whatever. They go into this a lot more and we get more information. But generally, this is kind of like what we're learning here. And Kuro immediately is like, oh, Lilim are so funny, you humans, and stuff. And then he also mentions that Gendo came from the same thing. So Gendo is somehow related to Adam as well, maybe, according to what Kuro is saying. And then, you know, Kuro's just like hanging out with Shinji. They're like showering together and they're sleeping together, not like together or having sex or anything, but they're like sleeping in the same room. And I've read crazy theories of people where it's like, oh, Shinji's really gay or something. And it's like, okay, sure he is. Whatever helps you sleep at night. But it's kind of like the whole thing where like a cheating spouse is going to find any overture by their companion to be cheating, right? So it's like it's a hard projection on something that someone's like feels guilty about. And I'm not saying being gay is guilty or anything, but oftentimes people who are not comfortable with their sexuality or their gender or whatever, who are trying to find, like, who are not actually gender dysphoric, but someone has convinced them that they find all sorts of excuses or reasons to, like, justify insanity, like everyone's gay, everyone's transgender, like everyone's gender fluid, all that kind of crazy nonsense that comes from like the activists and not like the actual people who are suffering and actually have real issues. So you get that online discourse, because here it's just like the whole thing is Kuro is an alien, like a literal fucking alien, who does not understand things and is like just expressing himself as like this pure being. It's like, oh, this is kind of like, I'm kind of human and this is what it feels like. And like, oh, there's not, and it part of it is just communicating that the angels don't hate human beings. They're just like, they're functioning as like, the whole purpose was for them to come here and take over the earth. But then Lilith showed up and kind of disrupted that. And they're just trying to operate, like they're just trying to get back to Adam so they can do what they're, they can release him from like the captivity that humans have in him, and that like all the Evangelions are built upon this Adam and Lilith, and all this craziness. So it's just, there's so much stuff implied that we don't get like firm answers on in this episode, but it's very well done and it's very succinct, and it's like, it's rushed, but at the same time you get like, it's just like, it's rushed not it's rushed in a way that like clearly they didn't have enough room to like make more episodes to like kind of explore this right now. But it's not rushed in the way that it's bad. It's rushed. It's like, okay, fuck, this is like our final episode to like have mech fights and stuff and like run through this stuff. And then we're going to have like 2 episodes of like stock footage and like all this other stuff and just kind of really hammer into the philosophy and explore this a little bit more. So we got to like pound in as much as we can. Anyway, so then at some point Kuro just takes over Evangelion 2 and is going down to get to Adam. And then Eva Unit 1 comes up and Shinji's like super like, why? I can't understand. And he starts fighting Evangelion 2 and he apologizes to Asuka for like destroying her Eva Unit. And then eventually they get down and Kuro, like, Shinji's fighting and they're talking about how they're going to have to blow the whole thing up and kill everybody to like prevent this catastrophe and to prevent what's the thing called? There's like the first one and the second one, and then they're trying to avoid the third one, which is like this huge destructive force. God damn, it happened in Antarctica. Lord. Anyway, so they're about ready to do that, but then like Kuro gets up to like Lilith and is like, Lilith. And then he like puts it all together in his head. He's like, oh, the Lilith. And then he turns around and he's like, Shinji, I want to die. You deserve to live. Like he's not talking to Shinji. He's talking to like humanity. Humans deserve to live. Because he's like an angel. He's experienced like life as a human and the love humans have and their difficulties and stuff. And he's like, you know what? I want humanity to live. I disagree with the whole angel thing. Very interesting. And so Shinji, and then this is where I say like it doesn't drag, but it has a holding moment. So Shinji grabs Kuro and Kuro's like, kill me. And then we get just like classical music, which we get this comment about classical music and sitting with music, and music brings us joy. And even Unit 1 is just holding Kuro in its hand for like, I want to say a minute, maybe a little bit longer or shorter, before he kills Kuro. And then Shinji's back at the water later on, where we get some shots like Rei and other people like standing around. And then we get a moment where Shinji's sitting at the side of the water, and Misato comes over and she says something about like Kuro's like, why did Kuro have to die and not me? And she makes a comment about those who want to, like, the things that want to live will live, and those who don't, like Kuro wanted to die, and so you got to just let that exist and move on. And then Shinji's like, you're really insensitive. That's the end of the episode. So now we finally get into episode 25 and 26, and like I said just a few minutes ago, it really just delves into the philosophy of the Human Instrumentality Project, how that's going to like work out, and how generally like, again, I'm just talking about the story. And the story here is pretty much Shinji questions himself, his relationship to other people, the hole in his life, how he feels about himself, hating himself, what hating himself means about believing other people hate him, when in reality it's just perception. Like almost all of episode 26 is just about his perception is reality, and how when, human beings, if we focus on certain things, that becomes the truth, which is true. So that's very good. And in the first episode, we kind of bounce around to different characters. We get kind of like a little bit of character wrap up almost on Misato, Rei, Asuka, and Shinji, sort of. Episode 26 is almost all Shinji, just like relate. It's like, how does he relate to Misato, her meaning, his meaning to him, Asuka's meaning to him back and forth. That's like the end of episode 25, and then Rei. And then we get the best part of these episodes, and it's like a slice of life comedy anime with like the cast. So like Shinji has like a normal life. His parents are married and still alive. They both work at like the school. Asuka's like his childhood friend who's secretly in love with him. And then Rei is like the new kid in school. Misato's the teacher at the school. And it's just like, it goes on for like 5 or 6 minutes. And it is, I'd watch the shit out of that if they made it. Like, it's so good. Everything else in these 2 episodes is like reused film from like previous episodes, or they got some like very kind of like sketched, not like sketchy, but like they took a pencil and a piece of paper and just like sketched out very loosely some animation, and they just took a couple shots of it, like because again I'm pretty sure they like ran out of money or ran out of time or something. But it's good. It's a good look at like Shinji, how he considers life, how he considers the world around him. Why does he have a hard time connecting with people? And then it has this like really goofy ending at the end of 26, where it's like he finally realizes that he's choosing to believe other people hate him because he hates himself, and then he can choose not to hate himself, and he can choose to trust other people and do whatever. And then everyone like claps, like. You know, it's like these crazy stories you see online where it's like, and at the end of the day, everyone stood up and clapped for me because I was right. And I told like my asshole husband or wife or whatever that I told them what's up. And then like everyone stood and clapped. Oh man, it's kind of wild. Anyway. So let's finally wrap this all up with End of Evangelion. It's broken up into 2 episodes. You just watch it as like a whole movie at this point. The first episode is called Air. So a lot of stuff happens. This whole thing was like, I mentioned this before, it's recorded like much later. It kind of like changes up the ending a little bit, gives it a little more like pizzazz, if you will. It's got like totally different voice actors, which I am not a fan of most of them. Not necessarily because they're bad, but because I just feel like it doesn't fit with my expectations. Also, the other thing that really kind of bothered me about this change up is I feel like Masato just is not as well done. Like the Masato from the anime series is very good, and the one from the movies, the remakes, is also good. The way that she's written and stuff. The one from here is like doesn't really match either of them, to be completely honest. And I don't know if it's just the way the voice actor is doing things, because it's not necessarily the lines per se, but it's how they're delivered. So I just think the direction and the voice acting was not at the same level, to be honest. Okay, so the whole thing starts off, we have this thing kind of blasts real quick. So Seele has had enough of Nerve's bullshit. Now the angels are all done. It's time to instigate the human I totally slipped my mind. The Human Instrumentality Project. Thank you, brain, for kicking it back in there. Which is going to like unify all existence and whatever and such and such. And we start off with Shinji in Asuka's hospital room, and she's still kind of unconscious. And the other thing is, I don't feel like Shinji's written that well either in this. Like, his voice actor is like 10 times. Like he sounds like 10 times more of a bitch than he does in either the remakes or the original series. But then also he just it's not like he's written like I feel like the natural ending or the original ending with 25 and 26, Shinji like went through like an arc of like coming to terms with things, the Human Instrumentality Project and all that stuff. It just like I'd almost wish they just kind of gone with that and then just had like some cool mech fights. which just adds, and it's fucking sweet when it adds it. But I just feel like I'm watching this thing and I'm just like, what happened to all these characters? Like, I don't feel like any of them, like, I feel like there was like a huge gap and now we're here. And it's, yeah, I get like previously Shinji like killed Koru and was sad about that, and Asuka got injured, but he is like acting, he's never acted like this. Like it's clear he's always had kind of a crush on Asuka and put up with her shenanigans because he like wanted to bang her and whatnot. But here he is like an ultra simp for Asuka. Like he literally is like, I'm not going to fight because I need Asuka to save me. And it's like, where the fuck has this been? Like it comes out of nowhere. Anyway, so it's in Asuka's room begging her as she's unconscious to like save him or to help him because he can't deal with life or whatever. And he just wants her, like he wants, like, it's like step in my face mommy kind of attitude where it's like, I just want you to tell me I'm stupid or something. And it's like, the way it, and again, it's like if it was voice acted in a different manner where it's like he's sad because he misses like his friend and this woman that he kind of connects with, even if it's like a tsundere relationship, that would make sense. But it's like so begging of like, I can't do anything without you, Asuka. And it's like, that'd be fine, but this comes out of nowhere. Like they kind of have a relationship and they kiss that one time and they like hang out a bit and there's clearly like some sort of sexual tension between the two of them. But it's never been like, I'm a simp for Asuka, right? ever, but right now it is. And in fact, he's like shaking her, crying like a little bitch, like more so than Shinji. Like Shinji's always been a little bitch. That's like part of the point. It's like he's a 14-year-old boy, he's losing his mind, who like misses his mommy and doesn't have a relationship with his dad, like all this stuff. It's like commentary on. But this scene is just like what? And then he. The only realistic and part that is okay is the part that most people have a problem with, and that's when he's like, she rolls over and like her tits are out, and he's a 14-year-old boy, so of course he's gonna jerk off to it, right? And then he feels super guilty about it because he's like, I'm an awful friend, or I've done a terrible thing to Asuka, which is true, but that is the most realistic part about this whole thing. Because even with everything else, the only thing that's like realistic is like, oh hey, here's Asuka naked, no one's around, I can totally get away with anything I want. Sure, I'll wink one out, and then he's like, fuck, I'm an asshole. Facts. Anyway, so then we have a council with Seeley and Gendo and I don't know why I ever learned this guy's name, the white-haired guy, and essentially they're like, we're gonna cut you like. This is it. We're doing Human Instrumentality Project. We're all going to die together and be unified or some bullshit. And Gendo's just kind of like, okay, sure, whatever, assholes. And they're like, oh, we're going to die too. We'll get you. And then the rest of the episode is just kind of like this continuous attack on Nerve and everyone getting killed, essentially. So it starts off, I guess there's not just one. So the main Magi is here with Nerve because it was created by Ritsuko's mom. But there's like Nerve. There's also Magi in like a bunch of other countries, like Germany and China and whatever, which like, okay, sure. And they're all attacking the central Magi, and they're struggling to like hack into it and evade, which is good because it's like, yeah, the original is the super strong, but these like pseudo Magi's from other places are like, it takes all of them combined, and so they have to pull Ritsuko out of like prison for where she gets back into the Magi, like in the previous episodes. That one episode where she like, we learned about her mom and stuff, and they had the angel thingy, and then and then she's able to like cut off the Magi from everyone else, and so they can like maintain. And then it's like, all right, now they're going to attack. So then they have these like Black Ops soldiers who like sneak into Nerve and start killing everybody and blowing everything up, and they're trying to take the Avas. And there's a lot of back and forth conversation. So like Ava Unit 1 is going to be the thing that instigates like the Human Instrumentality Project. It's like the center. We learn that human beings are like the 18th angel, and this is where we finally get confirmation. Like Misato's telling Shinji at some point that like Adam came, and then the second impact was mankind trying to get Adam to like go back into its egg because we came from Lilith, and Lilith came afterwards. And if you could get Adam to go back in its shell or its egg, then like the angels wouldn't come and attack, and humans could maintain like control because they're descendants of Lilith and whatnot. And then we also learn that all these other angels are just different forms of like humanity, or different like forms that humanity could have taken, and that humans are actually the 18th angel. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, all right. At some point, they got to like eject. Or so Rei is like doing her own thing, and then she goes with Gendo, and she's naked, and she goes and like hangs out in these pools, and Gendo gets her, and they're heading off to Lilith because they're gonna like form up together. And because at some point, Gendo in this first episode is like, I've like integrated Adam into myself or something, and so she's gonna like integrate Lilith, and then they're gonna combine, and that's gonna be like the Human Instrumentality Project or something. We don't get like that being spoken outright, but that's just kind of like what is somewhat implied in this whole situation. Okay. Oh, yeah, and then so Ritsuko, after doing the Magi thing at some point, she does something to, like, the Magi, and near the end of the episode, she, like, confronts Gendo and Rei as they're, like, standing by Lilith, and she's like, oh, I did something to the Magi, then you're gonna regret it, and she clicks a button, and nothing happens, and then Gendo pulls out a gun, and he's like, gotcha again, bitch, and she's like, goddamn. And so he shoots her, and right before she dies, she sees a version, like an angel Rei, and she's like, the fuck? Right? Meanwhile, headquarters is getting blown up like crazy. Shinji's like out and about. Asuka gets put in Ava Unit 2 and then sent to the bottom of the ocean. They use like an N2 mine, like the UN or whatever, or Seeley, to like blow open the geofront, and then they're taking care of that and killing things and blowing everybody up and running around killing everybody inside. And then like our main crew of techs, they're like holding their own with like pistols and stuff against these guys and like fighting back in the whole thing. Shinji is just continually being a little bitch. She's being dragged by Misato all the way to Eva Unit 1, and then eventually she gets shot in the back, and they get blown into like this room, and it's like, hey, take this elevator down and get into Eva Unit 1. And he's like, I can't do it. I'm a little bitch. I'm like 10 times more of a bitch. Something. Asuka. And she's like, you better stop fucking chasing that skirt, getting skirts to tell you what to do, you son of a bitch. And again, it's like, what? Misato's never acted like this. Like, I don't know if it's like the way it's being voice acted is like throwing me off or what, but it was just like, that's not how she talks. Like, it was so weird. Chasing some skirt. That's what like she says. And even said that in the fucking subtitles. Like, I was like, is that just an English translation? Like, no, it's in there. Huh? All right. Unless the whole thing's just fucking translated poorly, which could be. Anyway, so she gives him an adult kiss, which means they like kiss full on lip, and then she shoves him in this elevator and sends him down, and then she like dies, and she's like, how'd you do the right thing? Oh. Okay, so then Shinji's down there, and then we get this awesome scene where Asuka like wakes up, and she finally fucking realizes that the Evangelion Eva Unit 2 possesses like her dead mom, right? That's the Evangelion units all possess the dead moms of these like children, right? That's why Eva Unit 1 always responds to Shinji. So because of that, Asuka like wakes up and she's able to start fighting, and she starts kicking the shit out of these like UN forces or the Sealy forces, just murdering them. And then that's when they bring in like the Eva units. So they have Eva Unit like 5 through 13, I think. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or maybe it's 4. No, I think it is. It's 2. I don't know what happened to 3. No, 3 was Taji. I don't know what happened to 4. I think 4 got destroyed. One of them got destroyed somewhere. Right. Yeah. So it's like 5 through 13, and they're all these like monstrous looking, like they got big crazy mouths for some reason, and like no eyes, and they got like wings, and they're all being ran by the dummy plugs, the S2 system, right? And so all of them come down, all 8 of them, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 9 of them, all 9 of them come down, and Asuka's like, oh yeah, fuck you guys. And so she starts like beating the shit out of them, and then they blow out her like umbilical cord, which gives her like 5 minutes, and for 5 fucking minutes, Asuka is fucking incredible. Like, she kills all of them. Like, she just murks them, beats the shit out of all of them but one. And meanwhile, Shinji's just like crying, and he's like, I wish I could get to Eva Unit 1. It's like covered in goo. And so he's like, there's nothing I can do. I can't help. And he's just like crying while he's hearing about like Asuka getting killed and all this stuff, or fighting. And then Asuka's like she's kicking his shit, like fight. And then she runs out of like time. Well, right before she runs out of time, these Eva Units, they have these like crazy two-handed sword things, and one of them throws it at her. She uses the AT field to stop it, but then it transforms into like a Spirit Longinus, and she's like, what the fuck? And then it hits her right in the eye, and she's like, oh, my fucking eye. And all this craziness. And then she's like, and then the power runs out, and she's like, fuck. And then all the angels that she's killed, like, they come back to life, and then they fly up in the air because they got like fucking bird wings for some reason. And then they dive on her, and they like eat up the Evangelion completely. And finally at that point, she's just like, there's nothing I can do. Mom, help me. And then Eva Unit 1 like wakes up, and like Shinji gets inside, and then he like explodes out of the nerve center, and there's like these huge electronic wings and all this stuff, and it's just like, wow. And everyone's like, fuck, Eva Unit 1's activated. Ruh-roh. And then he sees Asuka, and he like freaks out. And that's not the last thing. The last thing is Gendo with Rei, and him being like, I have the possession of, I have like taken Adam inside me or something, so they can like mate, right? Because Rei's just a clone of his wife. Anyway, so that's where the episode ends. The second half of End of Evangelion, in the essentially the final episode, redone. It's pretty much exactly like the episode 26 in theme and message. Now it's presented like 1,000 times more crazy, which is interesting, because episode 26 is pretty wild. But there's not much to talk about. So, yeah. Where to even begin? All right, so Gendo is like, I am Adam, let's form up and be one. Rei's arm like falls off, and he grabs her boob. And then we go to Shinji, who's like freaking out. He sees Asuka. We get like a lot of the council of Seele, and they're talking about the human instrumentality project, like all human beings becoming one, merging. They start chanting. The Evangelions start doing a bunch of crazy stuff, and eventually it's so wild. The staff of Longinus comes and like pierces Evangelion Unit 1, which gets raised into the heavens, and like all the Evangelions like make the Seraphith tree, which is like from Jewish Kabbalah, to like bring forth the tree of life and like bring humankind back to itself. Rei rejects Gendo, goes into Lilith. Lilith becomes Rei, like a giant Rei, like a big giant naked white Rei, and then all of a sudden Reis start popping up everywhere and like becoming whatever people's like desires are. So like one of the nerds, it's Masato kissing him. Another nerd, it's something else. With the white-haired guy, it's Yuri. Shinji's mom. With Gendo, it's Yuri, and Karu talking about how he closed off his heart and he like hurt his son because he didn't want to be hurt and all this stuff. It's a lot of that. It's got a lot of it's all that kind of bullshit. I like the. I honestly. Uh, I like Air because you get Asuka, who's the best, and she just kicks a shit a bunch of Evangelions, and it gets kind of wild. But then this is like, I'd rather just watch episode 26 after this, to be honest. I feel like it portrays the message better, that it's all about Shinji, right? So Shinji essentially becomes a god through Evangelion, him and Asuka, because they're both trapped, they're like in the Evangelions, and they're like eternal, and so everyone else in the whole world becomes like goo to like join forces together in like some sort of unified like thing, which is like the original intention of like Lilith, was to like bring all humanity together. But then Shinji and Asuka become like Adam and Eve, essentially. They become like the two people who are left to do whatever they want, and a lot of it's just like given to Shinji because he's piloting Evangelion 1. And Asuka's kind of out of it, I guess. I don't know. She might have a whole thing going on, but we get a lot of little scenes with like Shinji and Asuka like talking, and Asuka like accusing him of like just using her because, you know, all this other stuff, and like, you know, if he could, you know, if he really wanted to be with her, he should have done something about it or something. It gets pretty wild. But there's not much to talk about story-wise, right? Like philosophically and everything that goes on. It's pretty much happening in 26. Like Shinji goes through like a whole arc of like wanting death and just wishing to be alone, and then like the hope in his heart, which is represented by like Karu and Rei, like come forth and like help him find that he wants to be with others, and that he wants to be loved, and that he wants, the pain is worth it to like having pain in life is worth it because you know, the highs are there, and like being able to connect with other people and be happy and find joy and all that stuff makes the downs worth having, if you will, which is exactly what happened in episode 26. Only it was less visually crazy, because there's all sorts, like people turning to goo, the giant Rei falling apart into like goo, like her head cracking open, like Avian 1 being absorbed and then unabsorbed because Shinji desires to live. And then there's like there's, you know, Asuka in like his brain cage or whatever, accuses him of masturbating to him all the time, which is true. And then let's see what else. Oh, he sees like Masato having sex with Kaji in like his mind. Like again, it's like the merging of all existence. And then why just let it all burn, essentially, or like preserve humankind. And we get some shots like his mom talking to Gendo and then the professor about the Evangelions are like eternal and they'll exist far after humankind and the whole universe has been destroyed because they're eternal nature and beings and whatever. And then we get some more like the Black Moon where Lilith comes from and stuff. We don't get a lot of explanation about any of that shit. And, like Adam is combined with Gendo, and then it's just like done. It's all donesies. So that kind of wraps up. And then at the very end is like one of the more popular scenes people have seen, where it's like Asuka and Shinji just laying on a beach, and she's got like a patch over her eye that got stabbed. And they're just hanging out there, and then Shinji like leans over and looks at her, and then he like climbs up on top of her and starts like choking her out because she's just like laying there staring blankly into the sky. And then she puts her hand on his face, and then he lets go of her neck and starts crying. And then the whole thing wraps up with her being like, how disgusting. And yep, that's the end. What? Anyway, I like this anime a lot. I'm excited to see what these redos, I think they're literally called the redos, are all about, and if they improve or not on the source material. But really, I remember watching End of Evangelion when I was younger and being kind of weirded out by the whole thing. Except for like the fight with Asuka, that part was fucking awesome. And just remember just being like, I don't know how I feel about this whole situation. And I still feel that way. Like the episode 25 and 26 kind of just like have some bizarre ending, but I feel like the message, and you know, the guy who made this was clearly depressed when he was like writing this or like putting it together, just based on like his struggle with depression and getting through depression. And it's like a very strong allegory for that. Like all this other like religious iconography and all this other bullshit is really just like, this whole thing is just like Shinji's depressed, and this is how he got through it. Or essentially this is how the producer or the writer or whatever his name is got through depression, was just finally realizing that, you know, there was like things to live for, and there was like a purpose in life, and that he wanted to connect with other people, and then he did, right? So I don't have much to read in anything else. But yeah, there it is. So go ahead, like, share, subscribe, comment, and I will catch you guys in 2 weeks for Evangelion 1.11. You are, what is it, colon not alone, comma or something? I don't know what it is in English. Anyway, catch y'all later.